Prologue. Nay, old man, no one else would know about this, right? The blond-haired boy standing in front of the Hokage's desk asked carefully. Sarutobi stroked his small beard, looking thoughtful. Well, besides you, me, and maybe your teammates. He picked up his brush and drew a seal on the document that was holding the ANBU's information. No one else. The boy's sapphire blue eyes softened and a grin played at his lips. This will be fun, he said rather sarcastically. The Hokage tossed him a wrapped package. The newly appointed ANBU, already knowing what was contained inside, nodded and left in a blink of an eye. The Sandamin puffed a smoke from his mouth and walked to the window in his office. Who knew that a 9-year-old could become an ANBU? It surely surpasses Yukichi Itachi. He doesn't even have his Sharingan. This point made him shiver. If he knew about the QB dash, he did not want to dwell on the possibility on the power the boy would attain. Uzumaki Naruto arrived inside his apartment promptly, without using neither the door or the window, and placed the package the Hokage had given him deep inside his closet. Devising a plan, he decided to first go to his favorite ramen shop and then train for a couple of hours. Looking around to see if everything was in check, he used his front door to walk out. In his bedroom, inside the new package, lay an ANBU mask in the shape of a kitsune fox. Chapter 1. Past. Naruto was to be 4 in several weeks, and he was cheerfully running down to Ichiraku's ramen after receiving his allowance from the Sandamin. Although bruises and bandages were covering most of his body, it did not affect the bright smile that seemed to be saying, "Miso ramen, here I come." In the midst of his joy, he didn't sense the lurking shadow following him. Naruto patted his, now full, stomach and strolled out of the shop that welcomed him unlike the other stores. It was starting to darken, but Naruto was unafraid. At least there's nobody to glare at me, he thought sadly to himself as he walked through the empty streets. Hearing footsteps running towards him, he turned in time to see an iron stick being swung at his head. Filthy demon! The man yelled hysterically. Naruto felt the world go dark for a split second till another hit impacted his stomach. He cried out in pain. "You killed my wife!" With every word the attacker spoke, a strike from the iron weapon came into contact with Naruto's body. "Yamaro, stop!" Naruto shouted weakly. Blood mixed with tears streamed down his face. He could feel the metal stick break his arm and the world going fuzzy. Somebody help! Deep down, he knew no one was going to come and save him. It was only time till death came upon him. He waited, but nothing came. Naruto came out of his crumpled form to see what was going on. The man that had attacked him was looking fearfully at 2 masked figures that have stopped his attacks. "You are no different than the demon itself." The figure with the kitsune mask said, "Ukami." "Hi." The one with the wolf-shaped mask took hold of the now frightened man, and they both disappeared for a meeting with the Hokage. The only ones remaining were Naruto and his savior. The kitsune looked down at the beaten boy who was nursing his wounds. The tear-stricken face showed sadness and helplessness. "In a way, I think that the man did the right thing to beat you up." "Nanny!" Naruto glared at the kitsune with a slight confusion showing. "Coward, fear, helplessness, so many weaknesses," the masked figure said deeply. Naruto looked away with a frown on his face. "I won't be surprised if another villager manages to kill you." He turned to walk away. "And I know Naruto's only 4. The ANBU, who I made up, is just speaking his mind." Naruto felt his anger boil and quickly stood up, despite the pain he was feeling. "Eurus, I'm not weak nor a coward." The ANBU stopped. "Then show me you're not," he simply answered. Silence cut in between. Naruto smiled weakly. "Oh, I will. I'll become stronger, even stronger than you." A wave of pain swept over him, but he continued, "Because I'm Uzumaki Naruto, and I'll be the strongest Hokage ever. So you better remember me." He immediately fell forward in a faint. The masked man was still unmoving. "Weird kid. Well, better get him to the hospital." He picked up Naruto, and they both disappeared from the empty street. Present. Miso ramen. Naruto drooled at the sight of the delicious ramen that was sitting in front of him. Itadekamasu. Breaking apart his wooden chopsticks, he devoured his dinner while thinking of the idea of having 2 identities. Passed. Naruto walked out of the hospital, all injuries healed, which was surprising since he was brought in the night before. You heal pretty quickly, Uzumaki Kuzo. Naruto swung wildly around to find the source of the voice. His eyes led him to a figure standing under a shading tree. Oh my! Naruto did not recognize him because of the shadows around the area of the tree. Oi, who are you calling Kuzo? He pointed an accusing finger at the kitsune. Ma, no need to get so sensitive now, Kitsune said calmly. Naruto lowered his arm and gave him a questioning look. What do you want with me? The man scratched his head. Now, first of all, the world does not revolve around you. Second, last night you said something that highly intrigued me. He waited for Naruto to respond, but the kid seemed to be struggling with something else. Intrigue, Naruto said confusingly. If the mask wasn't covering his face, the boy would have seen his eyebrow twitch. Nay, why do you wear a mask? Are you in ANBU? He said cautiously. Yes, the man said simply. Naruto flinched slightly. That means you're an assassin, he said quietly. The man merely shrugged. The intense blue eyes stared through the eye holes of the mask. Can you teach me how to become stronger? Ayada. No way, the man said instantly without a second thought. Daoshite, Naruto said in alarm. It felt like the kitsune was laughing at him, but the mask hid the emotions. I have other things to do than teach a kid to stand up for himself. But dash. A small business card was thrown at him. Before he got a chance to look at it, the kitsune spoke up again. If you're able to enroll in the Ninja Academy this year and be able to graduate within a year, I might teach you a few things or two, he said monotonously. Hantu, he didn't get a respond. The man wasn't there. Oh yeah. Naruto jumped from his position. The ANBU had appeared behind him. Give the car that I just gave you the shop. The owner will know what to do. Good luck, he said in a false happy tone. Heh. Naruto spun around, but the kitsune was gone again. He looked back at the business card. Tetsu's weights. Present. Naruto strolled down to the lake that was by the edge of the fire country. Weights. He patted his wrists, body, and ankle. Yash, let's start training, he said particularly to no one. Passed. Haha, it's a customer. A large muscular man came to the counter and shook Naruto's hand rather roughly. Naruto scanned the owner whose eyes were hidden behind sunglasses and his hair was tied into small braids. His mustache was brushed at the top of his lips. And if anyone reads/watches Bleach, they might have an idea. The thing that bothered Naruto the most was the apron he was wearing. It wasn't the dirtiness of it, but rather the designs. It had teddy bears and ducks swarming everywhere at the once was baby blue apron. How can I help you? The owner had to bend down to communicate, but Naruto found it unnecessary since the volume of the man was deafening. This guy gave this to me. He handed the business card to him and waited patiently. So you're Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, after hearing this, seemed to shuffle back a bit into a defensive stance. He was expecting a yelling or a "get out of my shop, you demon," being thrown at him. Instead, the big tan man started to laugh. No worries, kid. You're all right with me. He must sure like you. His voice trailed off as he went to the back room. Naruto scanned around the interior of the shop and found that it looked as run down as it is from the outside. Passerbys didn't even glance at the shop. No wonder there were no businesses. A big flomp was heard, and he turned to see what it was. His blue eyes widened. What are those? Weights. The owner held up a wrist weight. These will help you with your training. Try them on. Naruto obeyed and put a weight on each limb. I could get used to this. Naruto admired them. And this. A thin black weight vest was thrown at him. Wear it under your clothes. Naruto did as advised. Good, it fits well. The large man bent down and brought up a box of slates. Now for the weights. Yo, Joe. Naruto held up a hand to stop him. Aren't there weights on these already? Holding up the wrists to show the strap-ons. This made the man laugh. Of course not. Those are just the material to hold them. Nanny. Naruto could hardly stand up with the new weights that were put on. He didn't say anything, but looked determined. Funny, most customers, not that I have many, would whine or try to lighten the weight. The Tezuho owner thought admirably. He glanced at the blonde kid again, who seemed to be nervous. What's wrong, kid? I'm not sure if I have enough money for these. Naruto replied, a bit embarrassed. The owner grinned widely, revealing his pearl-white, straight teeth. Don't worry, all of those are already paid for. Is it just me, or are those teeth too perfect? Naruto thought aside. Huh. Naruto stared up at the large man. Phew. The owner twisted his mustache at the ends. While I can't say who he really is, it's classified, but he's an ANBU. He watched the boy's attention perk up, going by the name of Kitsune. Naruto didn't know what to say since no one has ever been this nice or generous to him. Well, maybe besides Ayam and the owner, Tucci at the Ichiraku's ramen, he paid a bit more extra, so you can come back for extra weights. Huh, Naruto said, not getting what he meant by extra weights. The Tetsu owner laughed out loud in a low rumble. You don't expect to wear the same weight all the time. By increasing them, it would improve your training. I've already calculated the right amount that you can wear so it won't affect your growth. And I tell you, kid, those who came to this shop are now either Jounins or ANBUs. Why is that? Naruto had seen other weight shops that looked in better condition than the one he is in now. Well, we use a different kind of weight that is more dense than normal, and our family has the secret technique to shrink the weights but still keep its density. Therefore, you could add more weights without making you look bulky or noticeable. The owner explained like a storybook. Souka, arigato. Urnu. The large man held out his hand. The name's Tensai. Naruto struggled to lift his arm up, but managed to shake it momentarily. Thanks. I'll be seeing you around, big guy. Naruto made way for the exit slowly and was finally out of the shop. Indeed. Present. Naruto walked around to cool himself down after sprinting 50 laps of the fire country. He made his way toward a tree to do his 1,000 pull-ups, later 1,000 sit-ups and push-ups as well. Chapter 2. Past. The Sandamin raised an eyebrow. You want to attend the Ninja Academy this year? Shakily, yet a bit more sturdy, Naruto raised himself off the ground and grinned at the Hokage. Ah, because I'm going to take over your job, old man, so you better watch out. Sarutobi rested his chin onto his hands. Very well. I will inform the instructors there to prepare for your enrollment. Arigato, Aji-san. Naruto answered gratefully. Present. The newly appointed ANBU collapsed on his bed and took several moments to look at the stars from his window, realizing how far he came in just a couple of years. He rolled off the bed to take a shower and get some sleep. Past. Sarutobi looked at the profile of the sensei that was to teach Naruto's class and half-smiled. It was a middle-aged woman who was to teach this year's class. She held no grudge against Naruto and was one of the few who knew that the Kyuubi and the boy are separate beings. The only downfall was that she hardly let students pass the genin exam. She was very strict and demanding. She could even rival with Marino Abiki as a torturer. Naruto is going to have a hard time, the Sandamin thought. The next day, Naruto received news that he would start at the academy in a few days. Last night, he had stayed up late planning on what kind of training he would do when he wasn't in the academy. 1 year, ka? Present. Naruto walked into the Hokage's office with his new ANBU mask on to receive his very first mission. The Sandamin handed him a folder and briefly explained its details. This is a long-term undercover mission to protect a certain person. Uchiha Sasuke. His clan was murdered by his brother, Uchiha Itachi, a year ago. Naruto finished. I'm guessing we're all afraid that someone would come back and finish him off, ending the bloodline, minus Itachi. The Sandamin nodded, hiding his surprise. I now see why he was chosen as an ANBU, not only because of his skills, but also his intelligence. So, you want me to enroll in the academy in the same year as the Uchiha to keep an eye on him? Naruto inquired thoughtfully. Hi, you can act however you want, just don't let anyone know you're an ANBU. The Hokage said, not knowing in later years he'd regret saying that. The ANBU nodded. Will I get other missions while I'm doing this one? He asked, waving the folder. Of course. Okay, can I go now? Yes. Ja, old man. Naruto poofed his way out and continued his ideas for a different identity. Past. He stepped inside the classroom to find some other students glaring at him as they whispered to each other. Naruto shrugged it off and continued to an empty seat beside the windows. After he was seated, the class resumed its rowdiness with yelling and shouting. Paper airplanes and garbage were thrown at Naruto's direction, but he ignored it, dodging each one. Silence. Everyone immediately stopped what they were doing and looked towards the front of the class and saw a woman in her 30s. She was obviously not happy with the class's behavior. Anyone talking without my permission will immediately get detention or get kicked out of the academy, she said in a deadly tone. Some kids whimpered while others got back into their seats quickly. I am Uchiha Nawada. I will be your sensei this year. I want discipline in this classroom. So if I see any misbehavior, she scanned the classroom with intense eyes. You'd wish you'd never stepped foot into this academy. Most of the students had frightened looks on their faces, however. Naruto remained expressionless, having received one too many threats before. Ninjas should never allow their emotions to be shown to others in any situation. Students attempted to write it down for notes, but their sensei barked at them. I want you to remember, not rely on notes. I will be quizzing you next day, so you better pay attention. She grabbed a pile with a list of instructions on it and handed it out, more like through, in front of each student. Go ahead and do what the sheet says, but I warn you, read carefully. Ruffles of the papers were heard when they picked up the papers. After 3 seconds, nearly everyone got up and went around greeting each other, then doing push-ups, etc. Naruto remained where he was, still reading the sheet. Geez, what a slow reader, one of his classmates said with a smirk. Others laughed and continued following the instructions. However, Nawada was staring at the whiskered boy. Once everyone were back at their seats, did Nawada start evaluating? That was pretty pointless. What was all that about? A glare from the sensei told him to shut up. Ma, this was a test to evaluate your analyzing skills. Therefore, I've conducted that everyone fails. Nanny, Yusu, a dark-haired boy stood up with a disgruntled look. Nay, we've done everything that you've written on the paper. How do we not pass? Nawada suddenly appeared behind the boy and leaned in on him. Did I not say not to talk without my permission? The boy was trembling as the woman walked away. She lifted up the instruction sheet and read aloud the writing. Number 1. Read through this list and follow what it says. But we did do all that stuff you told us to do. A girl blurted out. An eraser was thrown at her, and she ducked in time. Nawada went down to the last instruction and interpreted it. Number 30. After having read this list, remain in your seat and wait for further instructions. The students were at a loss, not being able to pinpoint their mistake. Naruto was looking out the window, staring wearily at the clouds. Clearly, you guys didn't even read the whole list and just followed what the second instruction stated. No one dared to say anything. Nawada pointed at Naruto. Naruto, sighing, glanced away from the window and focused at the sensei. Explain to me why you didn't move from that seat. All eyes turned to look at him. I don't know. The kids laughed at his stupidity while Naruto merely shrugged and went back to gazing out the window. Nawada laughed inwardly. So this is the QB vessel. Interesting. If everyone had read the list, all of your butts would not have moved from its spot. A hand was shot in the air, yes? So, basically there are only 2 instructions. To read the list and then remain seated. The boy had bright green eyes. Nawada smirked. At least one of you get the sense of what's going on. The boy, having gotten the answer, smiled proudly at himself. The confused faces broke out, and everyone praised the green-eyed boy. Don't be so proud of yourself just yet. The class broke into a silence again. Now, let's move on to chakra control. Naruto consumed all of what Nawada was saying and watched her perform a few simple jutsus. In his eyes, the hand seal's movement seemed very slow, allowing him to memorize it immediately. A poof of smoke came up beside her, and an exact clone of her appeared. Sounds of fascination was heard throughout the classroom. Nawada grinned, and the clone poofed and disappeared. If you want to do these types of jutsus, then you'd have to channel and control your chakra, which will require a lot of concentration. Some kids groaned that earned them a devastating glare. The bell rang, and the students sighed in relief. About to take off for break, Nawada stopped them. Who told you could be dismissed? There will be no break for today. Go outside for the taijutsu lesson. And I remember I did that test a couple years ago, and I totally failed. Shows how smart and observant I am. Hehehe sigh. Present. Naruto was standing in the clothing store with a deep, serious concentration shown on his face. What should I wear? He strolled down the rows of clothings, and something bright and colorful caught his eye. He. Now, that is what an idiot would wear. Other customers turned to look at Naruto, taking off an orange jumpsuit from the rack. He ignored the scowls and the stares, his face in a wide grin. Now this is a jumpsuit that cries "kill me" to my enemies. This is perfect. He went up to the cash register, who treated him respectfully, in his mind finally thanking Kami-sama that someone finally bought the hideous, bright, orange jumpsuit. Passed. Naruto collapsed onto his bed and sighed. He had already been attending the ninja academy for a week, and it bored him endlessly. He sighed and cringed when he sat back up, having gotten more weights just 2 days ago. With tedious studying and training, he was already able to master the Bunshin no Jutsu, with Hinge no Jutsu, along the way. Students avoided him, but he preferred it that way. It seemed that the green-eyed kid's name from the first class was Tai. Stuck-up and arrogant, made the girls eye the 10-year-old with admiration. He was said to be the top student in the class, but Naruto hardly took notice since he always stared out the window. With the weights on, taijutsu classes were a bit more challenging, but Naruto knew that he'd be able to pull through. However, what confused Naruto slightly was the fact that hand seals, taijutsu, moves, etc. seemed to be played very slowly in his eyes. He wasn't complaining or anything, just curious. He also has a feeling that Nawada was keeping a close eye on him. Present. Naruto checked himself out in a full-sized mirror with his new clothing on. He had to admit, they were pretty hideous, yet different. He rubbed his chin, sensing that something was missing. Something glinted in the corner of the room, so that's what I'm missing. Passed. Naruto jumped right on the stool of Ichiraku's ramen, sweat pouring down his face after the cool down from his training, but he wiped it off quickly. Miso ramen, Aji-san. He ordered casually, having been there practically every morning. A steaming bowl was immediately placed in front of him. Wow, hiya! Naruto stared at the ramen. The chef propped his hands onto his waist, looking very proud of himself. Don't think I don't know what my best customer likes to eat every morning, Gambade. Naruto gave him a wide, soft grin. Thank you, Aji-san. The chef laughed. Just as long as you keep eating here. Of course. And the training that Naruto does in the morning is his own, so after his morning training, he then goes to the academy. Several months later. Everybody hand in your homework from yesterday. Nawada demanded at the end of class, and those who didn't do it, 500 push-ups. Students quickly placed their detailed plans on top of each other, having learned they could get kicked out for not doing homework. The class was nearly cut in half, some students expelled, some withdrawing fearing the sensei. Nawada pointed to a girl. Summarize what we did yesterday. The girl gulped and stuttered a bit. Oh no. They would get detention if they don't remember what they did previously. We studied how to make a strategic plan for a variety of missions. If you can't even plan out your missions, then you're just an idiot looking for a shortcut to death. Understand? She barked at them. Hi, Sensei. They chorused. The girl who answered sighed in relief. Tomorrow is the genin exam, so those whom are participating better be prepared. Dismissed. The class gathered their things up and got ready to leave to their afternoon lives. Nawada was collecting the homework when she felt a presence in front of her. Sensei, why did you reject my entrance form for the genin exam? Blue eyes pierced through her gaze. Nawada folded her arms together. What makes you think I should let you? She studied his face, which seemed to be glazed with a proud amount of confidence. Because I know I am capable of passing it, he said firmly and stared up at his sensei. She sighed. Naruto, not only are you the youngest, but your grades aren't that impressive, and you've only been to this academy for half a year. You're not ready. She went back to gathering up the papers, hesitating for giving him a not-so-sturdy answer. Indeed, he was the youngest, but his grades were at the top of the class. For a while, he watched her, but you know I can. She paused. Naruto had noticed that Nawada had been watching him ever since the first day. She eyed him suspiciously. Why do you want to take this test so badly? He didn't want to reveal that he had made a deal with an ANBU. I want to be acknowledged and become Hokage one day. Determination struck his face, and he seemed to mature at that instant. Nawada wanted to laugh out, but his look kept her place. After a long thought, she smirked. I'll see if you can then. Hinting that as a note for leave, Naruto bowed. Arigato gozaimasu, he said huskily and left immediately afterwards. Nawada frowned slightly when he left. Did he notice I was watching him the whole time? Flipping through the homeworks. She isolated a page and looked at its contents. The plan diagram was simple yet effective. With labels of directions and instructions, the plan would grant a team who was following it instant victory. This diagram is at the possible level of a Chunin. I'll see what you can do. She placed the paper down. Uzumaki Naruto. Present. Naruto adjusted the glinting goggles on his head and faced the classroom where he would have to attend for some years to come. Here we go. He slid the door open and faces turned towards him. I did not miss this place at all. A Chunin glanced at him and smiled. You must be Naruto-kun. Naruto nodded and studied the man's face where a long scar ran across his nose and both cheeks. His hair was tied up in a feather duster ponytail, and his eyes bore kindness. I'm your sensei, Umuno Irika. Would you like to introduce yourself to the whole class? Naruto made a mischievous grin and turned toward the class. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. With a booming voice, he shouted, and I'm going to be Hokage one day, so you better not look down on me. The class remained in a stunned silence while his new sensei gaped at his introduction. The whole class erupted in laughter. What an idiot. He has no shame at all. I somewhat feel embarrassed for him. Naruto scratched his head. Sigh, this will be interesting. He saw his mission target sitting in the center of the room where some girls blushed when they saw him. One arrogant-looking guy, cold onyx eyes focused on his and within a split second glanced away. I somehow already don't like you. Uchiha Sasuke. After class, Naruto strolled down a road leading to a stone engraved with names. Calloused fingertips ran across specific kanjis. You know what, sensei? A small smile revealed on his face. Irika sensei is nowhere near your treacherous lectures and trainings. He placed a single flower down and turned to walk away, but maybe it's for the best. The setting sun reflected upon the name. Uchiha Nawada, Chapter 3. Past. Uzumaki Naruto, you're next. Naruto walked over to the door that burst open, revealing a very angered and flustered Tai. Tai, how did you do? His fangirls surrounded him with worried looks. He merely pushed them away and stormed off. Naruto couldn't help but notice a minor graze on his shoulder. He pushed the door open and saw two instructors inside. One of them being Nawada, the other sneered at the sight of Naruto. We'll get straight to the point. Nawada said, clearly being of the highest authority in the room. Make 4 bunshins combined with the henge jutsu in the form of the Hokage. Even to Naruto, he found this very demanding, but he brought up his hands to perform the required jutsus. About to start, he heard the other instructor make a statement. Just give it up, demon. He growled. The 2 other beings in the room ignored him. Nawada frowned a bit, thinking she'd see a disheartened 4-year-old, but quickly changed her mind when Naruto continued the exam. His tiny hands maneuvered swiftly into the hand seals, and without saying anything, a cloud of smoke surrounded him. When the smoke cleared, 4 pairs of wrinkled eyes stared back at the instructors. Nawada didn't show any new emotion on her face as her partner nearly collapsed off his chair. A puff of tobacco smoke escaped the newly created Hokages. You may return to your original form now, Naruto, Nawada instructed. The 3 bunshins disappeared and Naruto appeared again. Now for the dash. Some amazing Uchiha-san, but allow me to explain the second part of the exam. The man interrupted with a glint of hate reflected in his eyes. Nawada thought it over. Very well, Take-san. She leaned back in her chair. Take-san stood up and walked around to the front of the desk before Naruto. Now, for the second part of the exam is to test your reaction. He threw a kunai at Naruto. The weapon whistled in the air as it sliced its way towards Naruto. The distance between them was not long, thus the time it took to reach Naruto was less than a second. The kunai embedded itself in the blonde's forehead. Blood trickled down from the wound. Take-san hysterically laughed as he watched the 4-year-old fall to the ground. You deserve it, demon. The unmoving boy suddenly disappeared in a blank of white mist, replacing him with a log. Nanny! The man's eyes bulged out. I'm so glad that Sensei has so much confidence in my skills. The voice dripped in mild poison. Takes and turned around to see Naruto standing there unharmed. Kuzo, Naruto. The blonde turned to Nawada. A glinting metal object was thrown at him. Naruto looked down at the newly given Hittite as it glinted in the minimal sunlight within the room. He bowed deeply. Arigato sensei. She made no sign to respond. Naruto left. Utateheim, you're next. They waited for the next participant to come in as Takesen mumbled curses at Nawada as he sat down. You'll be hearing about your consequences from today's actions, Take-san. Nawada warned him. Naruto, feeling proud of himself, decided to go celebrate at Ichiraku's. Ah, Naruto, you seem to be in a very cheerful mood today, Tochi said with a big smile. Yup, that's why I'm celebrating with a bowl of dash. Miso Chasu Amori. Both Ayam and the owner chorused. Naruto dropped his mouth open in shock. Ora, this one's on the house. His eyes started to water. Arigato, Itada Kamasu. Happy slurping could be heard inside the shop. Present. Nighttime fell upon Konoha and Naruto, in his ANBU gear accompanying a jutsu that changed his hair color, arrived in the Hokage's office. Besides the Sandaime, 3 other figures occupied the room clothed in the same way as Naruto. Ah, the last member of Squad 3. Sarutobi partially introduced. The 3 other members turned, adorning masks with a snake, monkey, and dog. All 4 of you are now assigned as Squad 3. No one spoke as they kept scanning each other. If you'd like, maybe you 4 can introduce yourselves. The Sandaime suggested nervously, sensing the tensity inside the room. One shrugged and made way to take off their Hebe mask, Mitarashi Anko. Her voice was low and not very ladylike. Purple hair occupied her scalp. Another shifted and the Inu mask was removed from the owner's face, Kamikuzi Izumo. Hair covered his right eye, and he looked somewhat ordinary. Shirinui Genma. The Saru's mask's owner revealed a man who seemed to be the oldest of the other 2. A bored expression was displayed on his face, and, magically, a toothpick somehow found its way into his mouth. The 3 looked towards the final and shortest member, Naruto sighed. Uzumaki Naruto. As he removed his kitsune mask, his hair turned from brown to bright golden yellow. Uzumaki. They looked at the ANBU in front of them. Naruto. They all thought at the same moment. Silence paused the room. He's pretty short, Ano Chibi. Eyes shifted to the woman. At least I'm not the shortest one in the squad, she said in a matter-of-fact tone. Naruto was trembling and burst out. Eurus, I'm still not done growing, unlike you, he said with twitching eyes. I can't hear anything. Maybe because you're too short for us to hear, Gaki. Enko spat back with a grin. Team, Naruto growled, clearly not liking it when people says something about his height. Enko smirked, sensing the challenge. The other beings in the room, if they remembered that they were there, sweat dropped as the 2 new squad members cursed and argued back and forth with each other. How mature, they thought sarcastically. Finding it rather pointless to wait for them to stop bickering, Sarutobi made the effort to clear his throat loudly. Taking one last menacing look at each other, they turned to face the Hokage with calm faces. Since you're a new squad, I won't place you in S-class missions yet to be accustomed to each other. The ANBUs made no effort to complain or argue, finding the explanation to be quite reasonable. Now for the first mission, and the meeting went on for a while longer. Past. Ramen aroma filled his sense as he dug into his food. Why if it isn't Achabai? Someone sat beside him, a bowl of miso ramen, Aji-san. He said warmly to the chef. Tosinaju. Tucci smiled and got to work. Naruto felt himself staring at the man with spiky, silver hair. The man, with his Hittite covering both eyes, took a sip of tea and sighed. You know it's rude to stare. His voice sounded very familiar. You're that dash, Naruto said in an outburst, jumping up from his stool. Miso ramen. Thank you for waiting. A bowl was placed in front of the man whose name was said to be Naju. Hi, arigato Tucci. Naju picked up his chopsticks eagerly. Naruto, still in shock, sat back down onto his stool. What were you saying, kid? Naruto looked up at him. Naruto grinned and fished his head protector out from his pocket. Like you said, I get this Itaiite in less than a year, 6 months, and then you'll teach me some things. The man stared, if he could, at the glinting metal. Naruto was bobbing up and down in anticipation when he saw the man laugh. Rule number 1, kid. He threw money down on the counter. Don't trust strangers. He left. Naruto tried to run after him, but Teuchi had him by the collar to pay for his food. He mumbled curses as he paid the chef. Present. Blood was sprayed on the ground as the 4 ANBUs finished up their mission on a group of convicted killers that had escaped their cells. It's ironic, isn't it? We murdered the murderers, Gama stated solemnly. Whatever. They're the ones who brought it upon themselves, Anko said carefreely. Naruto just glanced at the corpses and tried to get the smell of blood away from his nose. Haven't smelled this in a while. I hate it. Mission accomplished. Who wants to write the report? Gama announced boredly. No one answered. Izumo felt that he was being targeted by all 3 of his teammates. Fine, I'll do it. He surrendered. We'll take turns writing it, Naruto offered. Yeah, I just don't want to write the very first report. Anko pitched in. I have messy writing. Everyone's sweat dropped. We don't mind, besides. That would be the Sandamine's problem then. Anko said evilly. The others agreed. Genma shrugged his shoulders in defeat. Passed. Tessai. Naju stepped inside, Techu's weights greeting the owner. Squinting through his sunglasses, he spotted the man and revealed a wide grin. Naju, finally came back from your mission. Naju leaned down on the counter and returned the grin. Yeah, I guess. How's business? Tessai's glasses reflected the empty shop. It's going great. Business is booming, he said enthusiastically. Hasn't changed, has it? Nope. The big guy's head drooped. Sorry, big guy. Didn't mean no harm in saying that. Naju patted the man's arm firmly. I'll let slide this time, since you're here, to pick up the tab, right? Tessai laughed with Naju, who was laughing also. The ANBU stopped midway and looked at the owner confusedly. What tab? I don't owe you anything. Oh, the man ducked behind the counter and fetched a piece of paper. Actually, it's Naruto who has the tab. That's why I'm having him come here to clean up the place today. Why does he have a tab in the first place? Naju questioned as he received the paper and read its contents. For weights? Tessai nodded, but I thought I already paid for his extra weights and everything. Yes, you did, but he's already using the weights he paid for, and he still needed more. The Techu shop owner pushed his sunglasses up. A year's supply? The owner nodded. You're kidding, right? Before Tessai could answer, the door opened, and Naruto walked in with a bored look on his face. Nay, Tess-san, what do I have to do today? Naruto looked at Tessai and saw him with another familiar figure. Oigaki. Naju turned to Naruto. Show me your weights. Why should I do that? Naruto frowned. Thinking of a quick excuse, he answered, or I won't teach you anything. Hearing this, Naruto quickly showed him his wrist, ankle, and body weights. Why do you need to see the weights? Naruto asked excitedly. HN, Naju turned to Tessai, handing him Naruto's tab while mumbling something. And Tessai. He passed by Naruto, sayonara chibi, and he was gone. What was all that about? Naruto mumbled. Catch Naruto. The 4-year-old turned in time to catch a rag and a bottle of window cleaner. Have fun. Naruto dragged himself to the windows, missing the mischievous grin. Hours later. Tess-san, just a curious question. Naruto began to ask. How many more times do I have to come here? The big guy went rigid. Hey, you see. He scratched his head nervously. Naju already paid for your tab. He attempted to say it quickly, but Naruto caught the words. Nanny, you made me dash. Naruto began to yell, but Tessai interrupted. Before you continue, he told me to tell you that he'll be meeting you by the lake at 6 p.m. today. Tessai told the child who threatened to mess up his shop. Why dash? The kid grabbed Tessai's wrist to look at his watch. 5:55. He sped off without another word. The man chuckled as he got back to his work. Present. Not bad for your first mission. The Hokage had examined Squad 3's report and was very satisfied. The ANBUs didn't respond, containing their calm composures. The next assignment will be much more challenging, So get a good night's rest, all of you. He gave him a small smile. Hi. After they were dismissed, the ANBUs went their separate ways with one remaining. Is there something you want to ask, Kitsune? Is it possible for me to see Mizuki's files? Naruto asked pretty straightforwardly. Mizuki? The academy instructor? The mask nodded. Why? The ANBU sighed. I'd be lying if I said I wanted to know when his birthday was, but it's for a reason that I can't confirm till I see his file. Sarutobi studied the person in front of him. With a puff of smoke, he opened his drawer and took out a file he recently mulled over. When you're finished, in 3 minutes, I'll return it to you nice and safely, Naruto said with a smirk. There was a knock on the door. Komein. Naruto stood on the spot to look through the information. A man with silver and spiky hair, not Naju, pocketed an orange book as he came in through the door. Ah, Kakashi. What brings you here? Nothing. He spotted a figure looking through some files. Who's the shorty? Pissed off marks appeared at the side of Naruto's head. Oh, he's one of the new ANBUs. Sarutobi sensed the vibe coming from the child and tried to warn Kakashi. You really shouldn't, ANBU. If I can remember clearly, even Anko is taller than him, Kakashi said in a thinking tone, not realizing that the ANBU was only 9 years old. The folder trembled with irritation. At least I don't cheat my height using my hair. What? Do you stick your hair into a tub of gel every morning, cause it at least makes up for half of your height? Naruto asked in a dangerously nice voice. They both glared at each other. What's your problem? Kakashi asked kindly. He dissed my hair. What is your problem? In a split second, they were on opposite sides of the office. Huh. I see you're reading Mizuki's file. The folder was now in the silver-haired man's hand. And you're reading some rather perverted book. The orange book Kakashi held so protectively was now in the ANBU's hand. I remember Naju-sensei reading this. Closet pervert. Give that back, or I'll burn this file of yours. Kakashi threatened, waving the folder around, eyeing his prized book sorrowfully. Naruto grinned. He lifted the book up to eye level. You burn that, I'll burn this. No, that's a limited version. That edition is already sold out. Fine. Why don't we just give it back to each other together? They both made their way to the center of the room with a sweat-dropping Hokage witnessing. Clearly they have forgotten about him. The hostages, file and book, were handed out as the owner grabbed them, then realizing neither of them wanted to let go. First you have to take back what you said before about my height. Naruto growled. Same to you for my hair. Kakashi replied with a glare. Sarutobi could only think of how stupid the two of them looked at the moment. The grip was tight in both of their hands, not one of them willing to loosen up. Take back my words. No way. Both thought at the same time. So you're not letting go? Kakashi asked. Fat chance. The room erupted into flames. After being scolded by the really pissed Hokage, both the singed Naruto and Kakashi parted ways. Make sure I don't ever see him again. They both thought with wild ideas of how to tear each other apart. Passed. Naruto, surprisingly, made it on time to meet Naju at the lake. He didn't see the man anywhere till something made his ears perk up, and he immediately turned towards the source. I gotta say, kid, you got some pair of ears, silver hair across his vision, but you're still nowhere near my standards. Naruto made a confused look, but he shook it off. So what are we going to do today, Naju-san? Naruto said eagerly, but was interrupted. Don't go calling me sensei just yet. The boy quirked an eyebrow. I don't want to be wasting my time on a kid like you for nothing. So you got to show me in this one day that you can convince me to accept you as a student. Naruto's head was down, calculating the situation. He lifted his head up and smirked. Present. Naruto. A dust eraser came flying towards him, hitting him squarely in the face. Itai. Coughing up the swallowed chalk dust, Naruto could make out Iruka's angered face. Propping his hands on his hips, Iruka frowned. If you don't pay attention in class, don't dream of passing the test next week. Ma, if only Iruka-sensei didn't speak in such a boring tone, maybe I could pay a bit more attention. He earned another eraser to the face as the class laughed at him. Naruto, you stay after class. Iruka-sensei. The voice whined. Why do I have to come back here? It's so boring, Naruto thought as he trudged up to Irika's desk. And that old man wants me to fail the test in order to stay in the same class as that arrogant git. Irika saw the sullen look on his student's face and sighed. Naruto, didn't you say you wanted to be a Hokage one day? Naruto didn't reply. That's why you must work hard in classes, or else you'll never get to that stage. Tonight's mission is going to be tough, but it's nothing that we can't handle. Maybe if. Naruto, are you even listening to anything I'm saying? Huh. Irika clenched his teeth with eyebrows twitching. Oh my. Irika-sensei, did you say something? That did it. A beating could be heard. Itai. People stared at the customer on the stools as he happily slurped up his 12th bowl of ramen. Along with him was a rather embarrassed man with a scar across his nose. Mao Naruto, haven't you had enough already? Irika nervously asked the feasting child. No, Irika groaned. Maybe I shouldn't have hit him that hard. After 3 more bowls, with the bulging bruise on the top of his head, Naruto smacked his lips in satisfaction. That was good. I guess letting him hit me paid off. Of course, since you don't need to pay for it, Amuno said through gritted teeth. Irika defended himself. Passed. Naju took out a bell and tied it to his waist. Take this bell away from me, and you pass. The bell teased him with its glinting metal. You can use ninjutsus and taijutsu. Anything, actually, he informed the 4-year-old. Naruto took a deep breath before Naju shouted, Hajime. The man disappeared. Damn, he's fast. Naruto jumped away in time to dodge his attack. Naju vanished again. Regaining his balance, Naruto could feel his heartbeat pounding with excitement. I can't find an opening to get in, and I don't have any weapons yet. He didn't have enough time to buy any shurikens or kunais, since he had to clean up Tessai's shop, doing a couple of hand seals, Bunshin no Jutsu. 2 other Narutos stood next to him, Ikuzo. They hid in the trees and bushes. Naju stood still for a moment. Okay, I'll play along. Naruto observed his hand seal movements. Kagebushin no Jutsu. Nani? Kagebunshin? Naruto had noticed a different set of hand seals, but the results were the same. 2 other Najus stood side by side. Saka, he distributed the same amount of chakra among the 3 of them, so I won't be able to sense which one is real. Shurmata, he can sense mine then. He's here. He rolled to the side and performed Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu and pulled Naja down to the ground with only his head sticking out. It disappeared. Damn, a clone. Taking off his wrist and ankle weights, he charged out from the bushes. Naju spotted Naruto spring out of the trees. What is he doing? Naruto placed his hands together and, like he observed and memorized, shouted, Kagebunshin no Jutsu. Nanny, how do you know how to use Kagebunshin? A startled Naju backed away a bit. USO. How can he? The smoke disappeared and 5 Narutos were grinning at him. Onugaki. HM. Not bad, but I'm still stronger than you at this point, dash. He felt his body being pulled underground. This isn't Shinji Zanji. Dochu e yo no Hutsu. This kid is. He felt a tug at his waist. Incredible. And then he grabbed the boy and threw him into the lake. That was close. Guess I better not underestimate you, Gaki. And Doton. Dochu Igo no Jutsu can allow a person to hide underground till they're ready to attack. Naruto was sinking to the bottom, so heavy the weight, he fumbled at his clothes. Naja watched as the 4-year-old climbed out of the lake. The atmosphere felt heavy. Without blinking, he watched as the boy disappeared and the bell dangled in front of his face. The boy was dripping wet and had a small smile on his face. The bell was held between the boy's 2 fingers, glinting with victory. You took off the rest of the weights, didn't you? Naju asked logically. Naruto grinned. You cease to amaze me, Uzumaki demo. He lifted his pants, sleeves, and shirt. Don't forget, I use weights also. If only his jaw could allow him, it would have fallen to the dirt. Mama Mazaka. He scanned the ANBU up and down. And they're so much heavier too. He clenched his fists. That means that wasn't your true strength. Tosin. One does not allow an opponent to experience their full strength. He lectured the boy. To him, The boy seemed devastated. Then Naruto uttered, "Then that's awesome." His eyes brimmed with excitement. "Then it's so much more meaningful for me to surpass you." He was filled with fiery determination. Okay." That broke the intense mood. "What do you mean, okay? I'm being serious right now." Naruto bared his teeth with flailing arms. "Right, whatever." Naju shrugged nonchalantly. "You're kind of pissing me off right now." Naju ruffled the boy's wet hair. "That's good. I gotta run, kid, so later." He disappeared into the forest. "Yone, Naju-sensei," Naruto shouted after him. "Naju-sensei." I like the sound of that. Naju could feel that it won't be a mistake taking Naruto as a student. Present. Naruto and his other teammates skimmed through the forest, their visual eyesights unchanging even in the nighttime. Their mission was much more serious and dangerous this time. Important document were to be sent in not only the stone village, but also the sound where it was rumored where Orochimaru is dwelling at the moment. And hint, Konoha had leaf ninjas acting as a spy in both villages disguised as sound and stone ninjas. They were to trade documents that night, and a slip-up may just be their death wish. During the meeting, Squad 3 was briefed. That's exciting. Anko licked her lips in anticipation. Naruto scanned the map that was placed on the table. He drew an invisible line of the border between the Fire Country and Hidden Stone Village with his finger. Since there has always been a silent war between us, and that we are eternal rivals, the border here would be tighter than the other borders connected to other countries and hidden villages. Gama followed the trace, meaning security is heavy. If we go through here, it is definite that we will meet some stone ninjas, but we don't want to arouse the village, and we don't want to create any more reasons to make the war actually happen. If we take another route, our time would be tight. Izumo reasoned. The group studied it a while longer. I'd say go straight through the border. Naruto said with his arms crossed and calculating face. Why is that? Anko demanded with a curious tone rather than doubting. Naruto pointed to the other borders. It's a definite that these borders would have security, and it will take us an even longer time, since we are also detouring. The others nodded. We don't have to necessarily sneak through to avoid detection, but rather dash. Use disguises. Gama finished. Izumo stared at the map with his visible eye. That means we can capture some of their ninjas to disguise as them. Exactly. Naruto grinned. I also know of a way to distract the others. They set up the plan. Passed. This year, there's only one student who made it as a genin, Uzumaki Naruto. Nawada recited. Uzumaki Naruto, ka. The Hokage intertwined his fingers together. I hear he's only been in the academy for 6 months. Isn't it a bit too early? He's more than ready, sir. She immediately replied. But there aren't enough genins to put him in a 3-man team. The Hokage challenged the instructor. Someone could train him for the time being. Nawada stared at the Hokage, seeking for an answer. Hokage-sama dash, a knock on the door interrupted them. Oto, Suma Mason Hokage-sama, you're talking with someone dash. The knocker began to close back the door until... we're about finished. Turning to Nawada, he smiled softly. I'll be looking for a suitable instructor for Naruto. Arigato, Hokage-sama. She bowed and abruptly left. You can come in now. Hokage ordered towards the door. Okay, so what's the mission? Sarutobi jumped slightly when he noticed the person standing next to him. I still can't seem to get used to your stealth skills, Naju. The Sandamine confessed. Since he's been practicing in the women's baths. Someone mumbled in a joking manner. Oi, that's Uero Senin. Naju corrected the white-haired man standing in the center of the room. The man's face twitched. Ero Senin. Well, you are the most perverted man in this room, and don't forget this guy. Naju patted the Hokage's shoulder, whom is seen with a tinge of blush. A man walked into the room with an alert presence. Oh, Kakashi, Naju said in surprise. You're early today? Huh, he simply replied. Naju sighed and joined the other 2 men as the Hokage briefed them of their mission. By the end of the meeting, they were given a file to hand to the Tsuchikage. Naju turned to the other 2. When should we set off? Since the stone village is a couple hours away, I think it's best to move at night to attract less attention. Kakashi stated monotonously. Agree. The toad Chunin said, best time around 8 p.m. The other two nodded and decided to meet at the front gate. After receiving the file, Kakashi and Jiraiya left first. Later, Ero-san. Naju waved and swiftly disappeared. I'm not a pervert, the Hokage denied hopelessly. Present. The earpiece buzzed in his ear, ready. He whispered into the microphone. 3 other voices replied with the same answers. Narakumi, no jutsu. Hidden in the shadow of the trees, he watched his target start to wander away from his post. He jumped down to knock out the stone ninja. His target didn't struggle because of the jutsu. He himself transformed into the unconscious man. Done. He spoke into the microphone. Okay then, gather to the spot. His teammate planned. Hi. He hid the man in the bushes near the post, and he disappeared with monstrous speed. Squad 3 gathered at the meeting spot with one of them disguised as a stone ninja. The 3 others morphed themselves into other new faces. Kitsune, you ready? The stone ninja nodded. Let's go. Naruto left them while they traded looks. We have to look beaten up, Anko stated. I'll do the honors dash, Gama eagerly said. We'll just add it to our jutsus. Izumo interrupted promptly. Gama frowned in disappointment. Naruto sprang from branch to branch towards the captain of the border squads. Spotting him, he raced towards him, Taicho. The captain turned to him. Intruders spotted in the east border. How many of them? We've spotted 3. Naruto acted out smoothly, and they look strong. The captain thought it through quickly. You go and form the village, he ordered for some squads. Intruders spotted at the east of the border. You know what to do. He barked at them. Hi. They all cried in unison, including Naruto. Taicho, the captain responded. The intruders seemed to have been beaten up. The ninja was led to an open clearing where 3 bodies laid. He examined the bodies, and eyes went wide for the bodies started to form into his own people that patrolled that particular area. Wake them up. His men went to do the task. The intruders must have done this for a distraction. Someone groaned. He grabbed the now conscious man. What happened? The ninja came out of the daze. We were just patrolling till we spotted the intruders, and next thing we knew, we were beaten up. The captain threw him back to the ground. Useless. He found the others staring. What are you all standing around for? Go find the intruders. The ninjas scrambled to search for the invaders. What was left were the 3 injured ninjas. Hurry up and look for them. He left. Geez, what an ass. Anko commented when she got up from the ground. And I can't believe they are so gullible. Izumo agreed. We just have to wait for Kitsune to finish it aside. Gama stated matter-of-factly. 2 documents traded, and with small nods of the head, they departed the opposite way. Naruto got back into his disguise and continued with the plans. Package traded. Confirmed. The other 3 replied. Naruto spotted the captain that he had first spoken to and approached him. Taicho. What is it now? The captain demanded furiously. When I was on my way to the village, other squads have reported that they have spotted 3 intruders leaving at the west border. Naruto lied to him effectively. The captain stared down to the ground. Is that so? Naruto nodded. Call off the search. We'll just leave that other squad to deal with it. He took off where he left Naruto with a surprised look on his face. Wow, they sure love doing their job, he said sarcastically and headed off towards his team. Past. Naju met with his 2 other teammates and took off. Kakashi glanced at Asako Naju, his original ANBU squad captain. He had to admit, he looks up to the man. Spotting the border, they sped up. 2 people following us. Kakashi noted. The others agreed. Naju did some hand seals and turned around for a split second to release the jutsu. Since we don't have enough time, 3 replicas of each member appeared and ran in a different direction, leaving a distinctive trail. I bet they're gullible enough. The others smirked as they continued. Present. Squad 3 sped across vast forests and plains, entering the Sound Village to drop off their second document, which was very successful. We must remain quiet on the way back. I've heard there are many ninjas who can listen on us easily without us even knowing. Izumo advised. With nods shown, they proceeded to leave the country. Past. Successfully handing the document to the Tsuchikage, the 3-man team left for Konoha. When they knew they were on safer ground, they slowed down. So Jiraiya, when's your next book coming out? Naju asked eagerly with a grin. Kakashi shook his head, sighing. Honestly, Kakashi, you should try his book sometimes. Makes you less stiff. He teased the young ANBU. Kakashi ignored him. PFT. He'll catch on soon enough, Jiraiya said confidently. This made Kakashi blush while the two older men giggled. Yes, giggled. Present. I sense chakra up ahead. Anko informed. It's familiar. Gama felt annoyed. Should we just avoid it? Too late, Naruto said as he stopped. He's here already. Izumo stopped beside the youngest ANBU. Orochimaru. Passed. Naruto, surprisingly, made it on time to meet Naju at the lake. He didn't see the man anywhere till something made his ears perk up, and he immediately turned towards the source. I gotta say, kid, you have got some pair of ears, silver hair crossed his vision, but you're still nowhere near my standards. Naruto made a confused look, but he shook it off. So what are we going to do today, Naju-san dash? Naruto said eagerly, but was interrupted. Don't go calling me sensei just yet. The boy quirked an eyebrow. I don't want to be wasting my time on a kid like you for nothing. So you got to show me in this one day that you can convince me to accept you as a student. Naruto's head was down, calculating the situation. He lifted his head up and smirked. Present. Naruto. A dust eraser came flying towards him, hitting him squarely in the face. Itai. Coughing up the swallowed chalk dust, Naruto could make out Irika's angered face. Propping his hands on his hips, Irika frowned. If you don't pay attention in class, don't dream of passing the test next week. Ma, if only Irika-sensei didn't speak in such a boring tone, maybe I could pay a bit more attention. He earned another eraser to the face as the class laughed at him. Naruto, you stay after class. Irika-sensei. The voice whined. Why do I have to come back here? It's so boring, Naruto thought as he trudged up to Irika's desk. And that old man wants me to fail the test in order to stay in the same class as that arrogant git. Irika saw the sullen look on his student's face and sighed. Naruto, didn't you say you wanted to be a Hokage one day? Naruto didn't reply. That's why you must work hard in classes, or else you'll never get to that stage. Tonight's mission is going to be tough, but it's nothing that we can't handle. Maybe if. Naruto, are you even listening to anything I'm saying? Irika clenched his teeth with eyebrows twitching. Oh my. Irika-sensei, did you say something? That did it. A beating could be heard. Itai. People stared at the customer on the stools as he happily slurped up his 12th bowl of ramen. Along with him was a rather embarrassed man with a scar across his nose. Now, Naruto, haven't you had enough already? Irika nervously asked the feasting child. No, Irika groaned. Maybe I shouldn't have hit him that hard. After 3 more bowls, with the bulging bruise on the top of his head, Naruto smacked his lips in satisfaction. That was good. I guess letting him hit me paid off. Of course, since you don't need to pay for it, Amuno said through gritted teeth. Irika defended himself. Passed. Naju took out a bell and tied it to his waist. Take this bell away from me and you pass. The bell teased him with its glinting metal. You can use ninjutsu and taijutsu. Anything actually, he informed the 4-year-old. Naruto took a deep breath before Naju shouted, Hajime. The man disappeared. Damn, he's fast. Naruto jumped away in time to dodge his attack. Naju vanished again. Regaining his balance, Naruto could feel his heartbeat pounding with excitement. I can't find an opening to get in, and I don't have any weapons yet. He didn't have enough time to buy any shurikens or kunais, since he had to clean up Tessai's shop, doing a couple of hand seals. Bunshin no jutsu. 2 other Narutos stood next to him. Ikuzo. They hid in the trees and bushes. Naju stood still for a moment. Okay, I'll play along. Naruto observed his hand seal movements. Kagebushin no jutsu. Nani? Kagebunshin? Naruto had noticed a different set of hand seals, but the results were the same. 2 other Najus stood side by side. Sokka. He distributed the same amount of chakra among the 3 of them, so I won't be able to sense which one is real. Shurmata. He can sense mine then. He's here. He rolled to the side and performed Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu and pulled Naja down to the ground with only his head sticking out. It disappeared. Damn, a clone. Taking off his wrist and ankle weights, he charged out from the bushes. Naju spotted Naruto spring out of the trees. What is he doing? Naruto placed his hands together and, like he observed and memorized, shouted, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Nanny, how do you know how to use Kage Bunshin? A startled Naju backed away a bit. USO. How can he? The smoke disappeared and 5 Narutos were grinning at him. Onugaki. HM. Not bad, but I'm still stronger than you at this point, dash. He felt his body being pulled underground. This isn't Shinji Zanji. Dochu e gyo no hutsu. This kid is... He felt a tug at his waist. Incredible. And he grabbed the boy and threw him into the lake. That was close. Guess I better not underestimate you, Gaki. And Doton, Dochu Igyo no Jutsu, can allow a person to hide underground till they're ready to attack. Naruto was sinking to the bottom, so heavy the weight, he fumbled at his clothes. Naja watched as the 4-year-old climbed out of the lake. The atmosphere felt heavy. Without blinking, he watched as the boy disappeared and the bell dangled in front of his face. The boy was dripping wet and had a small smile on his face. The bell was held between the boy's 2 fingers, glinting with victory. You took off the rest of the weights, didn't you? Naju asked logically. Naruto grinned. You cease to amaze me, Uzumaki demo. He lifted his pants, sleeves, and shirt. Don't forget, I use weights also. If only his jaw could allow him, it would have fallen to the dirt. Mama Mazaka. He scanned the ANBU up and down. And they're so much heavier too. He clenched his fists. That means that wasn't your true strength. Tosin. One does not allow an opponent to experience their full strength. He lectured the boy. To him, the boy seemed devastated. Then Naruto uttered, Then that's awesome. His eyes brimmed with excitement. Then it's so much more meaningful for me to surpass you. He was filled with fiery determination. Okay. That broke the intense mood. What do you mean, okay? I'm being serious right now. Naruto bared his teeth with flailing arms. Right, whatever. Naju shrugged nonchalantly. You're kind of pissing me off right now. Naju ruffled the boy's wet hair. That's good. I gotta run, kid, so later, he disappeared into the forest. Yone, Naju-sensei, Naruto shouted after him. Naju-sensei, I like the sound of that. Naju could feel that it won't be a mistake taking Naruto as a student. Present. Naruto and his other teammates skimmed through the forest, their visual eyesights unchanging even in the nighttime. Their mission was much more serious and dangerous this time. Important documents were to be sent in not only the stone village, but also the sound where it was rumored where Orochimaru is dwelling at the moment. And, hint, Konoha had leaf ninjas acting as a spy in both villages disguised as sound and stone ninjas. They were to trade documents that night, and a slip-up may just be their death wish. During the meeting, Squad 3 was briefed. That's exciting. Anko licked her lips in anticipation. Naruto scanned the map that was placed on the table. He drew an invisible line of the border between the Fire Country and Hidden Stone Village with his finger. Since there has always been a silent war between us, and that we are eternal rivals, the border here would be tighter than the other borders connected to other countries and hidden villages. Gama followed the trace, meaning security is heavy. If we go through here, it is definite that we will meet some stone ninjas, but we don't want to arouse the village, and we don't want to create any more reasons to make the war actually happen. If we take another route, our time would be tight. Izumo reasoned. The group studied it a while longer. I'd say go straight through the border. Naruto said with his arms crossed and calculating face. Why's that? Anko demanded with a curious tone rather than doubting. Naruto pointed to the other borders. It's a definite that these borders would have security, and it will take us an even longer time, since we are also detouring. The others nodded. We don't have to necessarily sneak through to avoid detection, but rather dash. Use disguises. Gama finished. Izumo stared at the map with his visible eye. That means we can capture some of their ninjas to disguise as them. Exactly. Naruto grinned. I also know of a way to distract the others. They set up the plan. Passed. This year, there's only one student who made it as a genin, Uzumaki Naruto. Nawada recited. Uzumaki Naruto, ka. The Hokage intertwined his fingers together. I hear he's only been in the academy for 6 months. Isn't it a bit too early? He's more than ready, sir. She immediately replied. But there aren't enough genins to put him in a 3-man team. The Hokage challenged the instructor. Someone could train him for the time being. Nawada stared at the Hokage, seeking for an answer. Hokage-sama dash, a knock on the door interrupted them. Oto, Suma Mason Hokosama, you're talking with someone dash. The knocker began to close back the door until... we're about finished. Turning to Nawada, he smiled softly. I'll be looking for a suitable instructor for Naruto. Arigato, Hokage-sama. She bowed and abruptly left. You can come in now. Hokage ordered towards the door. Okay, so what's the mission? Sarutobi jumped slightly when he noticed the person standing next to him. I still can't seem to get used to your stealth skills, Naju. The Sandamine confessed. Since he's been practicing in the women's baths. Someone mumbled in a joking manner. Oi oi, that's you, Ero Senin. Naju corrected the white-haired man standing in the center of the room. The man's face twitched. Ero Senin. Well, you're the most perverted man in this room, and don't forget this guy. Naju patted the Hokage's shoulder, whom is seen with a tinge of blush. A man walked into the room with an alert presence. Oh, Kakashi, Naju said in surprise. You're early today? Huh, he simply replied. Naju sighed and joined the other 2 men as the Hokage briefed them of their mission. By the end of the meeting, they were given a file to hand to the Tsuchikage. Naju turned to the other 2. When should we set off? Since the Stone Village is a couple hours away, I think it's best to move at night to attract less attention. Kakashi stated monotonously. Agree. The Toad Sennin said, best time around 8 p.m. The other 2 nodded and decided to meet at the front gate. After receiving the file, Kakashi and Jiraiya left first. Later, Ero-san. Naju waved and swiftly disappeared. I'm not a pervert, the Hokage denied hopelessly. Present. The earpiece buzzed in his ear, ready. He whispered into the microphone. 3 other voices replied with the same answers. Narakumi, no jutsu. Hidden in the shadow of the trees, he watched his target start to wander away from his post. He jumped down to knock out the stone ninja. His target didn't struggle because of the jutsu. He himself transformed into the unconscious man. Done. He spoke into the microphone. Okay then, gather to the spot. His teammate planned. Hi. He hid the man in the bushes near the post, and he disappeared with monstrous speed. Squad 3 gathered at the meeting spot with one of them disguised as a stone ninja. The 3 others morphed themselves into other new faces. Kitsune, you ready? The stone ninja nodded. Let's go. Naruto left them while they traded looks. We have to look beaten up, Enko stated. I'll do the honors dash, Gama eagerly said. We'll just add it to our jutsus. Izumo interrupted promptly. Gama frowned in disappointment. Naruto sprang from branch to branch towards the captain of the border squads. Spotting him, he raced towards him, Taicho. The captain turned to him. Intruders spotted in the east border. How many of them? We've spotted 3. Naruto acted out smoothly, and they look strong. The captain thought it through quickly. You go inform the village, he ordered for some squads. Intruders spotted at the east of the border. You know what to do. He barked at them. Hi. They all cried in unison, including Naruto. Taicho, the captain responded. The intruders seemed to have been beaten up. The ninja was led to an open clearing where 3 bodies laid. He examined the bodies, and eyes went wide for the bodies started to form into his own people that patrolled that particular area. Wake them up. His men went to do the task. The intruders must have done this for a distraction. Someone groaned. He grabbed the now conscious man. What happened? The ninja came out of the daze. We were just patrolling till we spotted the intruders, and next thing we knew, we were beaten up. The captain threw him back to the ground. Useless. He found the others staring. What are you all standing around for? Go find the intruders. The ninjas scrambled to search for the invaders. What was left were the 3 injured ninjas. Hurry up and look for them. He left. Geez, what an ass, Anko commented when she got up from the ground. And I can't believe they are so gullible. Izumo agreed. We just have to wait for Kitsune to finish it aside. Gama stated matter-of-factly. 2 documents traded, and with small nods of the head, they departed the opposite way. Naruto got back into his disguise and continued with the plans. Package traded. Confirmed. The other 3 replied. Naruto spotted the captain that he had first spoken to and approached him. Taicho. What is it now? The captain demanded furiously. When I was on my way to the village, other squads have reported that they have spotted 3 intruders leaving at the west border. Naruto lied to him effectively. The captain stared down to the ground. Is that so? Naruto nodded. Call off the search. We'll just leave that other squad to deal with it. He took off where he left Naruto with a surprised look on his face. Wow, they sure love doing their job, he said sarcastically and headed off towards his team. Past. Naju met with his 2 other teammates and took off. Kakashi glanced at Asako Naju, his original ANBU squad captain. He had to admit he looks up to the man. Spotting the border, they sped up. 2 people following us, Kakashi noted. The others agreed. Naju did some hand seals and turned around for a split second to release the jutsu. Since we don't have enough time, 3 replicas of each member appeared and ran in a different direction, leaving a distinctive trail. I bet they're gullible enough. The others smirked as they continued. Present. Squad 3 sped across vast forests and plains, entering the Sound Village to drop off their second document, which was very successful. We must remain quiet on the way back. I've heard there are many ninjas who can listen on us easily without us even knowing, Izumo advised. With nods shown, they proceeded to leave the country. Past. Successfully handing the document to the Tsuchikage, the 3-man team left for Konoha. When they knew they were on safer ground, they slowed down. So Jiraiya, when's your next book coming out? Naju asked eagerly with a grin. Kakashi shook his head, sighing. Honestly, Kakashi, you should try his book sometimes. Makes you less stiff. He teased the young ANBU. Kakashi ignored him. PFT. He'll catch on soon enough, Jiraiya said confidently. This made Kakashi blush while the 2 older men giggled. Yes, giggled. Present. I sense chakra up ahead, Anko informed. It's familiar. Gama felt annoyed. Should we just avoid it? Too late, Naruto said as he stopped. He's here already. Izumo stopped beside the youngest ANBU. Orochimaru. Chapter 6. Naruto was sitting on one of his favorite stools in Ichiraku's shop, slurping up another bowl of ramen treated by Irika-sensei once again. Irika stared wearily at his student after a day's worth of trouble that included vandalizing the monuments and knocking him out with his sexy no jutsu. It had been 3 years already since he first saw him enter his classroom. He had grown a lot, this kid. What's up with that look on your face, sensei? His student suddenly asked him, managing to talk with a mouthful of ramen in his mouth. Irika immediately looked away and muttered, nothing. He looked towards the pile of bowls in front of them. Only one of them was his. Are you done eating yet, Naruto? The kid shook his head, and he sighed, thinking about his future empty wallet. That night, after Naruto had finally finished, both student and teacher said their goodbyes and parted. It was late, but Naruto still had another mission assigned for Squad 3. Storing enough food to get through the night, Naruto patted his stomach and raced to the Hokage's tower. Over the last 3 years, Squad 3 was slowly being well known in Konohagakure for their number of successful missions and have listed off many ninjas from their bingo books, which included S-class ninjas. He entered the Hokage's office, greeted by his teammates. You're late, Taicho, Anko said with a smirk, clearly making fun of him. Naruto had been appointed and was voted by the rest of his team to be Squad 3's leader. As a choice, he chose not to wear the white cowls, instead were the black ones, not wanting to stand out and to feel more comfortable among his teammates. Sorry, I was with Irika. They knew about his double life a couple months after they had come together, and many times he was delayed for that reason. It's all right. Let's not waste any more time then. They all listened intently on the mission details. By the end of the meeting, Sarutobi stopped Naruto from leaving. I hear tomorrow is the genin test. The ANBU captain nodded. Do your best in passing it then. The Hokage was saying as though the test was the biggest thing ever. Hi. About that dash, someone came in the room and cut him off. The Sandamine clearly had nothing else to say to him, so he left. Walking back to his dingy apartment place, he thought of what to do tomorrow. He had been observing Mizuki for a while and have learned that he was once a student of Orochimaru's, but that wasn't the main point. Instead, he discovered that, being the stupid, loudmouth brat, he found the chances of Mizuki making a move on, using him would be soon, and he wasn't going to let that chance slip. Okay then, I'll fail the test tomorrow. Uzumaki, Naruto, you're next. Irika's voice rang from inside the classroom. Naruto walked in without another thought, and, sure enough, Mizuki was sitting beside Irika, his childhood friend. Both instructors gave him a look to tell him to start producing his 3 clones. I can't believe I have to concentrate on making a failed clone. Behold, a perfect double, he yelled. A cloud of smoke blew up beside him, revealing a dead clone. Fail, Irika immediately said after quickly observing the failed doppelganger. Irika, Mizuki spoke for the first time Naruto was in the room. He did manage to conjure up his other self dash Naruto blocked. Everything he heard and concentrated on what to do next. Before leaving the room, he had a believable angry glare staring up at Irika. Swinging on the old piece of wood, he waited for all the kids to leave, ignoring the smirks and stuck-ups looks. He walked off wondering when Mizuki would find him. The sun was starting to set, and Naruto's hopes of Mizuki scouting him today was lowered. Naruto! He turned to see the instructor who had tried to get him a pass. Mizuki-sensei. The smile on the man's face made him sick. He clearly knew that Mizuki hated him. They were sitting on a platform at a building with Mizuki explaining why Irika was so harsh. Blah, blah, blah. Let me tell you a secret. There's this scroll. Naruto grinned inside, finally showing me some true colors. I'll be paying a visit to the old man tonight. Sarutobi trailed back and forth his home, wondering why Naruto had failed. While talking to Irika that day, the instructor mentioned how the 12-year-old had failed to conjure 3 clones for the genin test. What the hell is that kid doing? I told him to pass the test. He looked up to see a brightly smiling Naruto in front of him. Naruto, what are you thinking of doing, dash? Sorry, old man. I'll explain it to you later. Putting his hands together. You'll enjoy this, don't worry. Sexy no Jutsu. The effect was immediate as the Hokage fainted with a massive nosebleed. He ran out of the office, knowing that Mizuki was keeping an eye on him, and went towards the forest. Maybe I can learn some new jutsus while I'm at it. He laughed as he settled himself on the grass. Let's see what there is. Hours later, Naruto was staring up at the sky. All the jutsus in the scroll was nothing new to him. He heard someone approaching, so he quickly tied the scroll to his back with a string. Found you, Naruto. Irika sprang out. Acting surprised, Naruto laughed nervously. I guess you did. He looked up at the kind face. You'll have to let me graduate if I show you these techniques. What? Irika was lost. Mizuki-sensei said that if I showed you the techniques that I learned from the scroll, you'd let me pass. Naruto said carefreely. He's here. Mizuki, Irika muttered before kunais came flying at them. With 2 large shurikens strapped on his back, Mizuki had Irika caught with his kunais. He turned to Naruto, the scroll. Give it to me, Naruto, the instructor ordered. Why should I? Naruto asked calmly with Irika shouting not to hand the scroll over to Mizuki at all costs. The man scowled, clearly just knowing that it wasn't going to be easy to get what he wanted. With a sly smile, he stood up. 12 years ago, do you want to know what really happened when the demon fox was sealed? With Irika's cries to stop Mizuki from telling him was proved futile, but it didn't matter, because Naruto knew what Mizuki wanted to say. Because you're the demon fox. The pale-haired man waited for a shocked little kid staring back at him, but he nearly got knocked over by the serious look in the deep blue eyes. Yeah, so what are you going to do about it? Naruto asked coldly. Irika was staring at Naruto from where he was standing with wide eyes. Nanny, how'd he know about the QB? Vuvu what? Mizuki stuttered. He didn't know that his plan would backfire like this. Naruto was still staring at the betrayer icily. You've got it wrong. Mizuki winced. I'm not the QB. I'm merely the vessel for it. They're two separate things, so don't mix it up. He said the last part quietly with the same effect as shooting shurikens at him. He's different. This Naruto is different, Irika thought astonishingly. Regaining himself, Mizuki had an ugly grin. What does it matter? I'll just finish both of you. He unstrapped the large shurikens and threw it at both Irika and Naruto. It's dangerous, Naruto. Irika tried to make his way towards the child, but he barely dodged the shuriken that was aimed towards him. The large shuriken embedded itself in the boy's body. Naruto, Irika cried out, shock going all over him. I won't forgive someone who hurts the people I care about. A voice growled beside Mizuki. Backing away from the QB vessel, he looked from where the shuriken had struck Naruto, which was nowhere, and back to the one standing in front of him. Tahukake bunsin no jutsu. An amount of who knows how many Narutos were developed effortlessly, and I like to return the pain with more damage. No, no, Mizuki's voice rang out from the forest. You'd be dead by now if I didn't have bring you in, Naruto said quietly only for the two of them to hear. Through the bruises and swellings, he could tell that the man was scared. Without another look, he jumped down to where Irika sat, exhausted. Irika-sensei, Daijubu. He could see that his sensei had only some minor cuts and grazes, nothing serious. Some small injuries won't do me in. Irika chuckled. He scanned the boy up and down who has now lost the seriousness he had a while ago. He smiled warmly at him. You've grown? Naruto. He ruffled his golden fluffy hair. Close your eyes. I have a present for you. He felt something wrapped around his forehead. You can open them now. Naruto opened his eyes and saw that his sensei had removed his hideout and had given it to him. Congratulations. You graduate, Irika said proudly. Naruto looked down, overwhelmed with happiness. At that moment, he just wanted to tell Irika everything about him being an ANBU and every little detail he can give. He got on his knees and bowed down. Hantu Sumamasen sensei. The pain he felt when he couldn't say anything was unbearable. What's this? Irika asked, slightly amused. If this is about you knowing about the QB, then it's past me now. Naruto didn't move. Get up now, Naruto. I'll maybe treat you to ramen, after I've checked my wallet, to celebrate this, he announced. Naruto looked up happily and jumped on his sensei. Yeah. Go, Irika-sensei. And I'm going to skip the part where Naruto meets Konohamaru because it's basically the same. Naruto easily fell asleep at his desk. On the day, they were separate into teams of 3. He had stayed up all night thinking of a plan for tonight's mission. It was almost endless. The missions for Squad 3 were pouring in. They had all agreed that if there was a mission during the day, he'd use a Juta Bunshin to take his place watching the Uchiha, which will take up a third of his chakra, but it wasn't a big loss. Juta Bunshin no Jutsu, using blood to conjure an exact clone that will take more than a punch in the face to get rid of. Depending on a user's chakra and stamina, a Bunshin may take as many hits as it can withstand by the user's will. Even people with Kekai Genkai abilities, Sharingan, Byakugan, etc., will not be able to tell the difference between the real one and the clone. Because of the complexity of the jutsu, a great amount of chakra is needed to form this clone. A really sad and pathetic description of the jutsu, sad face. Many of his classmates asked what he was doing here, thinking he had failed. He answered them all full-heartedly until he saw Haruno Sakura, who was standing right in front of him. What does she want now? He was always pestered and annoyed by the pink-haired girl who also found him annoying and stupid. Move it, Naruto! You're in my way, she shouted at him. Knowing only one reason why she'd go to all the trouble to get around him was because of he swiveled his head to the left and saw the classroom heartthrob, him. How troublesome. What was with this guy and his cool expression he has on all the time? It was like he stuck his face into a bowl of wax to keep the look on. He watched the girl coo over the Uchiha as Irika walked into the classroom, explaining how they have all become shinobis and their road ahead is still long and trying. He went on till they came upon the 3-man team selection. The numbers went down to number 7. Uchiha Sasuke. That's a given since the Hokage has to put me in the same group as him. Uzumaki Naruto. Just as long as I don't have any other annoying person in the team, then I will be in Haruno Sakura. Dead. They were dismissed for the rest of the day till the afternoon to meet their new senior instructors. Naruto happily went down to the lake to do some extra training before meeting up with his new teammates later. The Hokage was showing the Jounin around Naruto's place, telling him how he lives alone. You'll also be dealing with the Uchiha, kid, so good luck. Hatake Kakashi sighed as he walked out the apartment door, not noticing the grin on the Hokage's face. Sexy no jutsu. Me, and you'll feel my wrath, Naruto. He chuckled out loud. What the hell? Naruto moaned as he jumped around the empty classroom that only held 3 genins now. He's so late. Looking at the chalk duster, his prankster side emerged. He placed the eraser between the sliding doors. That ought to teach him. Sakura had a "I want no part of this" look, while Sasuke ignored their existence. A hand emerged, pulling the door aside as Naruto's prank fell on his head. Sakura was apologizing, sounding too innocent, while Sasuke looked arrogant as usual. Naruto, however, was not celebrating over his successful prank, but was staring at the man who had just entered the room. That hair, silver hair, glistened in the light. That damn hair. The hair seemed to maintain its style quite effortlessly. His jaw was loose, but he didn't notice. There's no way the old man would put me with him. He tried to reason with himself. There's just no way. No. Hatake Kakashi watched as the culprit knew it was Naruto in the first place, seemed to be sinking in a sea of despair. With hands and knees against the floor, Naruto's mind was racing. He knows. The old man knows that I have to keep my identity hidden. He knows I have to act against my feelings towards this man. Steadily getting back up, he tried to put on his best calm face on. When he faced the sensei, he faltered and broke down again, almost to the point of tearing. Damn you, old man. The Hokage had always known his hatred towards the man and had voiced many ideas of how to torture and make his life miserable. If I do something about it now, that guy will suspect me. Thinking back on his behavior back then, because I don't think he forgot about me. Trying to ignore the sudden downcast child who had gotten back up, he rubbed his chin with a too nice to be real smile on. How should I put this? He rubbed his chin a bit more. My first impression is that I hate you. Don't worry, 'cause I hate you too, Naruto muttered. What? Nothing. Just saying how you were easily fooled. Naruto laughed out loud, acting his sunny self again with great difficulty. The man stared him down. Once again, a smile came on his face. Oh, and I hate you the most, he said simply before exiting the classroom. Sakura and Sasuke left, leaving a Naruto trembling with anger. I don't know who to beat up first, but old man, you're definitely at the top of my list. Naruto had caught up with Team 3, where they had settled down with their sensei, seated on the railing. During the time to find them, Naruto had already calmed himself down immensely. So, you guys tell me a little about yourselves, the man said wearily. Like what? Sakura asked quickly. He shrugged, the usual favorite things like dislikes, ambition, dreams, hobbies, stuff like that. Why don't you introduce yourself to us first, sensei? Sakura suggested, not even knowing his name. Oh, me? My name is Hatake Kakashi. Hatake? A field immediately sprang into Naruto's mind. Kakashi? An image of a scarecrow came into the picture. Hatake Kakashi. He pictured a scarecrow with Kakashi's face on it. And I don't know if that's considered a pun, in the middle of a field. It took him a great deal of effort to not laugh out loud, allowing him to miss what Kakashi had left to say. Okay, you on the right. He indicated Naruto. You go first. Naruto adjusted his headplate and grinned. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, and I like a lot of things. I also dislike/hate a lot of things in men with weird hair, clearly indicating Kakashi. Naruto slipped in quickly. I have a lot of dreams that are also my ambitions, but I will become the strongest Hokage there ever was. The burst of energy sprang out of him as Kakashi nodded, saying, Next. Sasuke intertwined his fingers and seemed to be speaking to them. Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto sighed. He knew enough of the Uchiha's life to know what he was going to say. Sakura was last and solely based all her likes and dreams with Sasuke, Naruto being her dislike, or rather hate. Thank you. I hate you too, he murmured. The inner Sakura tried to rip out of her skin, but failed when Kakashi continued with their conversation. Formal training will begin tomorrow. Sakura's anger quickly dissipated and her attention was on Kakashi. What kind of training, sensei? Survival exercises. He caught their looks, but not the type of survival exercises you did in school. Instead, you'll have to survive against me. Naruto scanned the man up and down. I've heard of his name before, something about having a Sharingan. Although he looks like an ass, I think he'll be pretty good in the ninjutsu area. A paper was shoved in his face by Sasuke. Hey, he growled and grabbed a handout with tomorrow's assignment details. Reading it over briefly, he sighed and got up to leave with his group. Where should I go now? An evil, killing smile crept onto his face. Sarutobi sat at his desk, sorting through the missions and assignments to be given to the Jounins, Chunins, and ANBUs. A knock came at the door, and he rumbled to come in. Without looking up, he could feel a strange aura surrounding him. Akiri Noha. Startled, he looked up to see the blonde ninja cracking his neck and knuckles with a smirk on his face. Konbanwa, Hokage-sama, he said too politely. The Sandamine wanted to smile, knowing that his scheme had worked, but his lips formed a grim line. You know you can't attack the Hokage, Naruto, he said deeply. Let's see. Hokages technically should be able to defend themselves quite well. There's no law against it, I mean. Besides, I hate keeping a long list. He lunged towards the man, who somehow seemed to have been pinned down by something. Naruto's little devil minions P. A bunch of people entered the room, chatting loudly, and saw the scene before them. It seemed quite amusing since a kid was holding the Hokage by the collar with one hand and a fist about to make contact. Luckily, the bunch of people were his ANBU teammates. We're sorry. You seem to be in the middle of something. We'll come back later, Genma said apologetically, all about to leave the room till the Hokage hollered at them. Come back here. Closing the door behind them, Naruto unwillingly got off the old man and joined his teammates, saving the revenge for later. Sarutobi straightened himself up and made a quick cough to clear his throat. This mission will take up the night's time, so you'll mostly be finished by tomorrow mid-morning. It's an S-class mission. He could sense their excitement. It makes me shiver knowing they find these missions so satisfyingly exciting. That night, Naruto looked over the assignment sheet Kakashi had handed them that day. Tomorrow morning, he had to meet Team 7 at the training field. Just in case, he bit his thumb and performed Juta Bunshin no Jutsu. His identical faced him, just the usual. Act stupid and dumb till I get back. The clone nodded. You know where the instant ramen is, right? It was a pretty stupid question. The Bunshin would know what he would know at this point. Never mind. Before the double responded. He met up with his teammates at the gates, and they all sped out of the country towards their destination. Where else? As they were nearer towards their targets, Naruto sensed something was wrong. Strange. He sniffed the air and could smell blood. Wait. They all stopped, and they turned towards him. We'll have to sneak up from here. Something's not right. Heads bobbed up and down, and they carefully made their way towards their targets. As they got closer, they caught a glimpse of their would-be assignments torn into pieces. Who? As if to answer his question, a figure walked out into the clearing, carrying a long sword. Half of his face was wrapped in bandages as his bare torso shone in the moonlight with blood portraying in the light. They were facing each other at this point. Zabuza, Gama said grimly. They don't know whether they were lucky or not to meet the demon of the hidden mist, but nonetheless, it wasn't a good thing. The man made a hollow laugh. You missed the fun. His eyes sliced through them. Too bad I can't let you go back to report about it. The bloodlust gaze alone could tell them he was merely taking a stroll, came by their subjects, and finished them off just to pass the time. Naruto quickly glanced around and saw a small lake nearby. Knowing this would be used against their advantage, he signaled to the others, split two. On my signal, they had practiced that if they were to split two, Anko would go with Naruto and Gunma with Izumo. It wasn't a good idea to be bunched in a group with what Zabuza had to offer. They could see the devil grin. It feels like this will be fun. He vanished. Sure enough, he appeared above the waters as though he was walking on it. Mist began to form around them as Naruto gave the signal to split. Naruto was back-to-back with Anko, listening intently for any signs of movement. Closing his eyes briefly, he took a deep breath and opened them again, seeing through the mist. He could see Zabuza performing some hand seals as he memorized it. Of the 8 targets, which one should I go for first? He said excitedly through the mist. Within the next breath, he sensed a man near them. Game over. He swung his sword swiftly. Water splashed everywhere as his clone copied him with the same result with the other 2 ANBUs. And not bad, making 4 water clones in such a short time. He felt a sharp edge against his neck. And to copy Kirigakure no jutsu in this mist, maybe I shouldn't underestimate you. He indicated towards the one in the kitsune mask, holding his sword against him. The mist fog began to lift, and the clone was destroyed by Gunma and Izumo. Too bad you're too naive, he whispered in Naruto's ear, kicking him into the lake. As fast as he is, Zabuza conjured a water prison around Naruto. That prison is inescapable, your trap dash. Like a rat, right? A slice went through the man's stomach. The ANBU inside the water bubble disappeared. Suetan Suigan. Water rose around Zabuza, forming into spikes. Before he could finish, he avoided a bunch of needles directed towards him, the jutsu failing. When he regained his stance, Zabuza had disappeared. The others looked at him. We're not in a hurry to catch him. Let's report what happened to the Hokage first. I have a feeling I'll be meeting up with him soon. He definitely had someone with him, Izumo stated, missing who had escaped with Zabuza. Okay, whose turn is it to write the report? Naruto asked. All heads turned to Ginma. Fine, why don't you all gang up on me? He said defensively. Vu. Zabuza saw the boy carry him through the forest. Why didn't you let me finish them off? The boy laughed softly. Obviously you can't get any more injured. We're meeting Gato tomorrow. That ANBU. Zabuza tried to remember. He ain't simple. Referring to the one in the kitsune mask. It'll be fun to fight him again, he thought with a smirk. Haku only smiled knowing that Zabuza hardly knew that the ANBU was a 12-year-old. Haku's just smart like that. It was morning already by the time they got back. He told the others to report back to the Hokage, explaining his situation. They all agreed and split. Arriving at the training field dressed back in his orange jumpsuit, he noticed that they had already started. Like he instructed the clone, the double was acting stupid and standing full out in the open up against Kakashi. Making another clone, he set out to find Sakura and Sasuke. Sakura was just observing Kakashi bringing an orange book out while easily blocking Naruto's attacks effortlessly when she felt a tap on her shoulder. A hand covered her mouth, and she was face to face with Naruto. Shoo! Before she could protest, he had dragged her out of her hiding spot. Sasuke had just witnessed how there were now 2 idiots on the team, Kakashi and Naruto. After Naruto was struck from behind by Kakashi's 1,000 years of pain, he heard someone whisper to him, Yo! He turned to see Naruto there, trying to get him over to where he was. What the hell dash? He was pulled out of the tree. Further away from where Naruto's clone and Kakashi were, Naruto was crouching along with Sakura and Sasuke. The pink-haired girl tried to strangle him before Naruto hushed her up. Before you say anything, he conjured up a clone of each of his teammates. They sprang back to where they were hidden. Okay, before you kill me, tell me honestly if you think you can beat up a jounin like Kakashi. I can, but it'd be too obvious, sighed Dash. Sakura frowned slightly. She was never strong at taijutsu. Sasuke didn't respond either. We're called Team 7 for a reason. We're not Team Annoying. He glanced at Sakura, or Team Arrogant. Looking at Sasuke, or Team Hyperactive Brat. He had to try not to piss off his teammates. This is a test of teamwork, he concluded. How can you be so sure? Sakura asked, not believing the dropout would actually make a point. Naruto had wanted to take her hair and choke her with it, but he cooled himself down. Think about it. He's a jounin, and we're genins fresh out of school. You'd think he'd know that, right? With a moment's weight of hesitation, Sasuke was first to answer, fine. Sakura, seeing Sasuke had agreed, went along also. Naruto nodded and ran up a tree to see the condition. The clone had already conjured up a number of Kage Bunshins racing towards Kakashi. Yash. He jumped back down, and he called a Bunshin back to him, absorbing the new information when it fought Kakashi. I have to admit, he's pretty good, but everyone always has their weaknesses. If my Bunshins go on fighting like this, Kakashi will eventually come after you guys who are in hiding and pick us out one by one. Naruto bit his lip, thinking, the weakness he so far has shown is that orange book. That perverted old book. Maybe I can burn that one too. Okay, how about we? They all developed a plan. Kakashi was standing in the middle of the field with his book out after knocking out Sakura and burying Sasuke. Only 10 minutes left. I thought they were different, sighed Dash. A tug came at his feet, and he felt being pulled down into the ground only to avoid it with Kawarimi no Jutsu. Odo, close one, he said as he hung out on a tree. Ryuka no Jutsu. He looked down and saw a line of fire coming towards him. When he went out of the way of the attack, he noticed that a piece of string had been tied around his waist. When? Flashbacks of him about to be pulled underground. Then, before he can think long, balls of fire shot towards him. Must be the Uchiha kid. A flash of orange and black, Sasuke and Naruto, crossed his eyesight. Gokakyu no Jutsu. Two voices cried as two huge flames surrounded him. Two set of hands, Sakura and Naruto, made way for the bells, but he sidestepped easily. Although the bells were there, he felt something was missing. Checking his pouch, eyes widened as he saw the orange book in Naruto's hand. A feeling of déjà vu crept up on him as a flashback of an ANBU burning up his cum paradise filled his mind. Theme, Naruto quickly shouted out, harem no jutsu. A ton of blonde chicks, dunno if you'd call them chicks, surrounded him, but Kakashi seemed unaffected. The clones immediately disappeared. What? Naruto scratched his head. The harem no jutsu has never failed, unless... Harem no jutsu. He called out again, and instead a ton of hot blonde guys appeared. So weird I know. Don't know how to describe them, P. The effect was immediate, and Kakashi passed out with blood loss. He's gay. Naruto seemed to have dislocated his jaw when he said this. Sasuke and Sakura came out with him, and they all approached their sensei, carefully in case he was faking. Naruto carefully knelt down to take the bells. Successfully untied from the man's waist belt, the others grinned, but faded when Kakashi stirred. Naruto turned back to see, but instead his face made contact with his sensei's. Unaware of the situation, Naruto felt something pressed against his mouth. Opening his eyes, he saw that it was Kakashi's lips. Oh my Kami-sama. Before Sakura and Sasuke noticed what had happened, Naruto was already rushing towards the lake and had dunked his head into the water, while Kakashi remained seated with a dazed look as though nothing had happened. Gurgle, gurgle. Naruto spat out the water and rinsed his mouth again. Although there was a mask in between, it still gave him chills that he kissed, or what you would call accidentally connected two lips together, the man he despised. The bells were lying on the ground while Kakashi stared at them. They managed to get the bells. He looked towards the lake where Naruto had dunked his head into the lake again. He didn't really mind the accident. Sasuke, who was standing next to Sakura, stared at the back of the loudmouth brat. Thinking back when they were huddled together where Naruto told them of the plan, he gripped his hand into a fist with a piercing look in his eyes. Dope. Are you really that stupid? Sakura had no one else but eyes for Sasuke. So cool. But she was a bit taken aback for Naruto's performance, no? She shook her head. Sasuke is the best. And stared at the raven-haired boy once again. Once Naruto joined them. Finally, Kakashi handed them each a bento and crossed his arms over his chest. This test is set up to reveal which of you would set aside your individual interests and propose to the others that you work together to get to the goal. Naruto was mumbling under his breath, missing this point, but Sasuke and Sakura seemed to shift a bit, stealing a quick look at the blonde boy. Scratching his cheek, Kakashi went on, individual skills are not only necessary for a ninja, but it is even more important to also have teamwork skills. He looked at Naruto. Somehow he knew that the plan was made up by Naruto, but when? A true shinobi must seek the hidden meaning within the hidden meaning. You've just taken a giant step forward demonstrating some skills and teamwork, but it's not over yet. Standing up, he waved to them. That'll be it for today, though. Your duties will start tomorrow. He left them with their lunches. That was sudden, Sakura muttered. She made a face at Naruto when he was inhaling the food at an inhuman speed. Mao, Naruto, can't you act more gentlemanlike when eating? You're such a pig. She scolded. Wef, you are fash is one, while your face is one. He spat rice all over her. and tried to make himself stop laughing. Sasuke blew out a sigh but gripped the chopsticks in his hand. He didn't have time for this, but before he fulfilled his revenge, just once, he'd like to fight Naruto. Next day, I'm an ANBU. How far away is the target? Kakashi's voice buzzed in his ear. 5 meters and closing. Naruto said gruffly, an ANBU captain no less. He heard his team, 7 companions, echo their responses. All right, go. He sprang out from behind a tree, just like his teammates, and dove for the target. And here I am. He held onto the cat while it struggled in his arms, getting scratched by cat. After giving the feline back to its owner, Naruto could not think of how things could get any worse. It had taken him a while to adjust to Kakashi, who he tried to avoid as much as possible. Next assignment, babysit for the Council of Elders, run errands, help dig sweet potatoes. There's always a limit to everything. No way. Sarutobi looked up from the sheet and eyed Naruto. Give us something more exciting. His teammates and Sensei sighed from behind. Irika, who was seated next to the Hokage, got up and shouted at Naruto, Baka, you're only a genin. However, Naruto ignored him and was staring at the Sandamine in the eye. Old man. Sarutobi felt a sudden chill down his back. Sorry, Naruto, but you'd have to continue doing these small tasks. The blue eyes intensified. A familiar aura surrounded him again. Was it his imagination, or were there tiny devil Narutos whispering threats in his ears? Can't take it anymore. He cleared his throat and took out another piece of paper. Very well. The whisperings began to cease. I have a C-grade task, the protection of a certain individual. Who? Sakura finally spoke. A puff of smoke escaped his mouth. He's right behind you. Naruto observed a middle-aged man wearing checker-pattern pants with a bottle of beer in his hand. Looks like a bunch of brats, especially the midget with the dumb look on his face. Are you kidding me? Those kids are really ninjas. He sputtered a bit red in the face. Who do you mean, Dash? Looking and comparing to each of his teammates, Naruto glared back towards the man. Who are you calling a pint-sized midget you can only see with a microscope? From FMA. Kakashi had pulled him back, feeling a rush of a strange aura emitting for Naruto. No need to kill the man we're meant to protect. Pint-sized midget? He managed to suppress a laugh. After the man had introduced himself as Tazuna, they had all agreed on meeting at the gates in 15 minutes to get some things packed. Damn it, there are so many idiots whose asses I have to kick. I'll have to start carrying a list just to keep track of them all. From FMA, Naruto thought as he was about to swing his backpack around him. That old man is hiding something, though. Putting the bag down, he went to his closet and changed. The group had been walking for 30 minutes while Naruto, clothed in his ANBU uniform, searched the grounds further ahead discreetly. The demon brothers were waiting for their targets to walk by when they were thrown down to the ground. About to attack the person who had pushed them out, the group they were to attack were close by, and they formed into a puddle of water, not having enough time to hide in the trees again. Naruto, hidden in the tree the 2 missed ninjas were a short while ago, observed Team 7 and Tazuna. Kakashi, who had walked by, took a quick glance at the puddle and passed without a word. The brothers attacked his sensei first and proceeded towards his clone and Tazuna. So, the old man's the cause of this attack. Miss Ninjas Ga. Whenever he thought of Mist Ninja Zabuza would flash into his mind. Maybe he has something to do with this. The group continued on their task, and Naruto decided to stay with his team. He explored the bridge while the others were on a boat, traveling across the waters to Wave Country. Poverty. He had heard of Gato, one of the richest men in the world, but most of his business is mostly underground trafficking and many other illegal trade. Now following Team 7 again, they were walking through the forest by now. Perched on a tree, he looked down and saw a bunny with white fur. White fur. Raising an eyebrow, he jumped down and grabbed the rabbit and went back up the tree. Funny, their fur is supposed to be brown by now. Maybe if I throw it at the bushes and get my clone to find it. He tossed the bunny into the bushes, so me Naruto. Now if my clone could just find. Over there, a shuriken flew through the air, or kill the hare. Hantu Sumamasen Usagi-sen, rabbit. He sighed. What a tragic way to end an animal's life. That Baka Hataki should be able to clue in what's going on. Mist started to rise, just as Kakashi had revealed his Sharingan to Zabuza. Before he could watch any further, he saw movement at some trees across the clearing. That must be the person who saved Zabuza last time. With Naruto clone. Dia Fa'uman. Naruto thought wearily. Sasuke was standing next to him, all three of them surrounding Tazuna with kunais ready. Tugging at the prodigy shirt, he could feel the boy getting irritated but still managed to say what? As quietly as he could allow. Lend an ear for a quick section. Naruto whispered when the demon vanished on top of the waters. After some quick words, Sasuke felt uneasy and confused, but there was no time to dwell on it when he heard Kakashi-sensei say that he will never let his comrades die. Zabuza appeared behind them after the sensei said that. Game over. Kakashi had gotten to him first, but was tricked by Zabuza and forced to be kicked into the lake. Like he did to Naruto nights before, a water prison formed around Kakashi. At that moment, still wide-eyed, Sasuke grabbed his kunai and shurikens and threw them at Zabuza. Naive, Momochi growled as he deflected the weapons easily, each and every one sinking into the waters. With one hand in the prison, he saw the Kapinin ninja trying to get out of his jutsu. That prison is inescapable. You're trapped, Dash, he paused. A cool, sharp edge was pressed against his neck. Like a rat. The voice whispering in his ear was too familiar, and the person knew that as well, because it seemed to mock him. Kakashi stared at Naruto, who had appeared out of nowhere. When did he get here? Sasuke and Sakura were surprised to see Naruto standing on the water, holding a kunai against the demon's throat. Hands still trembling, Sasuke was finally able to see what Naruto was talking about back then. Flashback. Lend an ear for a quick section. He heard the dobe whisper to him. Reluctantly, he gave in. Don't ask me how or why, but there's going to be a point where Kakashi-sensei might be trapped in a water prison by Zabuza. I'm going to turn into a kunai when there's a distraction, and you'll throw me with some other weapons at Zabuza when that time comes. Before he could respond, the blonde added, aim well. That shouldn't be so hard for you. He had a grin on his face. Sasuke couldn't help but go along with it. So when Zabuza had come behind them, Naruto had transformed himself into the kunai, which he had picked up and kept in his hand. In flashback. Returning to the present scene, Sasuke couldn't help but feel a bit jealous at Naruto, but the feeling didn't remain long. Zabuza felt a bit anxious, not because of the kunai at his neck, but the familiarity of all this setting. Who is this loudmouth brat? Dodging the fatal neck slice, with an automatic reaction, he avoided the swipe of the kunai at his stomach, but his hand had been disconnected from the water prison. For a split second, he could see a grin flash on the boy's face, as though it was only meant for him to see alone. Before he could attack the boy, Kakashi had stopped him, who had recovered from his jutsu. Damn. Just so you know, the same spell won't work on me twice. Kakashi warned Zabuza. After 42 hand seals or so, 2 water dragons sprang out of the waters as it attacked each other. Oh, I have a headache. Naruto had gotten back on land and memorized the new jutsu being performed. Too many hand seals, man. He closed his eyes and got up. With Naruto ANBU. Naruto approached the figure, not caring to cover the sounds he made. The person was wearing a mask also. Are you supposed to be acting like a hunter nin? He asked in an amused tone. The figure turned to him. You're that ANBU from a couple nights ago. The one who tried to kill Zabuza-sama. Naruto shrugged. He started it. There was a big sounding explosion and water exploded everywhere. What are you going to do? He watched Zabuza fly into a tree. Taking what seemed like acupuncture needles out, the hunter nin aimed and threw them at Zabuza's neck. I guess, let Zabuza-san recover so he can fight you again. The figure replied with a sigh, but Naruto stared at the mask. I want to fight you too. They both knew that they were all grinning at each other. I'll be looking forward to it then, Naruto said, taking in the new challenge, not really caring if Zabuza got away or not. The figure jumped down to another tree to retrieve Zabuza's body. With Naruto clone. Naruto watched the hunter nin disappear with the demon's body, even though original hunter nins were supposed to burn or destroy the bodies right then and there. You can rest up at my house, the old man announced, finally being appreciative of their service. Naruto, who was walking in front of the group, suddenly fell with something heavy on his back. Nanny! Kakashi-sensei! He heard Sakura cry out. Only then did he know what that something was. Naruto could only sigh. I'm getting very tired of this. Chapter 9. The gleaming metal came close to the man, the edge slowly getting closer. A girlish scream filled the room. Snip! Sakura-chan! Naruto! Kakashi-sensei! Naruto backed away from the man lying on the ground, hiding the scissors quickly. Sakura turned to glare at him. I was so close to seeing his face. She hissed, blaming him. Yeah, whatever you say. Naruto rolled his eyes. Kakashi couldn't move much, but he could still sense something amiss. He looked to Naruto to see that he was innocently smiling back at him. Kakashi-sensei? Sakura was looking at him curiously. Is everything all right? Sasuke, who was sitting off in a corner, not really a corner, but somewhere away from people, had turned his attention towards them. Naruto saw the man sit up and looking troubled. About time. Several days before, after Naruto had to carry his sensei to Tezuna's house, Kakashi had mentioned how a hunter nin finished their job before he rested. The Jonin, placed his hand on his head, thinking. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura called to him yet again. Of course. Kakashi mumbled. I think. Zabuza's still alive, isn't he? Naruto said out loud with a hint of impatience. Sakura swung at his head, Naruto avoiding it easily. Baka. Of course not. Zabuza's dead. Ne, sensei? The girl turned to her sensei for reassurance. Kakashi, however, was staring wide-eyed at Naruto. Yusu, Sakura gaped. It's not possible. None of her words were heard by him. Naruto, Kakashi was still eyeing the boy. Isn't he just a loudmouth brat? Senbon, Sasuke carefully said. No way. After the lengthy conversation about the acupuncture needles, Kakashi announced that he was going to increase their training schedule. Training? Sakura had the expression of disbelief on her face. Does she ever shut up? Naruto thought solemnly. Nice. We can train while we wait. Naruto exclaimed, desperate for some action. It won't be nice for you. An unfamiliar voice sounded at them. They turned to see a boy with a hat worn nearly covering his eyes. Inari, greet out guests properly, Tsunami told the boy sternly. Inari looked Team 7 over and pointed towards them while glancing up at his mother. They're all gonna die. What? Sakura gasped, a bit surprised. The kid ignored her. No one can beat Gato and his men. He turned away, not even a hero, and went upstairs. Inari, his mother called after him. Daijubu, Kakashi told her softly. Tsunami could only sigh and headed off to the kitchen with her father in tow. The Sharingan user ruffled his hair and ruffled it again. Something was wrong. Looking around, he saw some very familiar silver strands of hair on the wooden floor. And then Nani? He turned to the culprit. Naruto! The ANBU scrambled out of the room laughing, glancing roughly where he was, noticing that he was upstairs. About to go back downstairs, he heard someone crying. Dad! Without a word, he descended back down the steps. So, what kind of training are we doing today? Naruto cried out excitedly. He was walking far away from Kakashi, who had tried to cut him into shreds the night before. On crutches, Kakashi made his way towards a tree. You'll be climbing trees. He seemed to manage to gel other pieces of hair together to make it seem that nothing was cut. Climbing trees? His eye twitched, but it didn't show much. Yusu, how would that qualify as training? Sakura asked in a disbelieving voice. Kakashi made his way toward the tree. Listen up. You won't be allowed to use hands. Instead, he concentrated chakra on his feet and began to climb up the tree. You will need to control and have enough stamina to maintain your chakra when using any kind of jutsu, he explained as he swung upside down. It's harder than it looks. Yash, easy stuff, Naruto exclaimed as he picked up the kunai that was thrown down by their sensei. Let's talk more action. Choose your trees and do your training, Kakashi simply said. It was easy as it was breathing. Next moment, he could see the bridge in the distance, as well as the town across the vast forest. Nice breeze up here. He loved the nature. It seems random, but every so often he would garden some plants here and there. More like a secret hobby. Where's Naruto? He heard his sensei from below. The ANBU jumped down several branches and perched himself a couple feet above Sakura. This is easier than I thought. He stuck his tongue out. He could sense the Uchiha getting frustrated. Kakashi had dropped down from his branch and was gazing up towards the two of his students. Both Naruto and Sasuke contains such massive chakra within them that it should be more difficult for them to manage. But Naruto, he can already master his chakra control. Sakura and Naruto joined them on the ground. He really is the #1 most unpredictable ninja. Did you use your hands or cheat? Sakura asked accusingly, afraid that Sasuke would be mad at her for being able to get up the tree before him. Illusion! Naruto shouted at her, offended by her comment. Sasuke looked away from them in silent anger. They trained till it was time for them to head back for dinner. Naruto, Kakashi called for him to come over. Hi. The QB container answered in a long drawl. You stay here and keep working on the training tomorrow with Sasuke. He avoided the reproachful look from the child. Instead, try going up and down the tree at least 10 times without stopping. And stupid I know. Huh. Naruto made a face. Do I really have dash? Sakura, you will go stay with Tazuna while he works on the bridge tomorrow. Hi, Sensei, Sakura said brightly. Mao. Naruto pretended to act in agony. The next day, Sasuke could only go halfway up the tree with many marks along the way. Naruto had already finished his training and was planning to make a clone so he could scour the village before Sasuke interrupted them. Oi, Dobe. He walked nonchalantly over to him. Dobe, Dobe, Dobe. So annoying. Naruto whined, waiting to see what Sasuke wanted. Standing in front of the blonde ninja, Sasuke had a stern look on his face. I want to fight you. Naruto pierced through Sasuke's stare. Are you kidding me? If Sasuke didn't have strict discipline in not allowing to show his emotions, he would have taken a step back at Naruto's sudden change in his attitude. Naruto seemed to regain his happy-go-lucky self. I want to fight you too later. His teeth shone in the sun, reflecting a glare into Sasuke's eyes. That night, they were enlightened with Inari's loss of a man that was as close as a father's connection. Gaoka. Naruto slid off his chair and went outside. The ANBU watched a man in a black suit sporting black sunglasses walking in front of two bodyguards who look tough but really isn't. Is he blind or something? The street was quiet. It wasn't surprising, but out of the corner of his eye, he could see small figures running around on the street, trying to steal the purses from those who dare stray on the road. The three men turned the corner, and Naruto silently knocked out the two bodyguards. Zori, Waraji. Gato called out to his guards. Zori, Waraji. He turned to find he was alone. Where are those idiots? He growled. Before you call others idiot, the short man was thrown into the wall. I see a big fat one right here. Gato was faced with someone in a kitsune mask. Now, I don't really make threats, but he bent the man's left forearm. I don't want to say much now. You'll see later. A loud crack filled the air accompanied by a man's scream. The night sky was misty, but Naruto could still make out the stars. Lying on the grass, his face still displayed a grim expression. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and listened to the silence. Birds chirped nearby with the morning glory. Someone was coming, creating a clone wearing his orange jumpsuit. Naruto, still in ANBU gear, hid himself. A figure walked onto the clearing, bent down, and started picking some herbs. Naruto, decided of their gender, saw the clone lying nearby and made his way over. The birds flew away in alarm. Hey, wake up, you'll catch a cold lying in the open like this. The boy shook the clone. So, how's Zabuza doing? Naruto asked as he walked up to him. The boy looked momentarily alarmed, but he smiled. He's healing. He studied Naruto. I feel very exposed, now that you know what I look like. Naruto reached for his mask. It won't be a surprise. His hair turned blonde and not gelled, letting wisps of hair fall into his visage. His skin was slightly more tanned, and his face seemed sharper and less round. The Hunter-nin widened his eyes, but looked a bit shyly away. You're cute. What? Naruto sputtered. The boy laughed at his reaction. Several moments later, they were both seen picking some herbs. Do you need these herbs too? Naruto asked while showing Haku. He told the ANBU his name, the leafy herb. Haku studied the plant and nodded. Yes, thank you. His smile was very angelic. The basket was filling as they conversed. So you have been acting as an idiot for the past 3 years? Because seeing you now, you don't seem to be as stupid as you seem. He studied the blonde with interest. I'll take that as a compliment. But, yeah, you can say that, I suppose. Naruto answered solemnly. I wouldn't know how it would feel like, but it must be hard. Haku responded. I think you know how it feels. Naruto quickly countered his comment. You really aren't a blood-seeking killer like Zabuza wants you to be. Eyes narrowed towards Naruto. How would you know? Giving a minor shrug. It's a feeling because somehow I can tell whether or not someone has suffered in the past. Naruto said lightly, tossing in more herbs into the basket. Zabuza was the one who, if I must use a word, saved you. Am I right? Yes. The simple reply was enough to say that Haku felt more than loyalty towards the mist ninja. Do you have someone special in your life? Someone you want to protect? Naruto nodded, slowly thinking back to Naju and Nawada-sensei, who he had failed to protect. I have a question. Why don't you attack me? Haku asked innocently. It's obvious I don't have any weapons on me right now. Naruto laughed. I bet that you don't even need weapons to inflict damage on me. But I could sense that your purpose right now isn't to fight, but to get Zabuza healed as soon as you can, and I don't mind having him hanging around for a while longer. Haku giggled, which made Naruto's skin crawl. His ears perked up. Sasuke's coming. I'll see you later then. Haku gracefully got up and carried the basket in his arm. I won't hold back when I face you again. He left the forest. That night, there was an eruption at the dinner table. Why you try so hard? You'll never be able to match up with Gato's men, even though you act all cool and tough. Inari yelled at them, specifically towards Naruto. Uruzne Shibisuke. Naruto quietly said, You don't know anything. You don't know a thing about me, because you don't know a thing about suffering or loneliness or what my life is like. The room went silent. So you assume that if you keep talking like that, things are going to be seen in your point of view? You think nobody's life can be as pitiful as yours, can it? Naruto mumbled into his arms. Keep crying, Kuzo. Just keep being a crybaby. He shoved his chair away from the table and went outside with Sakura hollering after him. Naruto was lying on the rooftop when Inari came out to crouch on the dock. Not long after, Kakashi joined him. What's he doing out here? Naruto curiously watched. Naruto can be an ass sometimes, but it's not on purpose. He rolled his eyes. He, too, grew up without a father or any other relatives. Not even a single friend, Kakashi continued. But he never uses his past as a handicap or a weakness, but instead he tries harder to have people notice him. Naruto was about to leave. I used to think he was just a loud, hyperactive ninja who had a silly goal of becoming a Hokage. But he proved me wrong. Kakashi spoke his mind out loud. That's why I've decided to see him in a different light, because he caught my interest. So cheesy man, but I guess the guy could be pretty cool sometimes. Naruto's smirk could be seen in the moonlight. You can't die. Not here, not now. Naruto whispered in his ear. Team 7, minus Naruto, and Tazuna had all left together towards the bridge. In the distance, Naruto heard an uneasy sound and made up an excuse to stay behind for a while, making his way back to Tazuna's house. And I know he could have sent a clone, but I want him to go back P. Using Kawarimi no jutsu in time to save Inari, Naruto quickly finished off the 2 bodyguards he had seen nights ago. You're actually a pretty cool kid, standing up to those ninjas. Naruto turned to the boy who was on the brink of tears. Before Inari could answer, Naruto placed his hand on the child's head. There's nothing wrong with crying when you're happy. And he left, giving the child a warm smile. Hope you can handle things here. Tears ran down the little boy's face, but he still shouted cheerfully, Of course. Hope the fun hasn't ended yet. He was near the bridge, and he could already feel the fight has already begun. Figures, Naruto thought logically. From a distance, he could see weird ice mirrors floating in the middle of the battle. That must be Haku's. He had never seen this kind of jutsu before. This should be interesting. Taking a shuriken out, he threw the star towards the just emerged figure from the ice chamber. The others stopped to see who had thrown the shuriken that had knocked Haku down. Saw the I'm late. Kakashi could make out the orange jumpsuit from the rising mist. That's Naruto for you, he mumbled. Naruto. Sakura was actually happy to see her hyperactive teammate. Big mouth. Sasuke winced when he got up, covered in cuts that were slowing, getting deeper towards the vital targets. Naruto could make out the raven-haired teammate inside the Haku's Makyu Hayusho. Passing the ice barriers, he could tell that it won't be easy to get back out. Sasuke, I'm here to save you. He crouched beside the Uchiha. Baka, now we're both trapped in here. Sasuke wanted to strangle the kid beside him. Do you have no brain or anything dash? They both turned back to the mirrors. It was occupied by Haku once again. Sasuke tried to melt all the ice mirrors that it was no use. Damn! Within a blink of an eye, ice needles attacked their whole body. Wow, that stung. Naruto said with a frown. I was caught off my guard. Sasuke was still fuming beside him, his cuts deeper than before. It's useless. Haku's voice rang around them. Picking himself up, Naruto had a smirk on his face. Really? Kakashi was facing Zabuza, but he couldn't concentrate because of Sasuke and Naruto's fight with Haku. He has the Kekai Genkai ability, doesn't he? Haha, so you've noticed. The demon of the mist laughed hollowly. I have my own dreams, and so do you. The atmosphere was filled with raw energy to kill. I'll do whatever it takes to protect the one I care, to fulfill his dream. Doing so is my own dream. Excitement grew within both the genin and ANBU. To that end, I will become a true shinobi, and I shall kill you both. Sakura's cries were faded from where they were standing, but it didn't take a genius to tell that she was trying to encourage them. Can she only cheer and act smart? Naruto stretched his neck from side to side. Kakashi believed they weren't mentally prepared to take a human life, just like Haku is willing to. I have to end this quick. Making way to reveal his Sharingan, the fight between Zabuza and him continued. Naruto decided to wait and see how he could break Haku's jutsu while receiving more slices from Haku's needles. If only his dream wasn't to die for a guy who killed his whole village. He could be a cool ninja. Something drifted into his mind, allowing a free attack from Haku's part. Pay attention, Dobe, Sasuke shouted at him as the blonde fell down with a thump dash. Naruto was still in deep thought, arms crossed, facing the mirror above them, unaware that he had fallen. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and dodged an attack. Maybe more ice that had fallen shattered around him. It could work. Time to end this. The Hunter Nin materialized out of one of the mirrors. Oh, right. Sasuke was making his way towards him, with needles flying in Naruto's direction. Oh, I see. Just as the weapon was about to pierce through Sasuke's neck, Naruto knocked the Uchiha out. Thanks, man. It'd be bad if you died, he told the slumping figure as Sasuke fell unconsciously on the wet ground. Haku had merged back with an ice mirror as he scanned the scene before him. What are you doing? He questioned Naruto, who had just made his teammate faint. Seems like I can't play around. Tattoos appeared briefly on the boy's body as a burst of chakra was emitted from the ANBU. The impact of the chakra spread out around the battlefield, also affecting where Kakashi and Zabuza fought. Haku was overwhelmed by the change in chakra. It feels so heavy right now. It took an effort to raise his head to look at Naruto, who was still partly covered in tattoos. With a smile, the blonde disappeared. Let's begin. Both Kakashi and Zabuza paused at what they were doing when the new source of chakra surrounded them. Is that Zabuza? Trying to see through the mist, Kakashi found the feeling unsettling. It's not the Nine Tails, who dash. Zabuza found the strange chakra to be unusual, but familiar in a way. This can't be Kakashi. It's too strong, and it's not Haku's either. Glancing quickly where Haku was, the Uchiha kid. Where is he? Haku could only see the Uchiha's body within the vicinity. Out of the corner of his eye, something bright and blue came at him. Transporting himself away from the danger, he saw Naruto sporting a blue flaming arm. Nano desuka? Haku said in alarm, staring at the arm. Throwing numerous of needles, Naruto easily melted them from a distance. Damn! Escaping from the mirror, Naruto grabbed him in the midst of the transportation. The blue light disappeared, but it didn't stop Naruto from punching Haku in the face. Haku's Makyu Hayusho shattered as the Hunter Nin was knocked through his own mirrors. The mask slowly cracked and fell in pieces. Zabuza-san. Haku stood hopelessly as though he had already died and watched as Naruto walked closer to him. Zabuza-san. The ANBU stopped in front of him, eyes staring. The boy leaned up and whispered in the 15-year-old's ear, "You said you have someone you want to protect, that you're even willing to give up your life just to make that person's dream come true. He has no need for a weak shinobi." Haku replied simply, "You've taken away my reason for existing." The story unraveled of Haku's history. If you say that every person has someone important in their life, how do you know Zabuza's isn't you? Naruto questioned quietly. Eyes blinked, but the emotion that was shown disappeared. "I'm just a weapon for Zabuza-san." A horrible feeling struck Haku. Zabuza-san. About to transport to where Zabuza was, he found that his whole body was frozen. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move from the spot. "Nanny!" He glared at the boy who now stood in front of him. Before the jutsu wore off, Naruto quickly performed Juda Bunshin no Jutsu. When the task was finished, he summoned the clone to where Zabuza was. The mist made it hard to see where it went, but Naruto knew that he might be able to save the devil. "You can't die. Not here, not now." Naruto whispered in Haku's ear, eyes widened in confusion, before he was knocked out. Using my Segakure no Jutsu, he camouflaged the body and leaned it against the bridge wall. "You'll understand soon enough." Running towards where Kakashi fought, he saw that his clone had blocked his sensei's Raikiri attack. About to slice Haku away, Zabuza missed when Kakashi stepped out of the way, bringing Naruto's clone with him. "How heartless." "Naruto, you're okay." Sakura's voice rang from the other direction of the fight. "Where's Sasuke-kun?" Naruto nodded his head towards where Sasuke lay. "He's sleeping," he explained briefly. Not taking the time to scold the blonde, Sakura dragged Tizuna with her and ran towards the direction Naruto indicated. The mist has already cleared up and the bridge was occupied by Gato and a couple hundred of his men. "Sorry, Kakashi, but this fight's over," Zabuza told the copy Nin, clearly forgetting about Haku. "No?" Naruto began. "Have you no remorse for your friend?" he angrily asked. "He was simply a tool for me to use," the blood-soaked devil replied immediately. "Do you really mean that?" Naruto shrugged off Kakashi's hand that had tried to make him stop. "He loved you so much. Do you really feel nothing?" His temper grew. Without his own dream and to die as a tool. "Do you really feel nothing at all?" The man turned to him with tears running down his face. He was too kind. Eyeing the crowd in front of them, "Kid, let me borrow your kunai." Catching the weapon in his mouth, he raced towards Gato's men. Ending Gato's life by slicing his head off, Zabuza fell to the ground with only thoughts of Haku running through his head. "Thank you for everything. I'm Soru, Haku." After dealing with the rest of Gato's men, Kakashi had walked over to where Zabuza laid. "I have a request. Can I see his face?" The dying man asked with a pained voice. No one had noticed that Naruto had disappeared when Kakashi placed Zabuza beside Naruto's clone. He touched the boy's face. "If I could, I'd like to go to the same place as you." Slowly, his eyes closed forever. "So, what do you think now?" Naruto asked as he stood beside a sitting figure. There was a silent answer. "I won't stop you from killing yourself, but technically Zabuza will always be wherever you are, and perhaps through his cold heart he might not want you to die now." He spoke as though it was an everyday conversation they were having. "Come to Konoha." There was a reaction this time. "Why should I?" "Because." 2 weeks later, they visited the burial site of the two shinobis before they journeyed back to Konoha. When the coast was clear, a figure appeared before Zabuza's grave. Cool, slender fingers slid down the edge of the sword that was buried halfway into the ground. "Zabuza-san." Finally arriving back in Kanagakure, Naruto felt content enough after learning that the bridge was going to be named after him. Saying goodbye to his teammates and sensei, he went back to his dingy apartment to take a shower, which his body welcomed greatly. Looking in the mirror, he could still see the fading marks of where Kakashi had pierced through his clone's body. "This sucks. Who would invent a jutsu where I can feel part of the pain of what my bunchin suffers. Visiting Ichiraku, he received a hearty welcome from Tucci and his daughter Ayam. Haven't seen you in a while. Business is quiet without you, he exclaimed loudly after serving him his favorite dish. Before heading back home, Naruto stopped by Tetsu's waits. Oites-san, the ANBU called out in the empty shop, the big man nowhere to be seen. Ho ho, a customer dash. The deep voice rumbled from behind the counter. It's just you, Naruto. Naruto found it remotely surprising that Tensai was even expecting new customers. How does he even keep this shop open? Always been the only customer for 8 years. He tried to sound enthusiastic, but failed. Are there any new vests or any other strap-ons for the wrists and ankles that can hold more weights? I might have something. The man ducked behind the counter, breaking a few things along the way. Here you go. It was dusty, but it seemed like good material. Cool, thanks. You can put it on my tab. Naruto quickly answered, taking the new equipment and rushing out the door before Tensai could stop him. Tensai called after him. How often do you even wear them anyway? Pausing in his step, Naruto smiled all the time. Training? Squad 3 stared, surprised at their captain. Why? Anko asked the million-dollar question. Nothing much. It's just that we really haven't bonded, I guess I could say, in a while. Naruto explained with a wide grin on his face. They were all seated at Ichiraku's after finishing a small mission. But why? She waved her hands to express her irritation. The 2 other men could see her eye twitching. It's not like it's going to make a diffier dash. She accidentally knocked her cup of tea, sending it to the ground. Before she could react, the tea magically appeared back onto their table. The contents as still as it was before it fell. What dash? The purple-haired girl looked from Izumo and Genma back to the blonde sitting across from her, who had an expression as though nothing had happened. Did you dash? She was cut off by Ayam. This is a rare gathering. The girl smiled pleasantly, ready to take their orders. Genma returned the smile, and she started to blush. Naruto grinned. Someone's got a crush. What would? I am sorry. She stuttered, obviously embarrassed in her situation. It's okay. Naruto calmed her happily. We'll have. As he ordered for his team, the others gave each other eye signals asking if they saw what just happened. Was it just me, or did he catch that? Anko referred to the teacup slip. Could be, but I didn't see him move or anything. Izumo was still processing what just happened. Genma chewed on his toothpick. It's possible we've never actually seen his real skills, so to speak. Okay, where were we? Naruto looked excited after ordering his favorite ramen. We'll do it. Anko spoke up quickly. Do what? The training thing that you suggested a couple minutes ago. Izumo informed their captain. Genma leaned back. We figured it might help our team skills, and we can also learn each other's abilities as well. The others nodded with him. Naruto looked suspiciously at them. Slowly, a wide grin appeared. Okay. His blue eyes twinkled with excitement. Their food arrived. After a chorus of Itadikamasu, they satisfied their hunger. The 3 others unknowing that their captain was beaming happily at how his little trick worked. Who's paying for this one? Taicho. His teammates automatically cheered. Oi, I pay every time dash. Naruto. The said person nearly choked on the piece of meat he was chewing on. Silver hair still ridiculously gelled to cover the missing strands Naruto had sheared off. The masked ninja seemed surprised to see Naruto in the ramen shop. Kakashi, nearly forgetting that he was a student of the man. Sensei. Kakashi looked from his student to the other 3 who were with him. I can imagine them hanging out together. But with you? Doubting the child, he sensed something fishy. And Kakashi still doesn't know Anko, Genma, and Izumo are ANBUs yet. Naruto frowned after swallowing his pork. Why can't I? His sensei didn't answer, but had a suspecting look on his face. What's going on? He demanded from the 12-year-old. The 3 other ANBUs were sipping their tea, enjoying the scene. He asked again, why dash? Naruto slammed his hand on the table, making the food fly up for a split section. Okay, Anko, Genma, and Izumo eyed each other. Is he really going to tell him? Well, he is his sensei, so it won't hurt to tell. Naruto motioned for the man to grab a chair and join them. Kakashi did so and felt more intrigued in what Naruto was about to tell him. Closer, Naruto looked around the shop to see if there were any eavesdroppers. Satisfied, Naruto whispered in a low voice, loud enough for the five of them to hear. "This is a secret you can't tell anyone, okay, sensei?" The man rolled his eyes, but still nodded when he saw the serious look on the boy's face. His teammates were still sipping from their cups, watching closely. "We are actually all. Sandamine's going to kill him," they all thought, in the DDR club. Shaking hands were holding the cups. The others were shocked at first, but managed to suppress their laughter, knowing that the masked ninja won't believe him. "There's no way." "Oh." The ANBUs continued to watch. "That makes sense." Anko began to choke while Izumo spat his tea out, Gama breaking the cup in his fist. "No, it doesn't." About to interrupt, there was a loud "H.A." looking towards a Sharingan user. DDR club. He spasmed as the other customers were starting to wonder what was going on at their table. "I can actually see you guys do it too." A hand clasped Naruto's shoulder. Gunma, with an annoyed face, was attempting to strangle him when Kakashi stopped for a moment and asked, "Who's the best out of all of you guys?" He asked seriously. Naruto gave a devilish grin towards the man with the bandana. "Of course, Gunma." "Taicho." The restaurant seemed to have gone quiet. "Taicho." Kakashi's eyes narrowed, shooting curious looks at Naruto. Without dwelling too long on the problem, Naruto answered promptly. "Right. Sorry, Taicho, forgot to call you that." "What?" The hand on his shoulder was trembling as it tightened its grip on him. "Genma's a shy man, but he's the one who founded the club." Naruto interrupted with a matter-of-fact tone. There was a clatter, and they discovered that it was Ayam who had dropped her tray. Slightly red in the face, she quickly turned around to try to cover her giggles. Genma grabbed his head. "I'm done for." As the three remaining ANBUs sunk into the sea of despair, Naruto got up. "Well then," putting down some money on the table, "I'll take my leave." He squeezed out of his seat past Kakashi, who was near bursting out again. Pausing in his step, Naruto turned back to the table. "So, I'll tell you guys when and where the next meeting is, okay?" He had a wide grin stretched on his face, making his eyes smaller. To an outsider, it seemed like a normal question, but Squad 3 knew what their captain really wanted to say. "Make me pay all the time again. You'll never see the light again." Scary dash, the three thought, shivering. The winds picked up, and Naruto lifted his head up to inhale the fresh air. Foreign smells accompanied the Konoha breezes. Mist, sound, rain, sand. He made his way to the Hokage's office. Naruto was sifting through folders while Sarutobi had given up on trying to stop him. The man massaged his temples. "I said you have two choices." "Two." It didn't seem like a question. There was a knock on the door. Without waiting for a reply, the door began to open. The Sandamine was about to tell the person to wait to let Naruto leave, but it was too late. "Why Sandamine?" Hatake Kakashi walked into the room. His eyes shifted next to Sandamine. "You." Kakashi dashed. The elderly man got up from his chair as the silver-haired man, aside from Sarutobi, made his way across the room. "I still have a score to settle with you," he said in a deadly voice. Sarutobi turned to see an ANBU instead of the blonde. And technically, there would be no suspicions if Kakashi sees Naruto in the Hokage's office, but I wanted the two guys to meet again. "Back at you," the ANBU replied coolly. They should really work on their bad talk. The old man sighed with a sweat drop, worried for his office. "But too bad. I have more important things to do." Naruto smiled beneath the mask. With that, he disappeared. "Oomph." Kakashi still stared at the spot where the ANBU stood seconds ago. "Good morning." They were far from the village to avoid any interruptions. The sun wasn't up yet, and the only person who seemed to be awake was their captain. Mumble mumble. The only day they didn't need to work is when Naruto chose to have their training day. Where the hell does he get the energy? The notification of their meeting was pretty extreme. Genma, Anko, and Izumo were spending a pleasant evening individually, getting ready to sleep till a ball with Naruto's face on it flew through their windows and splattered against their walls. What seemed like blood began to drip down their walls, creating a message. "Meet me at 4 a.m. sharp, tomorrow by the front gates, or else." Ha ha ha. "And got it from Bleach, yeah." It took them hours to wash off the blood-colored message. Again, why do we have such a weird and creepy captain? Forgetting the fact that they chose him to be their Taicho. The last week was torture for them as people bombarded the ANBUs with questions about being in the DDR club while trying desperately to persuade them that they weren't affiliated with the association. "What are we doing today, TT Taishu?" Anko asked as she yawned. "Let's go jogging," Naruto announced, clearly ignoring the woman. The two men groaned, thinking they would do something more exciting and challenging. The males were all wearing black sleeveless shirts showing off their tattoos, which Naruto usually hides with a jutsu, with black cargo shorts that go slightly past their knees. Anko was wearing similar clothing with an added fishnet shirt over her tank top. "But that's so boring, Dash," Anko exclaimed before she noticed she was left behind by her team. "Hey," a couple minutes later, "I thought we were jogging," Izumo mumbled. They were sprinting through the trees, following the 12-year-old. "Aren't we?" The blonde looked confused. "No," they replied in sync. "He really needs to work on his choice of words. But after this lap, we're going to start running." Naruto looked innocently back at them. "Heh, you guys don't want to?" Their captain began to pout. They didn't respond. "Okay, how about we play a game?" "Game? This ANBU really is a kid." I learned about it from this foreign country. I think it's called tag." "Are you kidding?" They tried to concentrate on Naruto, who was explaining the game. "I'm going to change a few rules, though. Basically, someone becomes the target, and the rest of us have to capture them. But since this is a fast-paced game, no jutsus or weapons dash. We will always be running. If I see that you're not." He started to laugh. "Perhaps you don't remember what happened last week." Chills ran down their spines. "But anyway, each target will have 10 minutes to escape from the rest of us. If they successfully do so, the people going after them will receive some extra training. If they weren't running at the same time, their bodies would have stiffened significantly, having just seen an evil glint flash in the boy's innocent blue eyes." "Izumo." The anxious man immediately responded, "Hi." Getting ready to start the clock on his watch. "You get a 3-second head start." "Nanny." Beep Shermata. He disappeared quickly ahead of them. "Gama." "Hi." "Why don't you direct us as to what to do?" Gama looked at Naruto with a queer look. "You don't think this is just a game, do you?" The infamous whiskered smirk appeared. The man obliged with a smile and began to form a plan in his head. It took about 8 minutes to catch the one-sided man. And, of course, Naruto can catch him in like seconds, but since it's the other's plans, he should follow them accordingly. "Okay, we'll have a 5-minute break." Naruto noticed they were starting to gasp for air. "Next target will be Gunma." "Hi." They all took tiny sips of water, careful not to intake large amounts. After Gunma had taken off, Naruto told Anko to develop a plan and lead them. In 9 minutes and 15 seconds, the toothpick-chewing obsessed man was caught. "Chase so close," he stated, a bit peeved. They took a 10-minute break this time. Anko. "Hi." She already knew what to do. Izumo was the one to lead the team, and they effectively captured their target in 9 minutes and 32 seconds. "Okay, next training." Naruto was walking off to the lake when he was interrupted. "Aren't you going to play Taicho?" Gama seemed to dare him. Naruto rubbed his chin in thought. "Sure." The blonde took off his watch and tossed it to him. Gama began to set it. 3-second head start. Beep. Naruto smiled. "There's no need." The three looked at each other. "You can star now." They caught his afterimage and was nowhere to be seen. "Damn, he's fast." Naruto ran through the trees, taking an account of his surroundings. A foreign shadow lurked by as he took note of it. "Oto!" He sprang off a branch, dodging his teammate. Nearly got caught there. The Hebe ANBU leaped off again. 3 people were following him. Make that 4. Pant, pant, pant. Oh, too bad. Naruto crouched down in front of his team, who were out of breath. Better luck next time. They were given an extra 5 minutes to try to catch him, but it was useless. Stretching his back while absorbing the morning sun, he didn't seem tired at all. Next training, he skipped off towards the lake. "Hi." They somehow managed to drag themselves to the side of the lake. Naruto was nowhere to be seen. They could only hear the early birds and the waterfall some distance away. Something splashed out of the water, and they saw a boulder roll towards them, stopping inches away. Two more followed the first. Okay. Naruto jumped out of the lake and shook his head like dogs would do to get dry. Next, carry your rock and jump into the lake. Walk underwater till you get to the foot of the falls, and I'll explain the rest when we get there. His shirt was soaked, but he still didn't bother to take it off. Feel free to take off anything, except your undergarments, I guess. The temperature is great in the lake. He headed to the waters again. Oh, and if anyone resurfaces, the whole team will have to start over again from starting point. With a wide grin, he cannonballed into the clear liquid. The two men took off their shirts, showing off their years of training. They both looked at Anko, who didn't show any signs of taking off her fishnet shirt or anything at all. Perverts, she growled at them. Che, it's not like there's anything to see under there. Izumo mumbled with a smirk. Smack, splash. Gama cleared his throat. After you. He didn't want to enter the waters like Izumo had, who was forced to fall in when Anko threw a boulder at him. She bent down to grab the second rock and jumped into the waters with Gama following. The instant they touched the lake's surface, they knew that Naruto was playing them again. Frozen chills were stitched into their bodies, too stubborn to supply them with much warmth. Naruto, who was waiting for them, waved them forward to follow him. Their progress was slow, and their captain only seemed to go faster every minute. There were times where one of them wanted to break the surface, but they restrained since they didn't know how far along they were. How is he staying down without a chunk of rock like ours? Gama was numb all over, and he was sure the others were too. Well, except Naruto. The lake was neither shallow nor deep, but their ears were popping. That didn't stop the roaring sound of the waterfalls to echo in the waters. Naruto jabbed his arm upwards, telling them to swim up. They did so, and followed him to their space of fresh air. Greedily inhaling the morning air, they found that the water wasn't as cold as it was before. Wow, that felt great. Naruto splashed around as his comrades watched. Okay, next we're climbing up the falls. You mean walk up, right? Anko referred to the concept of walking on water by using chakra. The blonde shook his head, droplets of water spraying everywhere. Nope. He flexed his arms, just pure climbing. No jutsus or weapons. Using one arm, he pulled himself out of the lake and hung from the ledge he grabbed onto. Let's go. Naruto grabbed another ledge and swung up a bit more. He heard a couple of splashes, and he saw the three of them still in the water. What's wrong? And nothing, they replied. Naruto had continued on. It was harder than it looked. The rush of the falls was actually stronger than they anticipated, and the rocks were slimy and slippery. You guys are way behind. The spray of the mist was refreshing. Naruto was already near the halfway point. Damn, they scrambled to get onto a ledge that they can grip on. After a few tries, they learned that using just one arm is practically impossible for them at the moment. Slowly, they began to make progress. Naruto climbed over the edge of the falls and waded towards land to wait for the others. He sensed someone approaching as he rubbed his upper left arm to hide his tattoo. Someone came out of the forest. Kakashi-sensei. The man seemed, once again, surprised to see Naruto. What are you doing here? The man regarded him. Why do I see you everywhere? The boy was clad in dripping, wet black clothing. His feathery, blonde hair was drenched but still glistened in the sun. The boy's skin was actually more tan than he remembered. Huh, I imagined him to be a tad bit chubby, but I guess not. He abruptly coughed, hoping Naruto had not caught him checking him out. Are you training here? He looked over towards the falls. Hi. Naruto energetically replied. What about you, sensei? He asked, trying to act as polite as he could. The Jounin shrugged his shoulders. On a small mission. Checking his watch. I'll be taking my leave. Don't want to be late. Huh. Naruto slouched over in disbelief. Since when have you not been late? TSK. I wouldn't be late if I didn't get distracted on the road of life. He promptly answered. Liar. Don't overwork yourself. The man advised Naruto before he left. Familiar pantings emerged from the stream of water. It's about time. His teammates managed to clamber over the waterfall. Dragging themselves to the banks, they collapsed in exhaustion. Now, you guys so tired already? The boy frowned. Fine. We admit that it was harder than it seemed. Izumo exhaled greatly. Naruto tilted his head from side to side. Then how are we going to do our next training? There's more. Enko immediately responded. Her arms were starting to ache. Well, our last training before we head for breakfast. There was no answer. Fine, maybe we'll just run for the rest of the time, he said lightly. Okay, they moaned. How much more torture and mind games can they withstand? After a couple minutes of rest, they gathered to allow Naruto to explain the exercise. Quite simple. We're going to spar with each other, raising 3 fingers, 3 against 1. They all began to grin. The fun was about to start. Like the other trainings, no jutsus or weapons. They finished for him. Each person was given 30 minutes of sparring time, enough to suck the life out of them, but they were all eager and, surprisingly, still full of energy. No going soft on us, Taicho. Izumo challenged the boy. What? No being Naruto joked. No. Phoenix. Taking off his shirt, he tossed the garment onto the ground, which sunk with the weight. Enko's eyes widened. You had weights on? Yeah, I just got these ultra-thin weights a couple days ago. What? As the two were conversing, Genma now knew how Naruto was able to stay underwater without a boulder. I'm actually somewhat jealous. The gap between their skills and his seemed to be endless. Yash, let's fight. But first, he turned towards the shadowed areas of the forest. I'd like to ask nicely for the person hiding in the shades to please come out. There was no responsive sound, but the birds' high-pitched chirps. Like a shadow creeping behind the sun's rays, a figure emerged. He smelled foreign. There was a large gourd strapped onto his back. Red hair sprouted from his scalp as his eyes revealed months or even years of insomnia. The kanji word love was occupied on the left side of his forehead. His aura, nothing close to the word, etched on his face. Blue eyes locked with theirs. Smells like sand. Naruto noticed that the forest did not emit any more sound, as though all the creatures went into hiding. Can we help you? Izumo tried to sound polite, sensing the deathly atmosphere surrounding the newcomer. The eyes did not waver from Naruto. The blonde ANBU blinked slowly and replied, Gaara from Sand Country, isn't it? It was more of a statement than a question. The red-haired seemed momentarily shocked before he hid his surprise. For the first time he spoke. You're the strongest here, aren't you? Naruto nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders and said, who knows? Gaara appeared unsatisfied with the casual response. Taicho, Genma carefully whispered, not comfortable with the unsettling atmosphere. He turned to Naruto, but saw sand begin to surround their captain and encompass him. Taicho, the sand closed in uniquely but deadly. Team, the Hebe mask owner growled, springing forward to attack. Enko, Genma tried to pull her back. Although the attack was sudden, blindly charging toward the guy with deathly attacks is not the most logical way to react for an ANBU. That was uncalled for. She sidestepped and vanished to reappear behind the sand kid. Holding the spare kunai, taken from the side of her thigh, it seemed like Gaara did not notice her behind him. About to deliver the blow, a hand grabbed her wrist and pulled her away. Shocked, Enko stared from. Who she noticed was Naruto to the wall defense made of sand that had been ready to block her attempt. Grain by grain, the defense fell back to the solid ground innocently, as though it would never be used as a weapon. Taishu. Enko tried to separate her anger from the confusion. Naruto spoke quietly. Don't act so rashly. It was directed to both Gaara and Enko. His expression seemed to harden, disallowing any other emotions to occupy his visage. She could feel the blood rushing back to her hand as he let go of it. Clenching her teeth, she looked away, trying hard to stabilize her emotions. Chikusho, and basically a swear word. The glare was relocated back to Naruto. There seemed to be a struggle fighting within Gaara, as though there was another living soul inside him. A demon within. Naruto quickly ignored the nagging feeling that he had been experiencing for the past few weeks. It seemed as though the Kyuubi wanted to release its own powers to be freed more than it used to. The Sannin began to form seals for a greater attack. Did Naruto decide to react? I guess I'll be seeing you during the Chunin exams. The eyes widened but quickly closed as Naruto knocked him unconscious, the sand guard proving useless against him. His team looked grimly at him. What? Why didn't I kill him? Naruto finished. Genma stared at the unconscious body. You could have ended him quick and easy before he gets the chance to harm others. To hear such harsh comments at one's perspective would mistaken them as cold-blooded killers. Although there aren't many kids with such devilish powers, they do exist. Naruto did not reply. The energy that sparked the blonde throughout the training seemed to be contained as he stared off into his own thoughts. Izumo. Hi. Can you send him back to his sensei? I think the guy's name is Baki, or something like that. He'll be out for a while. Naruto nodded to Gaara. Can I, The breeze sent chills up his spine. His shirt far from him. Get my shirt. Naruto snapped back into his bright and cheery mode. No, I think you should proudly show off your body to the whole village and let them gaze in awe as you pass by. Okay, I get it. Izumo quickly jumped down the waterfalls to retrieve his shirt. Oi, can you get mine too? Gemma hollered after him, body shivering. Looking over to their Taicho, he didn't seem affected by the cool winds. What is he? Izumo, back with the clothing, made his way to the group. Carrying the sand shinobi, Izumo got ready to send him back. It's best we find out why they're here before we act hastily. Naruto answered their unspoken question. Let's meet at Ichiraku's in an hour. He took off. The rest of Squad 3 looked at each other and, at the foreigner, trying to distinguish what Naruto was thinking. Tasaho forgot his shirt. Should we catch up and give it back to him? No, maybe he wanted to show off his body to the whole village to let the villagers gaze in awe as he passes by. Sarutobi was quietly sneaking a nap before someone appeared into the room without any notice. Naruto, without opening his eyes, he knew who it was. How many times have I told you to knock or signal before coming in? He silently cursed the boy for disturbing his sleep. And why aren't you wearing a shirt? It's pretty windy outside. Ignoring the last question, Naruto hopped onto the desk, seating himself comfortably. Afraid I'll barge into something R-rated? I knew you were a closet pervert, Ero-san. The blonde said with a wide grin. Immediately turning red that was mixed with embarrassment and anger, Sarutobi turned away to make it less obvious, but only did the vice versa. Before Naruto could continue pestering the Sandame's hentai-ness, and made up a word there, he cut in quickly. Is there something important you wish to speak with me about? Actually, I do. Naruto jumped off and strolled around the room, randomly examining things. Have you received or heard any news of Orochimaru recently? The old man stiffened at the mention of his ex-student's name. The Sand and Sound country seemed pretty close lately, huh? Naruto continued, his statements making no connections at all. He was flipping through a history book. Please be more straightforward. Sarutobi started to become frustrated. Naruto began to juggle a couple of vases, which made the old man stand up at once. About those two options. You decided already? Sarutobi was about to get his precious antiques back before Naruto finally set them back down. I'll do both. Nande? The old man strained his ears to verify that he heard correctly. Why do you want to do both? A sly grin appeared. Not Wanda, but more like going to, besides one option might be more boring than the other, so I'll just do both. It's no big deal. WH. The blonde cut in. Oh, this conversation's over? The Hokage could only try to understand what he was talking about. Then I'll take my leave. Yoneiro-san. Naruto. The boy was gone from the office. Anokuzo, what is he up to? The old man pondered near the window, overlooking the village where shops and markets began to open with people beginning to occupy the streets. Naruto decided to catch the morning rays by hopping from one roof to another. Oh, I forgot my shirt. He started to shiver a bit, and he magically does not notice he isn't wearing one. That actually happens to some people, tongue sticking out. Why didn't anyone tell me? Clearly forgetting what the Hokage said back in the office. Ma. Still have 30 minutes. He headed for his apartment. With people awake and around, the ANBU decided to use his front door. Something made him step and hide around the corner. Glancing towards the route to his apartment, the Uchiha kid seemed to be making his way towards Naruto's home. Matsu, what the hell does he want? He wanted to, with all his might, kick the Uchiha clear away from him. Concentrating hard, he repeated quickly, He is a bowl of ramen. He is a bowl of ramen. He is a— Wait, that means I love him. No, that won't work. He is an expired bowl of expired ramen. He is an expired bowl of ramen. He is an expired bowl of ramen. There I don't love or hate him. And yes, Naruto will even eat expired ramen because he's cute like that. Sasuke. Naruto hollered. Sasuke made a sideways turn to initiate his cool look. Oh heyo, where's Sakura-chan? Stop being so loud, though, Sasuke muttered. And why the hell are you half naked? Tracing his teammate's body, he couldn't help but feel envious. I was just training, Naruto replied with a teeth-baring grin. There was no response as the blonde and noticed the raven-haired one was staring at him, making him feel awkward. Nay, Sasuke, why are you here? He feigned curiosity. Expired bowl of ramen. Expired bowl of ramen. Looking away, Naruto thought he saw a tinge of red in his cheeks. The Uchiha finally replied, there won't be training today. And why? Kakashi's on a mission, so training is canceled, but we're meeting up together tomorrow near the Hokage monuments. He briefly explained. When did he tell you? Today. The Uchiha promptly answered. Yesterday after the mission. Oh, so he only told you. Naruto confirmed. Sasuke darted his eyes at him again. Is that a problem? Opening his apartment door, the blonde shook his head and gave him a dazzling smile. Of course not. A slight quiver went down Sasuke's body, having felt that foreign feeling that was emitted from his comrade. See you tomorrow, then, Sasuke team. With that, he slammed the door on his teammate's face. So, Spiky Hair has a favorite already, huh? Using his newly created nickname for Kakashi. Figures can't really expect much from that guy. The chilled air from the open window brought him back to realizing that he was in need of a shirt. So how'd it go with the kid, sensei? Anko asked curiously when they were crammed into a cubicle at a Kryaku's. Izumo, who had changed after returning the Sand Kid, shrugged his shoulders. The guy seemed surprised at first, and after I explained briefly what happened, he still seemed shocked, but not so obviously. He took a sip of tea. But that's to be expected. Genma spat out his toothpick and grabbed his chopsticks. They turned to their captain, who seemed quiet. We brought your shirt back. Anko placed it in front of him as the table creaked under the added weight. It took them a bit of effort to pick it up from the ground. Domo. He didn't say any more. The others were nervous to see his quiet form. It's so unlike him. Maybe he's still thinking about that Sand Kid, Anko suggested. Izumo momentarily shook his head. Doesn't look like it. Maybe it has something to do with Team 7 stuff. Or maybe we can ask him directly? Genma received 2 looks that said, you ask him then. Clearing his throat, the man turned to Naruto. Something up, Naruto? He tried to make it sound casual. The usual hyperactive child still remained silent. Instead, he rested his chin at the edge of the table with his mouth protruding into a pout. They were really dealing with a 12-year-old, or maybe even a 5-year-old nonetheless with the way he was acting. Naruto blew out a sigh. It's no use. Why was their captain so hard to understand? Austin, he yelled across the restaurant to the chef. The rest of the squad turned towards the counter as well, wondering what was going on. Is there any way you can hurry up? I'm going to die. There was a sudden loud rumbling coming from underneath the table. Yusu. They were swamped into their despair for having thought that their captain's silence was due to something more serious than his lack of ramen. Ayam came over with some small dishes and a ladle. Aiming, surprisingly very accurately, she walloped and, such a funny word, the blonde in the head. My father doesn't like to be rushed, she said with a smile, sounding satisfied. After placing the dishes down, she went back to serving the other customers. Itai, Naruto mumbled, trying to nurse a growing bump at the top of his head. He really didn't see it coming. Squad 3 watched, amused. Ichiraku's holds some pretty scary people. They silently applauded the owner and his daughter. The rest of the breakfast was served, and Naruto finally went to the point of why they were meeting. Okay, so you all know that the Chunin exam is starting in a couple of days. They nodded. General knowledge was always an obligation with them. The Sandaime has assigned several squads, including us, to overlook the exam as well as the surrounding perimeters that it is being held in. So, we can all meet up at my place later to talk of the plans. No questions were asked. On another note, let's meet up on another day to finish up the training and the punishments since we won't have much time today and for the next few days. The others could only think of how their bodies are going to ache tomorrow. Getting up, Naruto was about to leave when he put down some bills. This one's on me. They all stiffened. No, it's okay, Taicho, Izumo said in a weakened voice. They don't know how much more torture they could withstand. We got this one. Gama and Anko nodded as well with determined faces. Okay, thanks for the food. He smiled broadly and left. He's too unpredictable, they all mumbled. The two options were simple tasks to Naruto. Deciding to choose both options has resulted in him having to be in 3 places at once. This should be fun. He burned up the scroll that held the information for one of the decisions. One of the missions was to find, more like retrieve, a certain Chunin who had been wandering the countries for a while collecting information. Although the man may come back once in a while, the Sandaime needed the Chunin to be back before the Chunin exam ended. The other option was tied more into his long-term mission. Protect the Uchiha kid, as well as overlooking the exam areas to make sure outsiders do not interfere. But to be more specific, watching out for potential rival attacks, since the exam is the ideal opportunity for the village to be exposed to other countries. Smirking, Naruto knew that this was the perfect moment to test out his skills. Next day, he's late. Sakura paced back and forth repeatedly, irritating both guys. Again, as usual, Naruto was unsurprised by the man's habits. I bet we spend more time waiting for him than actually doing the missions. Sasuke grunted with eyes closed, though unconsciously glancing at the blonde every so often. It had already been 3 hours and spiky hair was nowhere to be seen. He must be taking his time, carefully gelling every piece of hair his big head can hold up. Naruto muttered, but to his dismay was heard by Kakashi. Do you have something against that? The man asked the undercover ANBU excruciatingly nicely. Of course I do, what of it? Naruto couldn't help but let a bit of his resentment to the man go. Naruto, Sakura bashed him in the head. What the hell are you saying? The inner ego busted out of the pink shell. Kakashi and Naruto stared at each other. Blue eyes to dark eye. Naruto closed his eyes and imagined the man in front of him to be Naju. I was just joking. Huh, that's what you get for making us wait for 3 whole hours. He pointed a finger at his sensei and laughed out loud. I should get into acting. I'm actually pretty good. That earned him another bash on the head. Stop acting so stupid. Why don't you stop acting like a love-struck girl and actually take being a ninja seriously? He snapped back. Nanny. Sakura was shocked to hear him say that. Usually, the boy in front of her would try to get back on her good side, instead of retorting back the way he just did. A hand firmly gripped his shoulder. Let go. Naruto backed away from the rest of the team and quickly whispered, I'll be back in a moment. He ran off. They didn't know how to respond. The change in his personality and mood was too sudden. Kakashi examined his hand. There was nothing wrong with it, but when he touched the boy, the feeling of the Nine Tails seemed very close. Coming into the familiar clearing by the waterfalls, Naruto fell forward and calmly collected himself. The damn fox. He gritted through his teeth. The presence of the QB seemed much more intimate than usual that it could draw on his chakra. Refusing to interact with the demon, Naruto had repeatedly shunned or ignored the existence of the QB within him in order to rely solely on his own strength. Leaning on a tree trunk, Naruto gazed out to the lake. If this continues, who knows what will happen? Someone suddenly appeared in front of him. Joe. Naruto silently groaned at the familiar voice. Here, catch. The masked ninja tossed him a water bottle. Though unwillingly, he caught the bottle and held it in his hands. I told the two to go ahead with the job first. He explained briefly. Naruto didn't respond nor cared. It's the QB, right? He sounded a bit worried, but not to the point of revealing any emotions on his face. It's none of your business. Naruto answered rather rudely, irritated by the fact that he got it right. Unmoving, his sensei remained standing. I actually know someone who can help you out with that problem. He slowly said, as though trying to remember. The fourth was one, but now there's another, who can only be Jiraiya. With that, the whiskered boy's ears perked up. Ma. He's pretty hard to track down, so we should wait till he visits the village again. He continued on lazily. Naruto could only shake his head. Doesn't matter. I can handle it. Rolling the bottle in his hands, he pictured the man in front of him to be Naju again. OSU. He got up and stretched about, beginning to act hyper again. It's all good. I'm going to go join Sakura-chan and Sasuke team. He ran towards the village again. Arigato Kakashi-sensei, he called out. Kakashi stared at the spot where Naruto sat. After a couple more seconds, he decided to see the Hokage before catching up with Team 7. Hokage's office. So let me get this straight. Sarutobi crossed his fingers together and stared up at the Sharingan user. You want to go find Jiraiya and bring him back here, and no one else should know of this? He relayed back to the man. It's actually not that hard to understand. Kakashi mumbled. He really is getting old. I heard you wanted him to come back anyways. It should be more convenient if I go since I know the guy. There was still a question nagging at him. Why are you volunteering for this? A brief image of Naruto flashed in his mind, but it quickly disappeared. Is there a problem? Of course not. Sarutobi twirled around in his chair with a devilish grin. Naruto should be happy to have a companion along the way. He laughed triumphantly, which left Kakashi wondering if the old man has finally lost it. Off in the distance, Naruto suddenly felt a tremor run through his body. Somehow, there's this feeling that something bad is going to happen. It was an hour before the sun's peaking hour. Naruto was resting against the village gates, eyes closed, submerged in his thoughts. A note from the Hokage the night before was clenched in his fist that contained a message saying another ninja is going to accompany him on the mission. What kind of joke is this? I don't even know who I'm waiting for. In the next few minutes, several other villagers and ninjas gathered near the gates, including Kakashi, surprise. He's early, who stood opposite of Naruto. The ANBU carefully scanned the small crowd, examining each person, but concluded that none of them was the one he was waiting for. He turned his gaze to Kakashi, where they locked eyes. Wind blew silently past their awkward moment. Did you wake up several hours earlier just to gel every piece of hair on your head? Naruto spoke first. A wave of déjà vu hit Kakashi before he replied. It's none of your business. Leave my hair alone. He looked around for his partner in the mission. Is it really necessary to have another person on this? Are you on a mission? He asked out of simple curiosity. It's none of your business. Naruto promptly answered. Such a pipsqueak. Kakashi muttered, glancing away to the other side of the gate. Eyebrows twitching, Naruto fumed at the man, being too sensitive about his height. Who are you calling a pipsqueak who doesn't show up in your eyes? Oi, what did I ever say that? Their watches began to beep. Both scanned the growing crowd again for their supposed teammate. 10 minutes passed without either of them realizing that their partner was already there. They're late, they both said at the same time. Hearing each other, their jaws clenched. Who the hell are you waiting for? They chorused together again. They must have come, seen you and left. Naruto commented. Perhaps they came, saw how short you were and left. Kakashi offered his remark. They wanted to avoid the only possibility that was offered to them. Slowly, yet progressing, it registered with them. Damn, that perverted old man. They both cursed the Sandame. Kakashi and Naruto began to close the gap between them in strides. Look here, I don't need you on this mission with me, got that? Naruto explained clearly. Kakashi could only laugh sarcastically. You're dealing with the Toad Chunin like you have the ability to bring him back here. What makes you think I can't? Naruto retorted. Okay, Kakashi became more formal. Where do you think Jiraiya is right now? Kimogakure no Sato, Hidden Cloud Village. Naruto had gathered all the information on the whereabouts of the Chunin, but he could tell that the man won't sit quietly in one spot for too long. His Team 7 sensei began to laugh sarcastically to display how Naruto's answer was wrong. Naruto felt much annoyance towards the man. And I suppose you know exactly where he is? Kakashi cracked his back, warming up. Of course. I've known him for some time. It's pretty easy to track him down. Stretching his neck, he glanced at Naruto. Therefore, you don't have to come with me on this mission. Fine. I won't go with you, wait. I don't even want to go with you. I'll bring him back before you're even halfway to wherever you're going. Naruto said calmly while making sure his ninjakin was strapped tightly to his back. Do you want to bet on it? Sure. Naruto automatically agreed. Whoever loses will have to do anything the winner requests. And, which is only one request, tongue sticking out. Sound good? I already have some ideas of what to make you do when I get back first. Kakashi pulled out his arrogance card proudly. We'll have to make this official. I was thinking exactly the same thing. The supposed blonde, now brunette, drew up a scroll with the wager written on it. Letting Kakashi look over the contents, the man drew his own blood first, printed it on the page, and handed it back to Naruto. This is your last chance to back out, Kakashi advised carefully with a smirk. Cutting his thumb, Naruto grinned under his mask. I won't go back on my word. The bet was now official as Naruto made it disappear into smoke. He found himself being stared at curiously by Kakashi. What now? The former ANBU captain could only look away with a nagging feeling in his mind with the phrase, "I won't go back on my word," echoing in his head. So when do you want to start? Naruto fixed his eyes to his watch, 10 seconds. The man shrugged in response. They patiently waited for the time to count down. 5 more seconds to go. Don't you have a 3-man team to take care of already? How'd he know? Although many other shinobis have known that he had Team 7, hardly any ANBUs cared to learn of these minuscule things. Are you stalking me? He could feel a sudden menacing glare coming from the ANBU. Who would want to stalk you anyways? The watch beeped. Baka. Naruto vanished from sight along with Kakashi, who was cursing the boy. Trailing back to the Hokage's room, Sarutobi leaned back in his chair, reliving a sigh after watching the encounter through his crystal ball. No need to thank me. He grinned, falling into a nap. Back to Naruto clones, the one taking the exam and ANBU. OMG, not these things again. Only 1 day's notice. He's pretty responsible. Naruto sarcastically applauded the Jounin after they received the registration papers. They were given a choice by Kakashi to choose whether or not they want to take the Chunin exam and left without another word, giving them only hours to decide. I never really got the chance to take it before. He mused while he made his way back to the apartment. This should entertain me. The clone sank into the bed, waiting for morning to come. Oi! The other clone clad in ANBU gear nudged the one on the bed. I'm going out for duty now. Hi. Don't forget to turn off the stove after you make ramen in the morning. You don't have to remind me. I'm you, so I'll remember. Both clones stared at each other in silence. This is awkward. Next day. Sigh. There was scribbling sound surrounding him. Sigh. There was a cough and more scribbling. Sigh. Looking straight down at the table, Naruto saw a piece of paper. Not just any paper, but a test paper. Nays. A girl with pupil-less eyes turned to look at him. Why? He said a bit more angrily. His hand shook. I hate tests. I'm too lazy to write tests. Looking around the room, he saw many heads down, some scratching their temples, others grabbing their head as though they didn't know what to do. He felt someone still staring at him. Glancing to his right, he gave the girl, Hyuga Hinata, a wide smile and quickly turned away, hoping she'll stop gazing at him the whole time. Izumo was seated towards the left of him, clipboard in hand, marking names off. Lucky, he only has to make check marks. He glared at his teammate. The one-eyed ANBU felt uncomfortable. No, that was an understatement, excruciatingly uncomfortable. Making the effort to look up, he saw his captain giving him dagger looks which made him shiver. It's not my fault you have to take the test. The blue eyes didn't look away. You're the one who chose to do this, Taicho. Finally finding the strength to turn away, Izumo proceeded with his Jounin duties. Discovering Izumo was ignoring him, Naruto faced the front to see Marino Ibiki, a man who he greatly respected. He once had to go through his testing to show if each ANBU member can withhold information through mental torture. Fortunately for Naruto and the rest of Squad 3, they passed with much exhaustion and painful memories. His interrogation skills were enough to have the suspects submit according to his command as though their will was in his control. I can learn a few things from him. He mused again, not planning to lift his hand to pick up the pencil. Naruto scanned the room full of shinobis once again. At the side, he spotted Gaara performing a jutsu, creating a third eye. This doesn't seem like he's here to earn a vest. The Sannin's eyes shot at him. Those eyes, it's so hard to tell. Are they mint green or light blue? Light bluish green or light greenish blue? Huh. Naruto tilted his head side to side, pondering the simple question, while Gaara could only watch the blonde from afar. Several seconds passed till Gaara carried on with maneuvering the third eye. It was 10 minutes before the final question commenced. Marino Ibiki gazed around the room slowly and observantly. He noticed several shinobis have successfully discovered the true meaning of the test, while others still had panicked looks on their faces. The rookie 9 seemed to be holding up pretty well in his opinion, except for the blonde who seemed to not have picked up his pencil even once. A moment ago, he found the boy staring at him with piercing blue eyes, which reminded him of that ANBU. The room was only brightened by the tiny lamp centered in the ceiling. The only furniture that occupied the area was a chair. Several other members from the torture and interrogation force were situated around the room as though guarding that one individual. He was the first for Squad 3, the last group to take the test. They always say to target the head of the group. Once they are defeated, the rest will crumble. Several squads have failed due to at least one member in their team who had given up the information. Few have passed. In a sheer 15 minutes, he can make the interrogation seem like hours, days, or even weeks. That was the beauty of his skills, attacking the human mind. The one being questioned bore the kitsune mask Ibiki once remembered was worn by none other than Asako Naju, an ANBU he only knew as the dangerous spy. Freely seated in the chair, the ANBU captain silently waited for the torture to begin. The ANBUs were given the choice as to whether they were okay with their masks being removed. This was the first individual who requested to not have his mask removed. Feeling curious, Ibiki asked why. The ANBU seemed to smile. That's your job to find out, isn't it? The 27-year-old couldn't help but grin. This will be interesting. Flipping through the files to quickly gather some information on the suspect, Ibiki discovered that the ANBU was merely 12 years old. However, the air of childishness and immaturity wasn't present around his surrounding. Instead, the sense of maturity replaced that charisma. Guess the Uchiha kid isn't the only prodigy, he thought to himself. Ibiki handed the files back to one of his subordinates, while another started the clock. Let's begin, and I won't include the process since I'm not one for torturing and interrogating haha, so I have no idea how to make people succumb to others, or do I? 13 minutes have passed, and the only thing that the proctor could get out of the ANBU was a casual response or shrug of the shoulders. The mask was constantly facing the man as though following his every move, whereas others would usually avoid eye contact. Ibiki, while interrogating, constantly examined any sudden changes in the ANBU's body language or voice that he could use for his advantage. The untied hands and feet were calm and unmoving. The heart rate was normal, and there were no signs of any sweating. It made it seem as though the ANBU was having a laid-back conversation with the interrogator. I must admit, you're pretty good, the big bear-like man commented as he circled the room. Staring just straight ahead, the ANBU laughed. Why, thank you. Meeting eye contact once again, Ibiki chuckled. Too bad we can't use physical force on you. There was silence for a while. To be honest, you've already done a lot of damage to me, the ANBU captain admitted. I'm glad that Konoha holds such a great commanding officer like you. I wonder why they call you a sadist. I can say the same for you. But even though you've almost survived this test, doesn't mean the rest of your squad will. Deep cerulean eyes looked intently at the officer through the mask holes. They will survive. The interrogator master was surprised by the trust and confidence that the captain placed on his squad. Looking away, the ANBU added, if they don't, I'll have to think of something then, huh? Shivers ran down the bear man's back. And I wonder why they don't call you a sadist. Beep, beep. Standing up straight, the ANBU gave a small salute to Ibiki and exited the door. One amazing kid, Ibiki remarked as his assistants called for the next person to come in, unaware that on the other side of the door, the ANBU captain stood trembling slightly, a bit of sweat running down the side of his head. Being true to his words, the rest of the squad passed all masks intact with painful memories and experiences. Squad 3 is strong, other officers of the torture and interrogation force commented. Even though the last 3 ANBUs showed more signs of being tortured, they still held on. The man simply said. Only a minute till the 10th question was set out. Many pencils have been set down, and many others scribbling faster within the milliseconds. Till then, Ibiki noticed the spiky blonde picking up the pencil for the first time. Looking away to watch the clock, the seconds counted down to, "Okay, and now, we will begin the 10th question." His voice rumbled, causing some to shake in their chairs. Naruto twirled the hated pencil in his fingers, ignoring the examiner's added rules to the 10th question. Boring. In the background, voices were arguing. If you choose to take it and answer incorrectly, what kind of stupid rule is that? Several seconds later, participants began to leave the room with their teammates. "I'm hungry. I want to eat ramen. Sure, Mata." His fist slammed the desk loudly. "I think I forgot to turn off the stove when I made ramen this morning." And Naruto. The timid voice made him jump, having forgotten about Hinata sitting beside him. "Damn," I said out loud. The whole room was focused on him. "What now?" Clearing his throat, he presented a wide, goofy grin. Huh? What were they talking about again? Sakura and Sasuke were sweating bullets, wondering what Naruto was doing. So, I'm not going to run away. I'll become the Hokage either way." Ibiki menacingly asked the question again. "This is the decision of your life. Are you sure you want to take this?" "Yeah, of course. I never back down from my word." Naruto finished off. "Phew, saved myself from that." The classroom had a very intense vibe circling them. To the 78 who remained, congratulations on passing the first test. Ibiki announced loudly with a pleasant smile as Naruto hopefully wished he hadn't set his apartment on fire. Something suddenly made his ears perk up. Oh no! Naruto sweat dropped when a gust of wind blew in along with a black clump that could only be arriving. The tomboyish voice of Anko's echoed throughout the room. And I made Anko say her favorite saying, happy face. She saw Naruto give her an expressionless face as though he did not know her. Small, irritated marks appeared on the back of her head, while Naruto shook his head slightly away, covering his face in embarrassment. Tita Taishu, ignoring him for now, she proceeded with her duty. "This is no time to be celebrating. I am the examiner for the second test, Mitarashi, Anko. Now follow me." Naruto was now feigning a fake smile at her as her entrance failed to entice the participants in a non-weird way. Such messy writing. The blonde referred to the black cloth that she forcefully hung. "I can't believe she's an ANBU, let alone in my squad, and she's not even pretending to be herself. How does the old man read her reports?" An image of the Hokage appeared in his head which said, "I don't even attempt to look at them." Ibiki emerged from behind the sign with a disgruntled expression. Bad timing. Izumo couldn't help but sputter a laugh behind his clipboard. A deathly aura filled the room, heading towards the right eye-covered man. "There's too many left." The aura hovered over Anko's teammate threateningly. "At least the second test will cut the number down to at least half." I'm getting excited already. Her face was now hidden in the shadows, creeping out the others in the room. The room began to empty, but Izumo could only stay in place, not being able to move. Taking the moment where Ibiki had stepped out of the room for a brief moment, Anko released her threat upon Izumo. What remained was a man sprawled on the floor, cursing his teammate. "Damn you, short woman." The first testing area was now free of all bodies except for one who was now picking up the test that remained on the tables. Picking one up in particular, his eyes widened slightly. If I remember correctly, this is where that blonde sat. A flash of Naruto's face shone in his mind. There was only a minute left. Remembering the first time he picked up his pencil was in those last 60 seconds. Yet he managed to finish each question correctly without even having to cheat. Uzumaki Naruto. Before he could finalize a conclusion, he heard some movement. Passing through the chairs and desks, he saw Izumo laying there with a disgruntled face. "You look comfortable," he joked, knowing the reason why he was in that position. "Urusine." Izumo could only mumble, having his whole body paralyzed. "I'm going to kill her." Retreating back towards the door, the examiner laughed. "Good luck with that." And he was gone. Vous vavait. His last hope of getting out of his situation sooner was lost. Back to Naruto and Kakashi. Damn. Stepping out of the last bar in town, Naruto felt a tad bit defeated. He already drained every bit of information of Jiraiya out of every single person in the Cloud Village. If spiky hair gets to Jiraiya before me, I'd rather give up ramen than follow what that gel-obsessed man tells me to do. Naruto gritted through his teeth. No, not ramen, anything but ramen. Before he could continue his self-rant, there was a tap on his shoulder. Straightening up before turning, he wished to Kami-sama that it wasn't someone he knew. Can I help you? There was a middle-aged, drunken old man who stood wobbly in front of him. Heard your HIC. Looking for Jiraiya. HIC no? Naruto nodded, still in shock that he was talking to a drunk in broad daylight. You seem like a nice boy, so I'll tell you okay. Making a toothy grin, he whispered to the ANBU quietly. Good fellow. Treated me to a couple of drinks, and before he left he said he was going to Komi no Sato. He quickly covered his mouth, as though he was afraid that the information would get him into trouble. Ajizan, someone shouted from a distance. Before Naruto could turn to see who it was, the person had arrived in front of them already. How many times have I told you to stop running away from the hospital and drinking sake? She pinched the man on his arm. Naruto could tell she was in her late 20s, but what caught his interest were the dark marks on her face. There were two strips that ran downward from the middle of the cheek to the side of the face, similar to the Inuzuka clan's, but different. Her light brown hair was put up in a ponytail, and she was now currently dragging the patient by the ear. Itai. It hurts, Rin-chan. The drunkard yelled, trying to get away. Boy, help me. Are you a ninja, Rin-san? Naruto asked straightforwardly, ignoring the man's cries for rescue. The woman paused in her steps. You're from Konohagakure, right? Then I have nothing to say, excuse me. She continued on, while seething about how the man was having an eye surgery soon and shouldn't be going on drinking alcohol. Naruto stood, still watching their backs. Can't believe that guy. With Kakashi. Chikusho, he's not here. Kakashi believed the pervert Sennin would wander around the grass country, but it seemed like he was wrong. Damn, I can't let that shorty get to him first. His thoughts ran through their bed, not realizing that he came upon a grand bamboo forest. Coming to a slow stop, Kakashi sighed and looked around the surroundings, remembering the past. Obito, Rin. He situated himself on the spot for a few more minutes till he managed to bring himself out of the haunting forest. The sun was beginning to set already, yet the Scarecrow Man didn't have any new leads as to where the Sennin has gone to. This won't do. Cutting his thumb along with creating some seals, he summoned Kuchios no Jutsu, his ninken. A ninja dog with the Heno Mahiji design on its back appeared as Kakashi crouched down to its level. Help me track down that pervert Sennin. Back to Naruto clones, the one taking the exam and ANBU. Kawaii. Sakura failed to hide her fear of the forest of death. Team 7 stood with the rest of the participants at the entrance of the second test. Naruto had used the excuse to use the bathroom as a chance to check if his house was on fire. Tankami-sama. You'll soon find out why it's called the Forest of Death. Anko smirked at the bunch. So, original. Naruto said out loud. Isn't it basically a forest where there are things that could easily kill you? Laughing sarcastically, she grabbed her kunai out and threw the weapon towards her captain. Taicho, you're not helping at all. Oto, Sakura-chan, it's dangerous. He dragged the pink-haired Kunoichi into the line of fire. Naruto, Sakura shrieked, immensely causing the creatures in the forest to become unsettled. Pushing her away just in time, Naruto caught the kunai with a finger. What the hell are you trying to do, woman? You nearly killed my teammate. Naruto yelled at the pupil-less woman. What the hell are you doing? Sakura bashed the blonde on the head. All right, before we start, I need you to sign these agreement forms. Anko passed the papers around, in which they all signed. Sigh, 5 days with an annoying girl and a loner, great. Securely hiding the heaven scroll away, Team 7 ventured off into the forest. Being the last to enter, Naruto took one last look at a particular grass team. It feels like his chakra. After settling a mist ninja and creating a code word, not a few more steps, Naruto could sense the chakra again. He knew that Sasuke knew that the ninja was hiding underground, listening in on their conversation, and the only opportunity where he would reveal himself to the other two was when he left the scene. Sure enough, he was attacked, and is now facing a giant snake who could only be summoned by him. Having trouble, Naruto rolled his eyes to the ANBU clone. Go back to the team, I'll take care of things here. The ANBU jumped down while Naruto went back. Taking out his ninja kin, the fight began and ended with a slice of the metal. Perching on a tree branch, Naruto just witnessed Sasuke and Sakura being struck with a genjutsu, causing them to go into shock. Taking the opportunity, he took off and landed right on top of Sasuke. Oops, did that hurt? Naruto asked with a wide smile. Baka. Sasuke was annoyed by his teammates' taking of their situation. However, the impact made him come back to reality. He isn't a normal opponent. He's on a totally different level. HN, is that so? The blue-eyed frowned while rubbing his chin. Give me the scroll. Nanny, the raven-haired boy retorted. Just for now, okay? Before you go giving it up, geez. Naruto gave his best confident-like smile. With a grunt, the Uchiha quickly passed him the scroll. Are you done now? The grass, Nin appeared inches away from the group. Almost, Naruto said lightly while securing the paper roll. This only triggered the man to wipe a line of blood across the tattoo on his left arm to summon a snake to knock the blonde away. Yoa, dodging just in time while the others avoided it as well. Spotting the man, Naruto made his way up to where he's situated on the snake. Pretty skin you have on. He managed to cut the man's face, leaving a gash where blood did not seem to run down. The man scowled at the boy. Ah, if memory serves me, you're the QB vessel, aren't you? The others were too far down to hear him say it. Yeah, and what? A clone came behind up from the back to hold him while the grass, Nin performed a few ninjutsu. Before the Nin could commence the seal, someone laughed beside him. These old-school tricks are really old, you know. Naruto brought a blue flame around his arm and grabbed the man's face. Orochimaru. Ah, the snake man tried to salvage the deteriorating skin, but it was useless. Kisama. He glared at the boy while his last piece of stolen skin fell to the ground. Orochimaru was still wondering whether this boy was as stupid as others had said. Adjusting his hideout with the Sound Village symbol, the Nin laughed. Kuzo, you're forgetting one thing. Raising his arm, you're stepping on my snake. He swung down his arm as he took off while his summoned beast attempted to swallow the blonde whole. Sasuke had activated his Sharingan to see what was going on, but before he knew it, the same man that had attacked them was flying towards them with a seemingly different face. Shirmata, Sakura, watch out. The two genins jumped out of Orochimaru's way. Getting into a fighting stance, the Uchiha was about to attack. Too bad I don't have enough time to test out your skills, but I'm sure that they are just as good as your brothers. Orochimaru smiled sadistically towards him. This caused the ears to perk up at the mention of his brother. Oh my, who the hell are you? He demanded angrily. Fufufu, my name is Orochimaru, someone who could give you the power that you seek. He lured with his silky voice, catching Sasuke with his words. Drunken in the bait that Orochimaru set out, Sasuke didn't realize the man had already created some seals that caused his neck to extend towards him. Sasuke, Sakura alerted the Uchiha, somehow not being able to do anything about it. The fangs sunk into his neck. Grinning in succession of marking his next victim, Orochimaru retreated back into his normal neck size. Just a little present for me. His victim disappeared into smoke, as well as the girl. Nanny, looking for the source of trouble in his plans, he spotted Naruto once again facing directly towards him. Kuzo, who exactly are you? The snake man's eyes narrowed in curiosity, as though scanning the boy for more information. He could sense his prized snake was sent back to its realm. It's a challenge to manage such a feat in mere seconds. The blue flame surrounding his arm had dissipated, but the ones in his eyes remained. You don't have to know. Taking a step towards the missing Nin, the man unconsciously moved back slightly. Scared, his teeth clenched tightly together, having been slightly intimidated by a 12-year-old. Coughing up Kusanagi, the metal glinted in the minimal sunlight that was leaking into the forest. He sprung towards the boy at a sharp speed. You're just asking for death. Naruto could only smirk. Maybe I am. They clashed in center. Sasuke. The childish female scream rang in his head, while the image of Orochimaru extending his neck towards him haunted his vision. Am I dead? This can't be happening. I have to kill him. I can't be dead. Dark eyes shot open, staring up towards the branches of the grand trees belonging to the forest of death. Sasuke noticed he was taking short, panting breaths while cold sweat ran down the side of his face. Calming down, he turned his head left and right, spotting Sakura a few feet away from him, still seemingly unconscious. What happened? All he could remember was Orochimaru attacking them, and then it was black. It was quiet, too unusual, as if something was missing. Naruto, believing the blonde's hair and orange jumpsuit would be spotted easily, his teammate was nowhere to be seen. Damn it, where that dope? Stopping mid-sentence, Sasuke reflected back on the last couple of fights. Dobe, are you really that stupid? Sasuke, Sakura sprang up from where she lay. Her whole body was shivering, skin prickling and pale. Looking around and realizing where they were, she sighed a relief to see Sasuke in an undead state. Sasuke, joining the Uchiha, they both observed their surrounding. Where are we? Where's Naruto? There was a roaring echoing from a distance. Turning their attention towards the source of the disturbance, they spotted a massive snake emerging, overlooking the forest. What the hell? Sasuke could only utter at the moment as Sakura gripped his arm tightly. Let's go. He forcefully pried the girl's hands away from him as he jumped off from branch to branch. Naruto, you better stay alive. And Mamate. Sakura quickly tried to catch up. Fufufu. Maybe I should consider you as my new target. Orochimaru licked his lips with an anticipating smile, watching Naruto while perched on top of Manda. It'd be rude of me to leave now, but the snake began to raise its tail. I have some matters to attend to. Sure, Mata. Naruto dodged with Shuinpa as dirt and rocks flew everywhere, masking his vision. He knew he was gone by now, but Naruto certainly knew where he was headed. Ears perking, Naruto quickly sprang off towards some branches to meet up with the rest of Team 7. Anko, something caught his attention out the corner of his eye. Naruto decided to take a short detour, getting ready to earn the team an Earth Scroll while sending his other clone new information about the Orochimaru he had just encountered. As you can see, they have no faces. They're blank, as if they were melted off. Izumo was standing with her, without any means of revenge for before. He bore a very cautious expression, as well as a concerned eye for Anko. Kotetsu continued, but the Hebe mask-bearer could only think of one person. Orochimaru. She growled while ricocheting off another tree. She had passed off instructions to the Chunins outside the borders of the forest as she set off to go after the Snake Man. Anko. Izumo could only warn her at the moment, having to follow the others to inform the Sandaime. Be careful. She could only send him a quick nod before leaving without another sound. I've been waiting for this day. Anko managed to slide 4 needles down from her sleeve, readying herself to destroy you once and for all, Orochimaru. Emerging from the tree, trunk upside down, the Snake Man laughed. That's impossible. Springing away from where she stood, Anko quickly directed the needles towards her ex-sensei. Orochimaru lengthened his tongue to catch Anko in his grip. Quickly using her shadow snake hand technique, she managed to drag the Chunin out of his hiding place and within her grasp. Grabbing a kunai from her sleeve, she embedded the weapon into both their hands. That caught you. She snarled at the man, regretting that the last person she would ever see was Orochimaru. Initiating Suja, Sosai no Jutsu with the help of his left hand, Anko could only focus on destroying the man before her. Anko. The familiar voice steered her attention to behind her. He's over here. Anko quickly veered her head towards the speaker as her victim vanished into smoke. Standing with his sword against the pale neck of the real Orochimaru was her captain. And I thought I was about to lose a good teammate. He added casually. You acted too rashly this time, Anko. Freeing herself from her kunai, Anko faced Naruto with an annoyed expression. This has nothing to do with you, Taicho. She growled at the ANBU captain. This is between me and that man. She spat, preparing herself to attack directly towards them, reading her teammates' eye movements. Orochimaru managed to break free of Naruto's grip. Thank you for talking so long. He kicked the ANBU toward a mass of trees, leaving a trail of broken branches and fluttering leaves in the air. Anko raised her readied weapon. using Shunshin no jutsu to allow her to disappear briefly with leaves surrounding her vanishing. You're mine. The woman struck from behind her ex-sensei, only to be stabbed by Kusanagi midway and pinned against a tree trunk, sword still intact. Fu. Though I hardly cared for you at all. I was your sensei once before. Orochimaru twisted the sword, causing Anko to utter a scream in blinding pain. Blood was slowly yet voluminously flowing down her body. Anko tried hard to pry herself away from her situation, but could only go as far as glare at the man in front of her. You fail yet again. He roughly and savagely released Kusanagi, causing Anko to spurt blood from her wound as she fell towards the ground, growing unconscious by the milliseconds till it was dark. Finally realizing she was struck with a genjutsu, Anko immediately broke the curse. Nearly faltering in her steps, Anko controlled the bile that was rising in her throat from the illusion. Still in attack mode, realization hit her as she leaped forward. The snake man released himself from Naruto's clutch as he kicked him away. Following the illusion, she vanished out of Orochimaru's line of vision using Shunshin no jutsu. The man sensed the woman striking from behind as he readied his sword to counter while the remaining swirling leaves fluttered in her place. Fixing Kusanagi through his ex-student, Orochimaru laughed at the naivety of Anko's attack. You fail. Before he could finish, a tearing pain could be felt piercing through his back. I was your student once before, Orochimaru. She twisted the kunai, causing him to grunt. Don't forget that. Forcing him to face her, she grabbed his hand, initiating Suja, Sosai, Jutsu, wanting to end it all forever. The man stared her in the eye, expressionless. The veins at his temples pulsed seemingly, as though he was forming a plan at that moment. If only I could applaud you for this sudden turn of events. Too bad you still can't tell between a clone and the real person themselves. Anko instantly turned pale, gritting her teeth, still a coward who can't risk hurting his own body. She continued to tear the man internally, angry at him, at herself. Their hands were still connected with Anko, still contemplating whether she should stop. The man grinned before her, watching his ex-student struggle mentally. You shouldn't be hesitating, Orochimaru advised her silkily. Anko became rigid, giving him an opening to attack. Lifting his hand, Kusanagi freed itself from the tree and straight through the woman. Or you'll get killed instead. Fa hikusho. Anko cursed, loudly feeling the sword tear through her heart as darkness engulfed her. Chikushu. She suddenly found herself sitting upright on a grand tree branch, staring up at the barely seeping in sunlight. There were beastly calls echoing in the surroundings around her, stirring uncomfortably due to her outburst. Noticing she was free from any kind of injuries, questions raced repeatedly in her mind. And nani? She grabbed her head in confusion, unable to tell if she was still in an illusion world or reality. What's going on? Ears perked up, hearing a familiar presence. She quickly threw a kunai towards the shadowed trees. Why? Emerging was her captain, her kunai caught in between his fingers. Why are you stopping me from killing the man I hate the most in my life? In that instant, she sorrowfully wanted to stab her captain more than the Chunin. It was just a clone. Anko mumbled miserably. She realized that Naruto managed to destroy that clone. I let him escape again. Naruto slowly made his way over to her, stopping in front of her while he took off his mask. Seating himself next to his teammate, he took a deep breath, letting the wind freshen up his face. Is this about revenge? He asked slowly, still staring away from her. And, stopping midway, Anko couldn't help but touch her neck where Orochimaru had implanted the cursed seal years ago. She couldn't find the effort to answer anymore, knowing he wouldn't understand. What would I know, right? Naruto posed the question she wanted to spit out. Just like you. I want him dead, perhaps not as much as you do, but the feelings are mutual. A brief image of Naju flashed in his mind, which pained him to remember. I'm merely performing my duties. Anko retorted emotionlessly. If there's an outsider who disrupts this exam, I have the duty to stop them at all costs. Hi. And of course I don't have the right to stop you, the examiner, but as a teammate, I can't let you sacrifice yourself for someone who couldn't even use his real body to carry out his own missions. He seemed so real, just like Taishu's. Anko tried to reason hopelessly. Hutobun sin no jutsu. She whispered to herself. But how does he know how to use that? Believing only Naruto knew how to perform the technique. The rest of the squad had tried countless times to perform the jutsu successfully, but it never worked to its full potential like their captains. Naruto didn't respond immediately. He completed it after that time. He thought to himself, thinking back to the time where they met after their mission. Ki. Running his hand through his hair, Anko could see how young, yet grown up, he looked for where she seated. Revenge, he muttered quietly. If we were going eye for an eye to exact our revenge, it would make this whole world go blind. You must understand that not everything will go your way, even if you really wanted to. Naruto advised her softly. Anko found herself absorbing all the words that came out of his mouth, subconsciously surprised how a 12-year-old seemed to hold such meaning to his words, as though he had already experienced them firsthand already, unbeknownst to her that he really did. Oto. Naruto stood back up, replacing his mask back on his face, hair turning brunette once again. We should go back and see what the old man is planning to do. Anko nodded and joined him. Skimming through the trees together, Anko couldn't help but admire how calm and mature the ninja beside her was. I hope that I'll always be able to fight alongside you, Naruto. Something on your mind? The ANBU casually inquired. Clearing her throat to straighten out her thoughts, she answered promptly with another question. How did you know I was there, let alone know I'll go after Orochimaru? Though a proud woman, she deeply respected and looked up to her captain, and the question had probed her mind since they had taken off. As the head of the squad, I am inclined to know how my teammates will react to certain situations based on their personalities, and you with your past history with Orochimaru. It's pretty straightforward. Noticing her silent response, he added, crazy woman trying to catch a snake, pretty easy to locate. He explained in a matter-of-fact tone. Nanny? Crazy. Her eyebrows twitched at such a description of herself. I'm not crazy, but certainly not sane either. Naruto added more fuel to the fire. Teeth began to gnaw together, creating an audible sound for Naruto to hear. The masked ninja chuckled as he immediately sped up to escape from her grasps. As they both ran through the heavily dimmed forest effortlessly while avoiding beastly creatures, Naruto pondered whether or not to tell her the truth about the encounter with Orochimaru. By the time Anko had entered the forest, the Senin's clone had already been destroyed by Naruto before he could come face to face with her. Knowing the after effects of the Judo Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto knew that Orochimaru would go into hiding to recuperate. True to his words, Naruto knew that Anko would head into the forest head-on, without caring for the outcome. And based on her individuality, she will never accept the fact that Orochimaru had sent yet another clone of him without witnessing it herself. In the end, he decided to simulate the possible encounter by creating an illusion around the area, using up a good amount of his chakra. But at least he was able to talk to Anko when she was calmed down. Go, Anko, Naruto decided. In the end, he couldn't bring himself to tell her the truth. Back to Naruto and Kakashi. Naruto had heard many rumors on whether the village he just entered really did exist. But after walking past its gates, all was clarified. It was a pretty well-hidden village, in Naruto's opinion. Looking around the would-be market of Takumi Village, there were many people who seemed to want to hide their identities like he was doing with masks, cloaks, and of the sorts. Displayed in the small to medium-sized stalls lay various weaponry in numerous amounts. Ranging from plain and ordinary to intricately designed and rare, Naruto couldn't help but stall his search for Jiraiya to look at the artifacts. Most of the stalls had interested customers milling over items as the owners monitored closely, disallowing any chances of thievery. One particular stall managed to capture his attention. It seemed to be the most ordinary of the rest, with only a white banner with the words "swords" hung at its front. However, the owner didn't seem to mind that he wasn't receiving any customers as he read scrolls leisurely. He only seemed remotely surprised to find someone standing in front of his stall, but after saying a quick welcome, he returned to studying the scrolls piled by his side. To passerbys and buyers, the swords displayed were definitely dull and unappealing. But somehow an invisible sensation prevented him from leaving. His hand automatically reached out to pick up a particular sword that looked practically the same as the others around him. The man had put his reading on hold and was curiously studying the ANBU with one eye as the other bore an eye patch. Naruto didn't notice the sudden attention from the owner. His only focus was the sword in his hands. The sheath was plain, but he ignored the simple details as he continued to the handle. Without looking up, "Can I?" he quietly asked the owner for permission to unsheath the weapon. "Oh, Tuzin." The owner nodded, very intrigued. Breathing slowly, Naruto swiftly slid sheath and blade, separately producing a sounding ring that could only be audible to him at that moment. It was a masterpiece. Bringing the blade close to his face, its sharpness, balance, he could sense the power lurking in its metal. Almost Shiroi. Blue eyes transfixed themselves behind the counter. This is the first time Sandai Kitetsu has been picked up first by a customer. Shifting his concentration to the man, Naruto felt more curious by the second. There aren't many wielders who are able to tell whether the sword is of good quality or not. He answered huskily, and even if they did manage to pick up the Sandai Kitetsu after they'd gone through a couple others, they either don't recognize its value or they buy it and meet their final fate. Naruto noted a hint of laughter in the man's last few words. Final fate. The man scratched his chin with a small grin displayed on his face. You can put it this way. He pointed a finger at the sword. It has a mind of its own with a temper, and after the first few incidents, people began to believe that it was cursed, since everyone who ever used that sword are all dead. The shopkeeper waited for the customer to drop the weapon and leave like many others have done before him, but the kitsune mask remained still examining the hilt. Tsusetsuka. Naruto felt excited having found such a rare item. I'll take it, he finally said. How much? The man gave him an unreadable expression. I'll give it to you for free. He liked the aura that emitted from the shopper. Even if you die, it will somehow make its way back here. But if you survive its fate, then I'm finally glad that it has finally chosen its owner. He added lightly. To be honest, it has been lying around for so long ever since Saimai, our founder, crafted that in the first two. Naruto strapped his second sword onto his back along with his ninjakin, Shusui. Arigatou gozaimasu. He gave the man a bow before leaving. Wish you luck then. The man responded with a wide grin, watching the cursed sword leave his sight probably for the last time. Naruto couldn't wait to test out his new weapon but groaned when he remembered why he was even at the village in the first place. However, he sensed that he was being targeted when walking through the crowds. How troublesome. Looking forward, he saw a small throng of people surrounding a stage. Apparently, there was a competition and the winner had received a rare sword. Air hitched in his throat when he saw who had won. Standing with his prize, Kakashi seemed satisfied to have won it. How the hell did he know to come here? Irritation marks appeared around Naruto's head. And when will he ever use that sword? What a waste. But this isn't good. I still don't have any leads on Jiraiya. Suddenly, a plan formed in his head. Out of the corner of his eye, Kakashi spotted the familiar white, spiky hair making his way over to a building with the sign, Hot Baths, and entered. That's Jiraiya for you. Gripping his newly won sword, the Jounin jumped down the stage quickly and maneuvered around the crowd whose attention was back to the stage when another piece of weaponry was up for a prize. Getting past the receptionists unnoticed, Kakashi managed to catch a glimpse of the man, clad in a towel, passing through a sliding door. Making himself seem discreet, the Sharingan user slipped inside to find the room empty at the moment. Quickly, he opened the door leading to the hot springs. He felt hot, not from the heat, but at the many eyes that belonged to women. Shurmata. Hantu Sumamasen. Kya, get out. Ai, it's not like that. A smack was heard. Hentai, get out. It's an accident. Splashes of water was heard. Don't let him get away. Yo, Jadomat, I thought you told me to get out. One managed to knee him in his most vital area. Though a strong ninja in nature, he could not escape the grasps of the angry women. It's not like there was anything interesting to see in there. Kakashi thought miserably while lying sprawled on the street dripping wet, tossed out by the owners, if it was the men's baths. His thoughts were put on hold when a loud laugh erupted from the side. Tanoshinu. Kakashi found himself staring at Jiraiya, or rather, then it struck like lightning. Team, damn, I fell right into his trap. Took a nice beating there, didn't you? You look a lot better than before. So you should thank me, haha. The Senin look-alike tapped his head with a smirk. Mada, this is only the beginning. Having said that, the clone disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Kakashi got up gracefully, calmly dusting himself off. Ignoring the stares and laughs, the man smiled a tad bit too widely where it obviously showed behind his mask. Don't worry, I'll make this much more interesting for you too, Kuzo. He disappeared from the spot with speed, with the #1 priority being not to find Jiraiya, but the annoying ANBU. Every so often, Naruto couldn't help but burst out laughing from remembering the look on Kakashi's face. Haha, not dwelling on his prank. He heard a roaring laughter with women's giggles coming from a restaurant. Entering the smoke-filled building, he spotted the famous Chunin lounged on a large sofa chair with at least one woman in each arm and a table full of sake bottles at his feet. Ah, Yuki-chan's so mean. The 50-something-year-old man pouted at one of the girls. Naruto shivered at the sight. Out of his bliss, he managed to spot the ANBU in front of him. I have a message from whoever constantly sends you messages. Naruto plainly informed, not bothering to tell him the details in public. Is it from Sarachan? Jiraiya gave him a gleeful and drunk smile. Sweat dropping, Naruto could only answer, ah. Oh, then can you tell me later? Sarachan has something urgent to tell you, Naruto said firmly. A frightened look came onto the man's face. Sure, Mata. Don't tell me Sarachan's. Sarachan's pregnant. The women immediately reacted with pitiful sounds. Naruto didn't say anything, only sending out a silent message through his eye holes, as if to say, Fusakanetsu. Stopping his laughing, Jiraiya stared at Naruto for a moment. Waka. Go my pretty chans, but we'll play some more later. He got up a tad wobbly, but regained his balance while motioning for Naruto to follow him, grabbing a napkin to wipe his hands along the way. Setting up a chakra bubble that would soundproof their conversation. Naruto slid into his seat, facing the entrance, as Jiraiya sat at the opposite side. Taking out a large fan to cool himself, Jiraiya listened patiently. Naruto relayed the message to him, just like how Sarutobi had told him in detail. Nearing the end of their meeting, a waiter came over to their table, asking if they needed anything. Releasing the jutsu, the Chunin ordered for more sake, as something interesting caught Naruto's eyes. With a small smirk, he waited for the waiter to leave with the old man's order. So it has come down to this, Jiraiya said seriously, hands folded together. Naruto didn't bother to answer the man immediately as their waiter returned with the drinks. Taking a cup of sake, he examined the contents. Too bad I can't drink this. I forgot. You're underage. The man laughed heartily. Demo, a sip won't hurt, right? He made a movement, causing Naruto to grab a small tin dish to cover his face. I still have a debt to pay back to you. An unsheathed sword was held at his neck, while Kakashi stood next to him calmly. Icham, not bad. Naruto placed the dish back down with a now frozen-in-place clone with a Sharingan that had tried to paralyze him across from him. But too bad. Kakashi felt a similar weapon being pointed to his throat. You've left some holes out in the open. The Jounin stared his right. When did he? Do you want me to monologue on how I knew? Since we have a bit of time. The Scarecrow man stood motionless. You don't like women that much, I know from what I've observed from before. Kakashi restrained himself from reliving the memory. But I was pretty impressed on how fast you got here. Naruto really meant what he just said. Too bad the Chunin loved women as much as you love watching men in bathhouses. Oi, when did I ever say that? Kakashi countered immediately. Geez, it was written all over your face. Naruto rolled his eyes. But on another note, you couldn't help but get whatever the women got on you off. Kakashi couldn't help but admit that he desperately wanted to take a shower after immersing himself in a couch full of women. Not able to help himself, he had to take out a fan to get rid of the many perfumed scents that lingered on him. And to end it all, the major breakthrough was the ANBU nodded his head towards the couches where the real Jiraiya sat. Of course him, and for all I know, he never met me, so how did he know if I was underage or not? Because you're short. Uruzinu. Kakashi sighed. Do you know what your major flaw is? Talking too much. He sweat dropped. That too. At least he's not too full of himself. But he nodded back to where Jiraiya sat again. One of the women right next thought the Chunin had just passed the man a small note. Very discreetly, Jiraiya accepted the small paper. For underestimating me. With eyebrows raised for no one to see, Naruto examined the scene. Oh, really? Jiraiya began unfolding the paper. Are you sure it's the right message? Kakashi's eye widened. You didn't, he said quietly. HM, what makes you think I didn't? ANBU asked nicely. Eyes locked. The fire has now evolved into an inferno. Jiraiya had imagined the night to be filled with sake, women, sake, and more women. After gathering the latest information on Akatsuki, the man felt he should be rewarded with a fun-filled and relaxing night with no interruptions. But when do these things ever work out your way? While impressing the women surrounding him, one of the women in his arms had passed him a small note secretly as she gazed seductively at him. Not one to refuse, Jiraiya had taken the paper and realized that it had the Konoha seal on it. Looking back to the woman who seemed to have been staring off somewhere else gave him a small nod, as if to say, "Open it." Chuckling while breaking the seal, tables and chairs were tossed right across his vision. The women screamed, scrambling to get out of the way. "Matt, my sweeties," Jiraiya called after them desperately, eyes brimming with dramatic tears, an arm outstretched uselessly after them. Next thing the Chunin knew, the note in his hand was snatched away. About to retaliate, he noticed it was a familiar face who had taken it. Kakashi. However, the said person didn't seem to hear him as his attention was on an ANBU with the Kitsune mask. Eyes focused and sharpened on the shorter figure. Kitsune. It was definitely the same mask Naju had worn. Naruto watched as Kakashi tore open the note, weapons still raised toward each other. Kakashi felt both shocked and relieved simultaneously when he read its content. It was the original, the same message that he had planned to give Jiraiya. He bluffed? His gaze went back to the ANBU. The mask does help with hiding his expressions, but usually if anyone else was stuck in that situation, they would have shown it obviously and make a mistake. On Okuzo, he's not simple. Like Kakashi, what are you doing here? Jiraiya asked in an irritated manner, blaming the two for ruining his evening. Were you the one who gave me that note? The owner was near collapsing at the sight of the mess in his now near-empty restaurant. You seem very handy with that. Kakashi commented to Naruto, indicating the Sandai Kitetsu, oblivious to any other sound and beings around them. Tosin, Naruto replied simply. You used to be an ANBU, right? The silent response meant a yes. How about putting our new weapons to the test? I promise I'll go easy on you. Oh, did you hear me just now? Jiraiya fumed. Aggravated, he was being ignored at the moment. Kakashi smirked at the challenge. You won't even be able to go easy on me. Their comeback's so bad. The Chunin noted with a blank look. Jiraiya. Both of them called his name. Confused with the change of conversation, he couldn't say anything but generate a small sound. He waited for an answer again as he found the two glaring at each other again. What the hell is wrong with the two of them? Nanny. The Sandame wants you to go back to Konoha immediately. They both shouted at the same time. If you try to get out of it, I'll personally drag you back. Kakashi added quietly, unaware he had just threatened the Chunin. Are you even capable of doing that? The ANBU said in a false surprised tone. What? Ma, I'll make my way back myself. Jiraiya's sweat dropped, not wanting to get dragged back, somehow getting the feeling they really would and can by either of them. Good, was the not-so-warm reaction. The Chunin could only watch idly, confused. Ikamasho. Kakashi spoke menacingly. Ladies first, Naruto replied lightly. Before the owner could ask either of them for payment for the damage they have created, they disappeared right on the spot, leaving Jiraiya behind to pay off the owner for them, cursing the two of them. Back to Naruto clones. Before his two teammates could yell at him, Naruto showed them the Earth Scroll that he managed to take from the undercovers of Orochimaru's. What? How? Sakura gaped at him, emerald eyes blinking unbelieving. Sasuke, too, was shocked. Naruto gave them a teeth-baring grin. I managed to take this when two teams knocked each other out. Lucky! Lucky! Sasuke still seemed skeptical. However, Sakura had slapped the blonde in the back. Nice one, Naruto. Glad to know they would get out of the forest soon, forgetting about the massive snake that they had witnessed moments ago. Naruto. The Uchiha called out his teammate's name. In the midst of his laughing, Naruto stopped with a quizzing look. Nani, Sasuke team. Dark, onyx eyes pierced through him. What happened to that man? He wanted to ask, but somehow he couldn't generate any words at the moment. If you're about to say smart, I am, Naruto smiled, ruffling his own hair. Of course not, Sasuke retorted, blushing a bit when Naruto had ran his hand through his hair. We should get something to eat and get out this forest. And he went ahead, leaving the two behind. While Sasuke had gone off to get some wood to help start their fire, Naruto sat with Sakura with fish on sticks in their hands. Why do I have to stay behind? Naruto pouted, portraying a 3-year-old. Geez, Sasuke-kun's able to get the wood himself without falling into a trap like you. Sakura responded, praising her crush. But something told her that that wasn't entirely true. Naruto, when they were being attacked, she felt something different about the loudmouth brat at that moment. You're strong. Naruto, she whispered softly. The fish nearly fell from his hands. She had caught him off guard. Observing closer, he noticed that she really meant what she had just said. Sakura. Every time, I always have to rely on the two of you to get out of dangerous situations. The pink-haired Kunoichi continued to murmur. It makes me feel so useless. She buried her head in her knees, not knowing why she was telling Naruto this. The sound of the rushing river was audible to the next of them. Naruto sighed lightly. Mitoko. He stared at the gutted fish solemnly. Do you have someone important you want to protect? He relayed Haku's words to her. Sakura looked up to stare at him. Naruto didn't bother to look up at his teammate at any moment. What is your purpose as a ninja? Purpose? The girl felt at a loss for words. Even her inner ego was quiet. Purpose, purpose. It ran through her head constantly. For Sasuno, she thought out loudly. Emerald, green eyes now faced him determinedly. My purpose now, footsteps approached them. Closing off their conversation, she thanked Sasuke, who had just arrived with an armload of sticks. However, Naruto began to feel that he may have underestimated the girl in front of her, but didn't dwell on it as he moved on to cooking their fish. After feeding themselves, the team decided to set off once again in 15 minutes. Sakura took their water bottles to the river to refill. She gazed at her reflection in the rushing water, thinking back to their conversation. She had wanted to say that Sasuke wasn't the purpose for her becoming a ninja anymore, but rather, taking out a kunai, she carefully sheared off the hair that she had grown for Sasuke. My purpose? What's taking Sakura-chan so long? Naruto whined as the two waited for their third member to come back. I want to see the look on the other team's faces when we arrive at the tower before them. Sorry for making you wait. Filled water bottles were tossed to them. Sasuke nearly gaped at her when he saw her, while Naruto grinned on the side. Her waist-long hair had been shortened significantly to mark her determined face that they rarely see. Even though I don't know exactly what or how, but my purpose now is to become stronger. Not wanting to delay their journey, Sasuke decided to ask questions later. Ears perking, he quickly threw a shuriken towards the bushes. Don't think you can hide from me, he warned the person. Emerging, a ninja bearing the leaf symbol on his hatay came forth. With grayish hair put up in a ponytail, spectacles gleamed in the sunlight. He laughed nervously. Sorry, I'm not here to take your scroll. Something happened and I got separated from my teammates, so I'm making my way to the tower now. Sasuke sharpened his gaze. Who are you? Yakushi Kabuto. He gave him a genuine-like smile. It's good to meet you. Sasuke didn't respond immediately, while Sakura greeted him as well. On the side, Naruto scanned the newcomer. With a small smirk, he whispered, Omo Shiroi. Back to Naruto and Kakashi. Night batted the day away. Kakashi and Naruto managed to find a suitable location for their duel. A small lake separated the two of them, but the distance between them could easily vanish. Naruto was first to speak, ready to realize that you're too old for this. Kakashi could only spit out a laugh. I'll admit that I'm older than you, but at least I have more height than you. Gritting his teeth, Naruto calmly gripped the hilt of his new sword as Kakashi did the same. How annoying! I hate spectators. The Jounin cricked his neck. For once, I agree with you. How about we change the rules? The ANBU shrugged, sure. There are an odd number of them, so there's bound to be a winner in the end. Finally coming to a mutual agreement, Kakashi readied himself. -1 point for each one you kill. Leaving the blade in its sheath, Naruto frowned. Mao, that makes things difficult. The clouds shifted away, revealing the moon, lighting up their surroundings. In the surface of the waters, reflected people with various weapons in hand situated all around the two Konoha ninjas, preparing to attack them. Watching a particular leaf float around towards the lake, it lightly landed on the surface, causing a small wave of ripples surrounding it. Time seemed to pause momentarily. But this should be fun. 43. A figure flew up in the air and fell. 44. 45. Two other figures could be seen being tossed up into the night sky and landing at a specific location. On the other side of the lake, a similar scene was mimicked while shouts of 43, 44 rang out across the lake. Damn, he's catching up. Naruto sped through the trees with his unsheathed sword in hand. There, springing towards a branch, he rammed the hilt into a man's stomach while he swept down another man's legs, causing him to topple over. Unsure of what was going on, the men yelled for mercy as they were grabbed by their collars and tossed into the air. Yuwa, Naruto continued, shouting 46, 47. Kakashi had just thrown 2 men into his pile when he heard 2 more numbers being called. Che, bringing his hands together, he conjured a couple of Kage Bunshins. Now, capable of sweeping in all directions, he managed to bring his total up by 10 in mere seconds. Naruto, seeing the rain of men across the lake, he couldn't help but angrily cry out, Oi, that's cheating. He directed an accusing finger at the multiple one-eyed Sharingan user. Baka, it's called being smart. Kakashi could only respond with a sly grin. There was a quick moment of silence. Oh, so it does exist in your brain. Eurus, eyes narrowed at his competition. Yash, 2 can play at that game. After Kakashi had triumphantly called out 5-4, a higher number of 70 topped his. The man turned in time to witness at least 20 Kage Bunshins, giving him an arrogant gesture as his pile of victims grew. Konoyuru, he growled as he conjured a set of seals once again. The forest began to overflow with masked ANBUs and silver-haired ninjas as more bodies flew to the clear, starry night sky. The collection of people could only lie still on top of each other for fear of what would become of them if they moved even an inch. How'd it come down to this? They cried simultaneously as dramatic tears ran down their faces. All eyes shifted toward a man whose face and lips had lost their color. Taicho. A while ago, Kitsune, a wild-haired man, turned to his informer with a lit cigar crushed between his teeth. Hi. The subordinate gave his captain a firm nod. He was spotted by the market. The captain slid a drawer open and retrieved a small handbook, a bingo book that was taken personally from a pretty well-known ninja from Awagakure no Sato. In order to become a shinobi country once again, we'll prove our strength by capturing all these ninjas who they labeled as S-class. The man thought, too confidently and ignorantly. Before he could send out orders, another informant burst into the room with an excited look. The Kapinin ninja is in the country. We've just confirmed that he won a prize at one of the public performances. Puffing out a heavy cloud of smoke, the captain had the look of triumph plastered on his face. Kami-sama has given us this wonderful opportunity to bring this country out of the shadows. The men in the room could only glow in pride. These 2 won't be something I can't handle. He extinguished the cigar with his fingers and blew out one last smoke. Gather all the men. His subordinates fidgeted eagerly. We're going hunting. And so, the hopefuls scouted out the 2 names that were listed in the stolen bingo book. Taicho, they're heading for the lake. One reported back. Yash, Ikimishu, The rest followed the captain, unknowingly, into the midst of two men's fight. And so, there's almost no one left. Crap, Kakashi thought worriedly as he looked for the last few people left in the forest surrounding the lake. Ever since the Kage Bunshin craze started, the numbers quickly added up for the ANBU, allowing him to catch up. Naruto jumped up to the top of the tree and listened silently for the remaining ambushers. About to take off, he turned automatically to deflect a flaming kunai. Yeah, they had already agreed to determine each other's skills after they had taken care of the others. He knew Kakashi wouldn't go back on his word, no matter how much he disliked him. Itai. Naruto gazed down on his sleeve and saw that a speck of fire had caught onto him, licking up his arm and disintegrating the material along with it. Discovering that it was more than a simple flame, he immediately ripped off the rest of his arm sleeve and threw it into the lake. What he didn't expect was once it had touched the surface, the lake erupted into a sea of fire. Yuwa. The echoes of the beaten men were heard at a distance. Kakashi shifted his attention to the lake and saw an orange glow resonating in the sky. What the? Running towards the glowing light at top speed, air hitched in his throat when he saw that the lake was on fire. What is this? He muttered, stunned. Taicho, help! Oka-san, Kami-sama. The injured men by the lake tried desperately to escape, but found themselves surrounded by the consuming fire. Still in a daze, the Kopinin almost failed to dodge the oncoming weapons. What the? Kakashi scanned the area. Where are they coming from? He felt a sudden rush of heat, and before he could blink, he was grabbed by the forearm and lifted up to higher ground. Prior to yelling curses at the person that had grabbed him unwillingly, who he then discovered was the ANBU, a ball of flame erupted from the ground as they perched on the tree. The man heard a sigh from next to him. I'm going soft. The ANBU, without the expression showing, must have been pouting with the added tone of voice. The kitsune faced him. I could have let it burn his hair. You know I'm right here, Kakashi exclaimed to the ignorant ANBU. And why do you keep bringing my hair into this? All right. Bakayuru. He inspected the jutsu that had nearly engulfed him and calmly spoke. What is this? Naruto scratched an itch as he answered, not entirely too sure. But it should be a forbidden jutsu. Though the crackling of the flames filled the air, there were still some signs of creatures that could almost, inaudibly, be heard. And I might as well hazard a guess as to who's behind it. Without the man noticing, he quickly tested out his sword with the man's newly grown hair. Don't think I would have let that last remark go. Bakayuru, my ass. He grinned gleefully, sheathing his sword quietly. Who do you think? Kakashi continued, also having someone in mind. How can he be so calm? HM. Naruto chuckled a bit before clearing his throat, standing up in the process. Let's bring him out, shall we? Wide-eyed, the silver-haired man watched the ANBU suddenly disappear without leaving a mark that he had been standing there. He still didn't answer me. Two figures observed among the thicket several feet away, watching the smoke rise into the night sky. Their dark cloaks paced with the breeze, as they remained vigilant to the scenario ahead of them. The Kopinin ninja, what a coincidence. The blue, shark-shaped face man surveyed with a smirk. His partner tilted the rim of his straw hat to watch the ANBU who had just leaped into the fire. He felt a sense of vague familiarity when he saw him. Let's go. Taken aback by the sudden leave, the shark man could do nothing else but comply. And here I thought you want to play with them, he said with a slightly challenging tone. The partner was silent for a while as they stepped off a boulder and ran up a cliff. Soon, where did he go? Kakashi examined the fire for any sign of the ANBU. He's got guts, though. Naruto's face flashed in his mind. Nanny? Why did I just think of him? They seem so similar at times. He thought of the time when Team 7 encountered Zabuza and Haku. Unbelievable. He had planned everything out in such a short time. He remembered when Naruto had managed to save him from the water prison and had Zabuza's life, momentarily, in his hands. Could it be? What the hell are you doing? The fire hiccuped and began to retreat. So it really was you who's behind all this, Baka Ero Senin. Kakashi slipped down to level ground to join the, now, bickering ninjas. Jiraiya, He was behind all this. How'd he know? Team, you owe me money. Jiraiya came into Kakashi's view, who was standing beside an orange man-sized toad wearing a necklace bearing the kanji, Chu, friendship/loyalty. Ah, so that's it. He must have heard that toad. Key. By the time he arrived closer to the two, the toad was inhaling the last of the fire. And not only that, my beautiful night with the hot chicks was ruined by you two idiots. He scolded Naruto, red in the face with tears glazing over his eyes. My money, my babies. Something seemed to hit him suddenly. My sake. He was about to put the ANBU on fire when he felt an ominous atmosphere looming over him. The toad, feeling a sense of danger coming, immediately transported itself back to its own world, leaving Jiraiya on his own defense. You're one to say, Kakashi joined the two with an intense gaze. We were in the middle of something very important, and look at what you've done now. He pointed to what was once a pile, now scattered, unconscious men, making it difficult to decipher who belongs to which side. Ma, serves you right for ruining my. A hand clasped the older man's shoulder with a firm hold. Oh, is that so? You don't say. The senin's skin rippled in reaction to the ANBU's too-nice-to-be-true voice. Now, what should we do about this dilemma, Hataki-sen? Naruto continued, glancing over to Kakashi, who seemed a bit taken aback being called so formally by him. So, he made his way next to the ANBU and stared over the Toadman. These two, he prepared to string a number of seals to escape. What the? My body won't move. He couldn't bring his hands up as if something was holding him down. He began to hear whisperings by his ear. You can't escape. You shouldn't have interfered. Who knows what will happen to you? Believing it was only an illusion, Jiraiya swore he saw something dark, Naruto's little devil minions, floating around him as the ANBU looked on. Note, the situation is similar to what happened to the Hokage when Naruto wanted to beat him up. Don't worry, Jiraiya-sama. We'll treat you very nicely. Kakashi gave him a happy-go-lucky smile while cracking his knuckles. Whua. A white soul, shaped like the sun Nin, slowly hovered into the sky. Nature, thus, returned back to its normal activities. Back to Naruto clones. What should we do now? Sakura raised the question, after getting acquainted with the newcomer and acknowledging that he, too, had obtained both scrolls. Isn't it obvious? Head for the tower. Sasuke promptly answered, leaving Sakura a bit embarrassed. Kabuto cleaned his glasses as he spoke. I know a path that we can take, but I'll have to tell you as we move. He nodded at the fire pit that they had just put out. No doubt the smoke and the smell of the fish has attracted some wild beasts and enemies. They remained close together as they followed Kabuto's lead. Naruto quietly observed him, careful not to let the man notice him. If I remember correctly, he's entered this exam 7 times prior to this. From what I've heard, he should know some advanced medical jutsus. But that smell? We should be careful. There are definitely going to be enemies waiting by the tower to ambush any teams who are heading that direction. Kabuto warned. As expected from someone who's been in this exam 7 times, right? Naruto replied with a gleeful smile. The older boy forced a laugh. I guess you can say that. Naruto, Sakura could only say angrily. Mama, it's all right. It goes to show I haven't acquired the skills to pass this exam yet. Kabuto assured her that no offense was taken. The pink-haired girl still continued to give the blonde a stern look before focusing back on their path. I have to find out. The Naruto ANBU, who had gone back to overlooking the team, prepared to set up a jutsu before he saw Rain ninjas setting up a genjutsu trap. Doesn't seem like I need to get my hands dirty for now. He watched closely, the ambushing team unaware of his presence. He let out a sigh. Naruto realized it would take longer than expected to get to the tower. Naruto and Kakashi. A fire crackled bravely in the night, inviting any enemies that wanted to invade the 3 men camped nearby the lake. Seated on the top branches of a tree were the ex-teammates. I have never seen you enjoy yourself this much before. Jiraiya mumbled through his growing bruises received from Kakashi and Naruto. My face. I'll get them back for this. Perhaps, sometimes when we went out on missions with Naju, the man looked out to the lake and stared at the men who were now tied up in groups, but not as much as tonight. Kakashi thought for a moment. I'll pretend that I understand what you're talking about. The Senin's sweat dropped. Oi, oi. Don't tell me that you haven't noticed. Notice what? Silence. Never mind. Jiraiya leaned back against the tree trunk and smiled at Kakashi's back, who sat in front. Indeed, he hasn't seen the Sharingan user take pleasure in the little things from all the time that he has known him. He glanced down to the ground and noticed the ANBU gathering firewood, going deeper into the forest and out of sight. How did the old man force you to come fetch me? Jiraiya asked lightly. He must have told you I had the latest Ica Paradise published. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the younger man gave him the utmost attention. Do you? Kakashi realized it was all just a joke, turned away slightly embarrassed. Ho ho, and to think that you used to be disgusted with what I wrote. Yeah, I blinked once. I still am. Jiraiya could feel his own face droop with a questioning yet disappointed expression. But it's because of these books, that guy. He understood. Jiraiya knew exactly who he was talking about. Back then, after they had finished their last mission together, Naju had given Kakashi his copy of Ica Paradise with a word of advice. Enjoy. The sober man hid a small grin and patted the Jounin's back. You still have lots to learn. Kakashi forced a laugh shortly before saying calmly, I guess, but for now, I need your help. Jiraiya propped up and became mildly interested. Ha, so you did come on your own accord. Mizuki. Stop getting off topic. Kakashi began to get irritated by the man's teasing. Fine, what is it? Did they used to know each other? Naruto pondered as he peacefully gathered food for the fire. It doesn't concern me. I think you can really help him. Ears perked up. Spiky hair. You can say he's talented. Huh, talking about Sasuke again. Naruto felt his feelings droop a bit, but he'd already guessed that his sensei will only think of him as the loudmouthed brat that he had created, even though he's just arrogant, egoistical, and a wannabe loner. I guess the Uchiha kid is pretty good for his age. Don't think much of it, Naruto. It's only a mission, nothing else. He walked off to the lake to fill his water bottle. Huh? The Kyuubi kid talented? Jiraiya turned away into his own thoughts. What is this? I've always heard the Uchiha kid was the prodigy, and the Uzumaki kid was always playing pranks, and was kind of, or is, an idiot. He quickly analyzed, using what he's heard from the townspeople from the last few visits at the village, while trying to avoid the Sandaime, in order to prevent getting his freedom jailed. And to think he'd be more interested in the Uchiha kid. Oi, I'm still here. Kakashi had to interrupt. Why do people keep talking as though I'm not there? Stop making me sound like a pedophile. He scolded the man, while irritated marks surrounded his head. Hidoi Kakashi-kun yelled at me. Stop whining like a kid. Hi, Okasan. I'm guessing you don't want kids, right? Kakashi politely asked. From the beginning of their bickering, Naruto managed to hear them from the lake. Oh, they sound like a married couple. Naruto muttered with a plan to not think any further beyond that. What did you just say? The two demanded from the youngest member of the group, having heard the remark even though they were at a distance. Betsuni. No doubt about it, just like a couple. Have you no respect for your elders? They're just admitting to how old they are. Oh, Chibi. Are you listening? The ANBU rose suddenly, dropping the water container at the same time. Who did you call Chibi? Jiraiya pointed to Kakashi M. Oh, yeah. An accusing finger pointed in their direction. Don't call me small, or I'll break down your feet and stick them to your heads. Fmakuta. Come on then, let's see you try. Their feud continued through the night. The tied-up ambushers all managed to gather around their captain without their targets noticing. Taicho, they're scary. The captain gave him a sharp look. Okay, here's the plan. They all huddled even closer together. Let's pretend to be unconscious till they leave. They let out a deep sigh. That's a good plan. Back to Naruto clones. Are you okay, Kabuto-san? Sakura asked meekly as the said person nodded in response. They had finally taken care of the rain ninjas that lured them into their trap. Now that wasted our time, she said towards the pile of bodies. At least that's one less team for the next round. Kabuto smiled as he fixed his spectacles, wincing when he brushed over the new cut across his cheek. Naruto monitored him from the side. That time, He had managed to force Kabuto to get on the offensive when he allowed himself to be exposed for an attack. It was more interesting than he expected. The moment the canine knocked off the man's glasses, Naruto felt a slight shiver run through him. The deep, bloodshot eyes he just witnessed made him question the newcomer's past even more. Putting that aside, there's no doubt that he's working with that thing. "We should get going," Sasuke firmly said and began to lead the way to the tower. A pair of hands clasped his shoulders. "Sasuke team, stop making that kind of face. I bet all the living things that were in your line of view have all just died from it," Naruto said teasingly, though in reality, he wanted to prevent Sasuke from getting lost from the group, despite the fact there was an ANBU overlooking. However, the clones knew that their energy is slowly draining with the extended time. They set off. Naruto thought back to when he first learned the technique. Jutsu, Bunshin, 8-year-old Naruto repeated slowly. "Couldn't you have thought up of a better name? It's so plain iti." He nursed the growing lump on his head as Naja sighed. Such an ungrateful kid. Naruto watched the spy perform the seals and conjuring clone. "Listen closely. I'm not going to repeat myself. Because you forget easily, I understand." The boy couldn't escape a stretching pinch to his face. "Aito. Fine. It's not my problem if you manage to get yourself into a coma." I'm not in the mood to teach now." He began to walk away, like he usually does half the time after he has shown Naruto the techniques and forms. "I'll test you in 2 days. Good luck." Yada. The girl's voice pierced his memories. "We're finally here. And a day earlier at that, too." They had just entered the tower after Kabuto had reunited with his teammates. As they entered another door, Sasuke gave them a deep stare before he joined the other two. The ANBU stealthily made his way to where Kabuto and his team had gone into after both doors had been closed. He managed to conceal his chakra presence, making it difficult to detect him. "How was the harvest?" The familiar, sly voice reached his ears. There were some feet shuffling in the room as Naruto remained calm and steady. "It was above my expectations, I'll admit," Kabuto replied. "I've got all written down." There was a break of silence. "You're really interested in this, aren't you, Orochimaru-sama?" "Yash, that's 1 point for my nose." Naruto, finally able to officially confirm that Kabuto is affiliated with the snake Chunin, prepared to take off after they had concluded their meeting inside. "But this is rather unsettling," he thought with a small smile. "I guess that's what makes this so interesting." Making sure the coast was clear, he set off to pay the Hokage a little visit. "Thank you. Thank you as always for your patience and for reading this story," smiley face. "You guys are awesome." Notes. Some countries have bingo books to make aware of the potentially dangerous ninjas from other countries. It does seem like Jiraiya was being bullied by both Naruto and Kakashi and couldn't defend himself. This is a result of a tag team effort between the two. I'm trying to refrain myself from reading the manga, since it will affect my original idea of the storyline, though I may change accordingly. The story won't follow the manga eventually, so there may be some characters that may not make an appearance. I had to include some cheesy lines in here. It's fun to type out, I'm trying to make it so that Naruto is awkward or densely innocent when it comes to romance of any sort. Many are wondering, why go through the trouble of using Japanese words to only give a translation in the end? Well, as cheesy as the story already is, there are some words that sound better than using English words itself. I find it adds to the characters' personalities and prevents the story from getting even cheesier. Happy face, but I have to apologize for making it so difficult to get the translation. With some feedback, I'll adjust according to how you guys want to get the translations. Thank you. I know this chapter is not up to the standard expectation of such a long absence, but I'll try to do my very best to finish this story. I'm so glad to have readers like you. Cheers for good health to all.